The SAP ERP, or Enterprise Resource Planning Platform, helps large businesses streamline their processes and support each segment of their business, from sales to financial accounting. S4 HANA is the latest SAP business suite that's been around since 2015. It continues to evolve, getting more and more powerful while remaining stable and flexible to use. And as a business or technical user, you'll have a lot of chance to use the new interface, transaction codes, deploy different data structures, and configure various new modules. To get the most out of SAP S4 HANA, you'll want to know what these new features are, how to use them, and when to use them. I'm George, and I've been teaching people how to get the most out of SAP ERP since R3 came into existence in the 1990s. Join me as we explore what's new or enhanced in SAP S4 HANA and how these features can help you work faster and easier, as SAP has removed the complex data structure, reduced the data footprint, improved the user experience, and provided flexible deployment options. Whether you're already en route to SAP S4 HANA or taking your first look, this course is your go-to introduction to the new suite. See what SAP S4 HANA offers for your core business processes, finance, manufacturing, sales, and more. Learn about your reporting, extension, and adoption options. Let's get started. In order for you to get the best out of this course, it's very important that we set the expectations really early on. In this video, I'm going to walk you through some of the prerequisites of this course. This will enable you to be aware of some of the things you will need to know in order to successfully go through the course. Now, I'm assuming you already have basic knowledge of SAP ERP. You don't need to be a pro at SAP at all, but I'll be assuming you know how to work with different modules and also know how to work with transaction codes to do some basic operations. Well, here's what you need to know if you're following along with me in this course. SAP S4 HANA comes in a variety of modules and products, some for business users, some for consultants, some for developers, even some for those in the field of implementation project management. And not all tools and techniques are alike, so it may just be a matter of time and having a bit of patience before you see them. The following chapters cover the introduction to the SAP company, milestones, and the most popular applications for Enterprise Business Suite. Now I'm going to dive into each of those individually. SAP is a German multinational software corporation that makes enterprise software to manage business operations and customer relations. Headquartered in Walldorf, Germany, with regional offices around the world, more than 80% of Fortune 500 companies have successfully implemented SAP products. SAP was named the most valuable brand in Europe with a value of over 33 billion euros in 2015. Now for a brief history lesson. So SAP was founded in 1972, and in 1973 their first commercial product R1 was launched that offered a common system for multiple tasks with databases, allowing saving of data in a central system. Then in 1979, SAP brought R2 to the market, which was expanding the capabilities of material management and production planning. Moving on, SAP developed and released R3 in 1992, which was for better leveraging enterprise-wide information to coordinate all resources, information and activities needed to do business, such as order fulfillment, billing and HR management. Then in 2004, R/3 Enterprise was replaced by ERP Central Component, that's SAP ECC. The SAP Business Warehouse, SAP Strategic Enterprise Management, and Internet Transaction Server were also merged into SAP ECC. In 2010, SAP AG announced the release of SAP HANA 1.0, an in-memory appliance for business intelligence, allowing real-time analytics. That's up to the present day. In 2015 then, SAP released S/4HANA as its next generation business suite. The application is expanded with HANA in-memory hybrid database, a more simplified data model with no aggregates and no indices, and the user experience platform Fiori to develop user-friendly and secured corporate apps. When we talk about SAP, we're generally speaking about the main product, so that's SAP Business Suite. This is an enterprise platform that consists of a collection of different modules that have been provided by SAP. Business Suite is often broken into two main categories, ERP and Extended Operations. ERP Core deals with internal data across different departments like sales, production, procurement and financials. The ultimate goal for ERP is to manage internal enterprise data such as people, money and products in a central system. To extend your company's success by managing spend, optimizing resources and streamlining operations even better, we've got to extend the central system to connect to external data with complex calculations and analyses. So, other than ERP, there are 4 systems as extended operations. These are firstly Customer Relationship Management, or CRM, and this helps companies acquire and retain customers, gain marketing and customer insight. Then there's Product Lifecycle Management, or PLM, and this helps manufacturers with product-related information. Thirdly, Supply Chain Management, or SCM. This helps companies with the process of resourcing its manufacturing and service processes. And then finally, Supplier Relationship Management, or SRM. This enables companies to procure from suppliers. The SAP ERP provides large businesses with a single software system to support all major business functions, no matter the industry. SAP's ERP is a suite of integrated modules used to collect, transact and report on data from their business activities. It enables the flow of information between the different parts of a company and with outside stakeholders like customers and vendors. And one of the questions we get a lot from people who are at the very beginning of their SAP journey is, what is SAP HANA? Why is it important? I know you're talking about it all over the place, but you never tell us what it is. SAP HANA is an in-memory database. It stands for High Performance Analytical Appliance, in the idea behind that it's a database that is substantially faster than any traditional database that runs on the disk. But why does that matter? Well, it matters because you have all of these different pieces of the business solution that are now feeding data back and forth. You've got a database that's constantly getting data from all these different sources. You've got all the traditional business sources that you're bringing data in and out of. So that could be your contracts and sales, purchase orders, all of the transactional data. But you've also got UX and UI data. You've got information that's coming into and out of your website, into and out of your forms. And then you have the proliferation of mobile data. So that's data coming out of mobile devices, not just from your customers, but also from your workforce. As our workforce goes increasingly mobile, you've got more and more information that's coming from those data sources. And then you've got all of the machine learning solutions. So what good is data if you're not going to do interesting things with it? So you've got machine learning that's both reading from and writing to that HANA database. And then you've got the IoT sensors. We've got IoT sensors in everything now. So you might have IoT devices in your factory, in your warehouses, your points of presence and points of sales. IoT sensors are everywhere. And so you get this massive amount of data that's all coming in, and you need a database that's able to handle it. That's why HANA exists, because it's the core of your digital enterprise. It's the core database that everything feeds into. And why does that matter? So let's talk about S/4HANA. S/4HANA is the application suite that goes around it. So you've got fairly normal components that go into it. The first one's going to be your ERP, the traditional SAP product, the one that everybody knows about. But you've also got the CRM, SRM, SCM, and you've got cloud solutions like SuccessFactors and Ariba. These are all important components of S4 HANA deployment. That's the piece that sits here right in the middle. That's the NetWeaver stack, which is an application platform you can deploy applications onto that can communicate back and forth with the database. And so not only do you have the data sources coming in and out, but now you've got all the applications that go along with it. So you've got applications that run on SAP NetWeaver platform directly. But also anyone can develop on top of that NetWeaver platform. So a third party, business partner, a consultant, anybody can develop an application that's specific to your needs. That goes along with the NetWeaver platform. And why does all of that matter? What good is data if you aren't going to do things with it? Otherwise it's just sitting out there. It's data in a warehouse. And that's where we start talking about the analytical pieces. Now I like to break up the analytical pieces into 3 levels. So your first level, that's going to be your tactical level. That's going to be your business intelligence platform. That's a central place where any employee who's got access to the system can go out and put together a query to get the data they need to do their job. The second piece is what I like to consider the enterprise level. That's going to be the machine learning or SAP Leonardo. That's where you're using artificial intelligence to go out and actually gain important insight into your data that you might otherwise never know about. Then that third piece is what I like to think of as the strategic level. That's going to be your digital boardroom. So that's your C-suite and your board of directors that want the top-down enterprise level view of what's going on in your system, what's going on in your factories, but they want to look at it at a strategic level. I want to see all of my factories, all of my warehouses at once. And then I want to be able to drill down. I see that we've got an uptime issue at this particular factory, or some sort of hang-up in this warehouse, or this piece of our inventory system, or this piece of our logistics trail. And they can take that and go from that very high level and then start drilling down into it piece by piece so that they can take the insight that they need to make those strategic level decisions. There are many benefits and limitations of using SAP. Reasons for and against implementing SAP at an organisation could fill an entire course. That said, let's just review the top benefits and limitations. So why would a company spend so much time and money getting rid of their old systems and transition to SAP? First, SAP eliminates information silos and standardises data across an entire company or multiple companies. For example, instead of having one system that handles all your company's vendors and a different system that handles all your company's inventory, all of this information is housed in SAP. As a result, SAP automates core processes. For example, is there a part that needs to be ordered every time your inventory reaches a certain threshold? Rules can be set up to automatically order the new parts from your preferred vendors when stocks hit a lower limit. Also, SAP ERP facilitates better decision making because all a business's processes are in one system. You can create powerful real-time reports that provide in-depth data. Having access to this information in real time allows decision makers to collaborate, solve problems, and recognize opportunities on the fly. Finally, SAP is known for prioritizing an organization's security and compliance. SAP Security Design feature allows for appropriate segregation of duties. It ensures only those who should be able to see sensitive information or make business decisions have the access to do so. It's also possible to customize SAP configuration settings with a company's policies, ensuring compliance across the system and with federal regulations. So, we've talked about the benefits. Now let's have a look at the limitations of SAP. SAP is notorious for a very high total cost of ownership, or TCO. There are very high acquisition and implementation costs, paired with recurring maintenance costs. Implementing SAP has a definite ROI, but it may be further away than companies realise. Not only is it expensive, it can take years to implement SAP across an entire organization. SAP is highly configurable, and because every company is unique, customizing SAP to fit a business can result in unexpected multi-year implementations. Finally, the software itself can be really challenging at first. There's a steep learning curve that requires proper training for users to get up to speed. In companies where people have been doing their job a certain way for years, there can be huge resistance to change. These growing pains have to be addressed proactively with a robust training strategy to get users up to speed. In the next section, I'll introduce the ways to build a business case for SAP S/4HANA. The business case is a great tool for advocating and ensuring that an investment is justified in terms of the strategic direction of the organization and the benefits that it will deliver. From the perspective of business cases, which approach that is appropriate for your organization really is a very unique case-by-case situation where it's really looking at the degree of change, and it's a risk management exercise. I won't go through every single option. I think these options are somewhat self-explanatory. In terms of what they are, you've got wide ranges from fresh implementation or re-implementation all the way to make a more step-by-step go into HANA, and then eventually move to S/4HANA. One lesson learned that I really want to very quickly share here is when you're constructing your business case, it's critical you start out with the right implementation approach that's suited for your organization, for your situation. What's maybe not so important at the early stage is figuring out every single step that's associated with it. At least I recently worked with a client who just could not help themselves in terms of getting into detail, and then it started going a little sideways in time. So try to cover off every technical question, every business question, and rather than focusing on the task at hand, which is to build a business case for people for all projects and launch the project successfully based on it. So to help you avoid getting into those traps, I've laid out a series of questions you may want to think through as you start to formulate your business case. It really starts with a business perspective. What are the reasons you're going? You want a next generation? What are the business drivers? Where are the benefits? Later on in this video, I'm going to take us a little bit into how we go about identifying the next set of questions. You know, what kind of risk, what level of change your organization is able to go through. There's always going to be competing priorities, and being able to balance that will be very important. And what's really very prevalent now is you're going to a cloud solution appropriate for you, or introducing a private cloud option as well as public options for S/4HANA. So that's certainly a consideration most organizations will go through. So the next question, what's the level of remediation? This is especially important for organizations who have a highly customized ECC system and they don't want to see that investment going away. So we'll get like now as we go to the next one. So to understand what the level of remediation required to bring those older codes behind a compliant is something we need to very quickly get our arms around. The last question is addressing any kind of external event that may affect your overall roadmap and decision. If you're in an industry where you have to be in compliance of external regulations, those deadlines will certainly have an impact on how you plan out your project. And this may seem like the complication that most of us would actually, in reality, like to make the process easier. I think many of you have heard about the new privacy. So it certainly kind of boxes you in and forces you to do certain things within certain timeframes. There's no one right roadmap for everybody. Everyone is using SAP differently. Your organization is structured not all that similar to your competitors or others in the industry. It's really good we all spend some time to study the decisions that were made by those other companies that have already made them. But my caution here to all of you is don't spend too much time on it. Take the lessons learned and move forward and really focus on what your business and your organization needs are, how your SAP system is supporting your business and your strategy. Your company's strategy certainly will be somewhat unique and different from all your competitors. So the decisions made by others are not necessarily going to resonate. Your organisation, it's more than just your ERP system. And the implementation roadmap should reflect that you need to consider there are new skills you're going to be acquiring. What's the effect? How do you go about supporting the system? You have to consider how the new business processes or the new functionalities would affect the users, what kind of training may be required. So it really needs to be a fully comprehensive, well-rounded roadmap to address all of that. And lastly, just repeating what I've already said before regarding external compliance and regulation, that's something certainly you'll need to consider as you build up your map. I hope in these next few slides to share with you an approach to building a business case for S/4HANA. So, I like this chart, first of all, just to help present the concept of the business case. So, what we have here is a time-based model. And you typically include a financial analyst on the team to help build this model out, most likely to be an Excel-based model. But if you think about it, if you have any capital investment, you have a series of inflows which are above the line, the central axis and central sciences, and you have a series of outflows. And then over time, we have the vertical bars representing the periods that would typically go over the years. And I'd say a 5-year model, normally a 10-year model is a huge investment, and S/4HANA longer is appropriate. If we take a look at the outflows first of all, period 0 is where we incur the bulk of those costs. So the largest box in the middle, that's the capital costs. And included in these costs would be our software licensing, perhaps system integration costs from the provider, like yourselves, for example. There may be customization costs involved. And if you're able to stick to the standard, then you'll have lower costs. But don't forget change management costs, stakeholder alignment, and so on. And there may be some backfill costs as well. Alongside the capital costs will be ongoing. So HANA costs, you'll be incurring software maintenance and perhaps some hosting costs, hardware maintenance, application support, and there may be a few others. So again, period 0 is where the capital costs go out. And there needs to be a team of people involved in pulling these costs together, because it will depend on the chart that we showed earlier on the different options on the face. You may want to include in the model those different options. Now let's take a look at the business benefits, which are the categories of groupings for the inflows coming in. I think this is a reasonable grouping of inflows. In your case, it may be slightly different. But let's take a look at the benefits. The first area is the cost avoidance in legacy. It's capital costs. So if you do nothing and you just stay on the current platform, you would have to incur capital costs on your legacy IT systems. Now, to the extent those are materials largely unexpected, you may be able to find them in your 3 or 5 year strategic business plans. And you'd include that as cost avoidance because it helps compensate for the offset in the capital costs you'll be incurring. And the way I structured this chart, you can see that I start these benefits in period 1. And they start later as you start moving down the time horizon to think about in this chart that I kind of moved from a position of more certain benefits to less certain benefits as you move up the line. So the cost of going into the legacy, its capital cost, is certainly something you'll avoid. You'll also avoid some cost avoidance in an ongoing operating cost as well. Maintenance fees, for example, will go away. Perhaps some of the application support will go away. But they'll be offset by the HANA costs, which are below the line. So these first two bars represent cost avoidance. The next level of the next 4 areas are more around benefits, and I've grouped them in this way. So the first area I chose and grouped is process harmonization benefits. This transformation in S/4HANA may enable you to run your business with best practices across the enterprise. So you may be able to use some shared services or shared service centers. So as a result of those processes, harmonization is doing things the same way throughout your enterprise. You may be able to realize some significant efficiencies. Now that may be in terms of the model that you don't hire into the future at the same rate that you've been hiring in the past as your business grows. So you're able to do 2 more with the same or less expense when you take advantage of some of the automation possibilities enabled by HANA. So I think it's essential to get your process owners and to look at those different areas in the enterprise so that HANA can help. So that's the process harmonization benefits. And then along with that, our new ERP capabilities. So HANA has many capabilities that may be relevant to your business. So that's the next level of benefit groupings I have. For example, new capabilities in asset management, faster, more effective MRP. Now we have embedded EIM. Again, essential to look at those and see if you're able to leverage and take advantage to help calculate some of the benefit. The grouping I have is working capital improvements. Now, I think the reality is that what the benefits to working capital really flow out from the 2 previous bars that I've mentioned. Because they tend to be more one-time benefits, I've treated them as a separate bar here. And I think the major areas would be in your trade receivables, in your payables, and in your inventory or your days stock on hand. So if as a result of S/4HANA you're able to realize improvements in any of those key working capital areas, then you'd incorporate those into the model as one-time benefits. And then finally, S/4HANA is clearly the basis of the new digital core. It's the foundation for the digital enterprise, serving as the basis for business innovation and simplification. If as a result of putting in S/4HANA, you've planned or intended to take advantage of new capabilities such as blockchain or Internet of Things or robotic process automation, to rely on that, you may want to also include benefits associated with those process improvements and incorporate that into your business case. So, just to summarize on this slide then, this is an abstract model of a way of thinking about cost categories and benefit categories. And if I jump to the end of a business case, then I have a summary sheet. And a summary data visualization could look something like this. We've got the x-axis in the middle, a 0, and anything below the line shows money going out, and anything above the line shows money coming in. Even though the numbers don't look anything like that, these are real categories you need to think through and think about. To help you better understand the business, we model a company called Orange Limited Corporation. It's an electronic consuming products manufacturer based in Los Angeles. Orange Company produces and sells mobile phones, PCs and tablets. Their main customers are located in America and Canada. Orange Company also publishes shares in many financial markets. The organisation structure of Orange Company is a typical traditional one, easy to understand, and it represents the most frequently used organisation structure. The traditional take on organisational structure in a business is hierarchical, meaning power flows vertically and upward, and employees are departmentalised. All employees follow a chain of command. For instance, the CEO has final say on operations in all divisions, but each department has a manager who runs day-to-day operations and ultimately reports to the CEO. Please check out the organisation structure in the following documents. So let's look at how to create the logon system in SAP GUI. Double-click on SAP Logon with the mouse. Now on the screen we can see the SAP Logon window. It displays a list of available SAP systems: IDES1, Orange DEV, Orange PRD and Orange QAS. Click on the New button to create an available SAP system and the Create New System Entry window pops up. Click on Next, select Connection Type, enter the system description in Description, input Application Server, Instance Number and System ID, and click on Next. Choose network settings based on your network condition. If it's good, select High Speed Connection LAN Radio button and click on Next. In language settings, select default value as the logon system language. Move to upload, download encoding area. Select default ANSI for Unicode systems value as encoding. And click on finish. The system ID ES2 has been established in the SAP logon window. You can also click on edit to change the system. If you don't use the system anymore, you can click on delete to delete the system. Right, this is about how to log on the system using SAP GUI, SAP Graphical User Interface. Double click on SAP Logon icon to start SAP GUI. On the screen we can see the SAP Logon window, and this displays a list of available SAP systems: IDES1, Orange DEV, Orange PRD and Orange QAS. Choose the system you want to log on to. So let's take Orange QAS as an example, so select it and double click. On this screen we type the client name 380 and enter role test 99 in user. Enter the password in the password. Now if you log on for the first time, your system administrator would give you an initial password. You'll be asked to enter a new one now, and after that you'll use your own password whenever you log on. Enter EN in language and press enter. Now it's the first time for us logging onto the system, so a password change dialog box displays and you enter your own new password in new password. Enter this again, then in repeat password, as you're required to confirm the password change. And once you've done that, click enter. Choose enter now as many times as needed, so reading any system messages that might display until you get through to the SAP Easy Access screen. This screen is the default initial screen in the SAP system. The left side contains a tree hierarchy of the menus available to you in the SAP system. You can use the right side of the screen to display your company logo. This graphic is made available centrally by your system administrator. SAP offers two formats to display a menu of transactions. These are the role-based user menu and the SAP standard menu. Role-based user menu is a collection of activities used in business scenarios. Users can access transactions through their own role-based menu. The system administrator will set this up. The menu is then transferred to the front end. You can display the role-based user menu by clicking on the user menu button. The SAP standard menu is a complete list of all possible transactions offered by the system. You can display the SAP standard menu by clicking on SAP menu, and you can expand the tree hierarchy by clicking on that too. So click on the log off button and the system pop-ups log off dialog, and at this point you can choose yes, and then we log off the system. Alright, let's look at all the kinds of SAP's useful toolbars. So double click on SAP Logon to start the SAP GUI. That's the graphical user interface. Now on the screen we'll see the SAP Logon window and the list of available systems. These are IDES1, Orange DEV, Orange PRD and Orange QAS. Choose the system you want to log on to. So let's take Orange QAS as an example and we'll select it and double click it. Now on this screen, type the client name 380. Enter role test 100 in user and the password in password. Enter EN in language and press enter on the keyboard. So we'll now get to the SAP Easy Access screen. The menu bar is the top line of any primary window in the SAP system. The menus shown depend on which application you're using. These menu items may also contain cascading menus. You can check the system information by choosing System, Status, and you can check the personal data by choosing System, User Profile, Own Data. Let's move to the command field. You can start applications directly by entering their transaction code in the command field. You can find the transaction code for an application in the status bar on the SAP Easy Access screen, and I'll explain that later. So let's take transaction code SU01, which is user maintenance, as an example. So enter SU01 in the command field and click on Enter to gain access to user maintenance initial screen. Now on user maintenance initial screen, you can change the user information. So enter user role test 100 and click on change. And this will take you to the maintain user screen. On this screen, you can change the user role test 100 information. We don't change it, so we click on cancel to cancel this activity. So back on the user maintenance initial screen, we want to get to SAP Easy Access, so we'll click back. Now, let's learn about the standard toolbar. So the buttons in this are shown on every SAP screen, and in order to explain it better, we'll expand the tree hierarchy of the SAP menu over one page as preparation. If you put your mouse over a button, the system displays a flag with the name or function of the button. So for example, print and log off. If certain buttons are not available in an application, the buttons you can't use are deactivated. So for example, save, back and cancel. We can use find and find next to search content on the screen. Let's take transaction code CO01 for example. So click on Find and then search in menu tree, enter CO01 in Find and choose the Find button. And we'll get now CO01 with material. Click on Find Next and we'll get CO01S Create, which contains CO01 and other CO01s which exist in a tree menu. We can also use first page, previous page, next page and last page buttons to navigate the content over one page. So let's learn that Create New Session button opens a new session. So there are now 2 sessions. After I click on Create New Session, there are 3 open sessions. And I can close one by clicking on Log Off. So that means there are now 2 sessions as before. We seldom use Generate a shortcut, but you can have a try and it's very simple. Now here pressing F1 of your keyboard will activate SAP Help functionality, so we seldom click on it. Customize local layout can be used to personalize the style of your SAP system. After finishing customizing layout, you just need to log off, then log on again and the layout will take effect. Then we use the transaction code SU01 to demonstrate title bar, application toolbar, tab page, input field, checkbox and status bar. Enter SU01 in the command field and click on Enter. On User Maintenance initial screen, enter Role Test 100 in User and click on Change. You'll get now to the Maintain User screen and we'll select the Defaults tab. The title bar names the function that you're currently using. The line in which Maintain User locates is the title bar. The application toolbar shows the buttons available in the application that you're currently using. Now the line in which Change Display and the Details button is located is the application toolbar. and you can switch between change and display mode by clicking on Change Display. A tab allows you to organise several screen areas to improve clarity and organisation of data. Now, defaults, parameters and roles are all tabs. Input fields, so you can enter text. Let's take Start Menu for example and enter VA01 in the field. Checkbox allows you to select several options from a group of fields. Take Output immediately and Delete after output, for example, and select both of them. I'll now create a new session and use transaction code MB51, which is the material document list, to explain the radio button. Now, with radio buttons, you can only select one option. Database determines optimum access. Start off with material number and start off with posting date are radio buttons, so you can only select one of them. Then, back in Maintain User screen, I'll demonstrate the status bar. The status bar displays information on the current system status, such as warnings and errors. You can also change the display variant to show, for example, the transaction code of the transaction you're currently using. INS and OVR are used to control overwriting. In OVR mode, new content will overwrite the previous content. In INS mode, this is not the case. Take entering value in the output device, for example. Now the system is in OVR mode, we enter COOIS. Then switch to INS mode and enter MSCIN. Now we can see what the difference is between the OVR and INS modes are. Click on Save and the error message appears on the status bar. We correct the error. Click on Save and success message appears on the status bar. Okay, let's log off the system. Alright, let's learn the SAP favorites. So double click on the SAP logon icon to start the SAP GUI, the graphical user interface. On the screen, we can see the logon window with a list of available SAP systems. That's IDS1, Orange DEV, Orange PRD and Orange QAS. We'll choose the system you want to log on to and we'll take Orange QAS as an example, so select that and double click. On this screen we type the client name 380, enter roll test 100 in user and the password in password. Enter EN in language and press enter. And we'll then get through to the SAP Easy Access screen. We'll go to the Production Order Information System and we can expand the tree hierarchy of SAP to find it and double click on it. Now here's a tip. If you want to display the transaction code of an application, you can click the right mouse button in the blank. Choose Settings, select the checkbox Display Technical Names. When you expand the tree hierarchy of the SAP menu again, you'll find the transaction code COOIS of the Production Order Information System. As the title bar displays, this is a Production Order Information System screen. Suppose you're the manager of Production Department of Orange. You'll frequently use transaction code COOIS. For your convenience, you can put this in your favorites. How do we operate it? Well, select COOIS Order Information System, click on the right mouse button and click on Add to Favorites. You'll now see it appears in Favorites. Just click on COOIS in Favorites. You'll get to the Production Order Information System screen. Okay, back to the SAP Easy Access screen. If you can remember the transaction code, for example, CO03 displays production order, then the operation is much easier. Just select Favorites, click on the right mouse button, and click on Insert Transaction. And pop up Manual Entry of a Transaction dialog and enter CO03. And this appears in Favorites. Okay, just click on CO03 and Favorites. You'll get to Display Production Order screen. Okay, back to the SAP Easy Access screen. In addition to the transaction code, you can add other objects to Favorites. Take web address or file, for example. The operation is very similar to adding CO03. I'll add the web address of Google, http://www.google.com, to Favorites. Just select Favorites, click on the right mouse button and click on Add Other Objects. In the pop-up Add Additional Objects dialog box, select Web Address or File. In Add an Address or File Path, enter Google Search Engine, and then in text enter the website Google, so www.google.com in a web address or file. Choose Continue. And you'll see the web address of Google now appears in the Favorites. Double click on SAP Logon icon and that'll start the graphical user interface or GUI. And on the screen we'll see the SAP Logon window with a list of available systems. That's IDES1, Orange DEV, Orange PRD and Orange QAS, and you choose the system you want to log on to. Let's take Orange QAS as an example, so select and double click. Now on this screen we'll type the client name 380 and enter roll test 100 in user. Enter the password in password and enter EN in language. Press enter and we're on the SAP Easy Access screen. In the SAP Easy Access screen, double click on CO03 Display Production Order in Favorites. This will run transaction code CO03. In Production Order Display Initial Screen, click on Create New Session in the standard toolbar to open a new session. In this newly opened session, enter the transaction code COOIS in the command field and click on Enter. We'll get the Order Information System screen. So there are two open sessions now. /O displays an overview of sessions. I enter /O in the command field and press enter. And the system pops up overview of sessions. So there are two sessions now. One is display production order and the other is production order information system. If I choose generate, I'll open a third session. So now there are three open sessions. /O XXXX initiates the specified transaction in a new session. Now we can see the production order information system session. In the production order information system session, enter /OME21N in the command field and click on enter to open Create Purchase Order. ME21N is the transaction code of creating a purchase order. So this is a newly opened Create Purchase Order session, And now we've got 4 sessions. The new session transaction of the status bar is ME21N. So let's learn that /n is used to cancel the current transaction. So enter /n in the command field and click on enter. This will cancel the create purchase order transaction. Okay, let me check it's worked. All right. Yep, the create purchase order transaction has been cancelled. The 4th session's been changed into the SAP Easy Access session. The next is /nxxxx, which is used to initiate the specified transaction directly from another transaction. MB51 is the transaction code of the material document list. So enter /nmb51 in the command field and click on enter to initiate material document list directly from the production order information system session. This is the material document list session. And production order information system session has been cancelled and replaced by the material document list session. So we've got 4 sessions: display production order, material document list, and 2 SAP Easy Access sessions. Alright, the next one is /i. We can use it to delete your current session. So enter /i in the command field and click on enter. This will delete the material document list session. So we've got 3 sessions now. So it's display production order and now 2 SAP Easy Access sessions. So the material document list has been deleted. In production order display, enter /OVA01 in the command field and click on enter. This will open a create sales order session. And VA01 is the transaction code for this. Alright, so this is a create sales order session. So there are now 4 again. So display production order, create sales order, and still 2 SAP Easy Access sessions. Alright, let's learn a new one. So this is /NEND, and we can use it to end the logon session with a confirmation dialog box. So enter /NEND in command and click on enter. Up pops the log off dialog and you choose yes. All sessions have now been ended. Choose Orange QAS system and double click it to log on. And it's the same as before, so type in client name 380, that's roll test 100 in user, the password in password, EN in language, and press enter to go to the SAP Easy Access screen. Alright, open 3 new sessions, so create purchase order, remember that's ME21N, create production order, CO01, and SAP Easy Access. Enter /OCO01 in the command field and click on enter. This will create production order session. Okay, done. Click on create new session to open a new SAP Easy Access screen and then enter ME21 in the command field and click on enter. This opens create purchase order. Okay, that's done. Alright, so next is /NEX, and we can use this to end the logon session without a confirmation dialog box. So in production order create, enter /NEX in the command field and click on enter. And you'll see that all the sessions have been ended without a confirmation dialog box. Maybe you're familiar with the help function of other software products like Microsoft Office. So let's look at SAP Help now. Okay, double click on the SAP logon and we'll start the SAP GUI or graphical user interface. Now on this screen we'll see the SAP logon window displaying a list of available systems. Here we've got IDES1, Orange DEV, Orange PRD and Orange QAS, and you choose the one that you want to log on to. In this demo we'll take Orange QAS as an example, so select and double click it. On this screen type the client names 380, enter roll test 100 in user, enter the password in password, enter EN in language and press enter to get to the SAP Easy Access screen. In order to explain field help, we use maintain user session. Enter SU01 in the command field and click on enter to gain access to user maintenance initial screen. On the user maintenance initial screen you can change the user information. Enter user roll test 100 and click on change. And you'll get to the maintain user screen. We select the defaults tab. Let's take the field logon language for example. If you've never used this field before, you'll need to find out what type of data you need to provide, and you can use F1 for help. F1 will provide technical information on the field. Okay, we've pressed F1 on the keyboard and up pops the Performance Assistant window. We can see the technical information about logon language. For the field logon language, you'll want to know whether there are possible values that already exist for that field or not. You can use F4 for help. F4 help will provide values that can be entered in the field. Okay, so we've now pressed F4 on the keyboards and the system pops up the language window. We can see the logon language list that we can select. Choose ZH Chinese as the language and click on Save to save the change. In addition to field help, the SAP system provides comprehensive online help. You can display this help from any screen in the system. You can also always request help by using the help menu or choosing the relevant icon. The help menu contains the following options. So there's application help, which displays comprehensive help for the current application. Selecting this menu option in the initial screen displays help on getting started with SAP. SAP Library, that's where all online documentation can be found. Glossary for searching for definitions of terms. Release notes, this displays notes that describe functional changes occurring between SAP system releases. SAP Service Marketplace, this enables you to log on to the marketplace. Create support message. With support messages, you can directly contact the Responsible Solution Manager support unit from your SAP system. Settings. This enables you to select settings for help. Okay, now let's log off and then log on again to check if the logon language has been changed. So, choose Orange QAS and double click. And we'll log on again. Type the client names 380, enter roll test 100 in user, enter the password in password, enter EN in language, and press enter. We'll get to the SAP Access screen and you'll see now the change of logon language takes effect. SAP provides the function of personalizing your own data. For example, in this session we'll learn how to personalize our data. So double click on the SAP logon icon to start the SAP GUI graphical user interface. And on this screen we'll see SAP logon displaying a list of available systems. Here there are IDES1, Orange DEV, Orange PRD and Orange QAS. We'll choose the system we want to log on to and take QAS as an example, so select and double click on it. Now on this screen type client 380 and enter roll test 100 in user. Enter the password in password and press enter, and we'll get to the SAP Easy Access screen. Now remember from the last session, the logon language is Chinese, so we need to log off and log on with English again. And then I'll explain how to personalize your user interface on the SAP system. So enter SU01 in the command field and click enter to start maintain user transaction. Enter roll test 100 in the user field and click on change button on the application toolbar. In maintain user, choose defaults tab. Change logon language from ZH Chinese to EN English. Decimal notation is 1,234,567.89. Date format is YYYY/MMDD. Click on Save to save the change. Then check decimal notation and date format by running the transaction code COOIS. Enter COOIS in the command field and click on Enter to start the production order information system transaction. Enter 100,000 in maximum number of orders field. Choose February the 28th, 2014 as basic start date field and press Enter. The maximum number of orders field is 100,000. And basic start date is 2014/02/28. Exit the production order information session and then change decimal notation and date format by running the transaction code SU01. It's the same as before. Enter SU01 in the command field and click enter to start maintain user transaction. Enter roll test 100 in the user field and click on change. In maintain user session, choose the defaults tab. Now, change decimal notation from 1,234,567.89 to 1.234.567,89. Change the date format from YYYY/MM/DD to DD.MM.YYYY. Save the change and log off. Now, logging on again, choose the orange QAS system and double click to log on. Now remember we're typing the client name 380, entering roll test 100 in the user, and the password in the password. Pressing enter gets through to the SAP Easy Access screen again, and the logon language is now English. Then start the transaction code COOIS. We'll check whether the changes of decimal notation and date format has taken effect or not. So, enter COOIS in the command field and press enter to start the production order information system transaction. Enter 100,000 in maximum number of orders and choose February the 28th, 2014 as the basic start date field. Press enter. Okay, the maximum number of orders field now says 100,000 with the decimal point, and the basic start date field is 28/02/2014. So the changes of decimal notation and date format have taken effect. Well done. Let's now log off the SAP system. This video lecture will go through how to use SAP Logon to gain access to the SAP system and navigate in the SAP system. So we're going to start the SAP Logon from the Windows Apps menu. Choose the Windows button and choose SAP Logon to start the SAP Logon process. Choose the T41 space system and choose enter. And enter the data. Client 400, username, password, language EN for English, and choose enter. Now we're here, we're going to locate a variety of transactions via the SAP Easy Access menu. So choose the SAP Access menu, then choose Accounting, and choose Financial Accounting, Accounts Receivable, and then choose Account. And you can see the transaction text of display balances and display change line items are located in the account folder. Now you have specific transactions that you use frequently. To facilitate access, you create entries in your favorites folder. So we're going to create a favorite for the display balances transaction. So we choose display balances and choose add to favorites on the application toolbar. Now you're just beginning to use the SAP system and you want to personalize your user interface in SAP Logon. The first thing you'd like to do is have the success, warning and error messages appear in a dialog box. Then secondly, confirm that the date and currency format display are according to your preferences. So, firstly, choose Customize Local Layout in the System toolbar at the top of the screen. Now choose Options. Choose Interaction Design. Choose Notifications. In the Messages area of the screen, select the checkboxes Show Success Messages in a dialog box, Show Warning Messages in a dialog box, and Show Error Messages in a dialog box. Then choose Apply, and then click OK. Then you confirm that the date and currency format display are according to your preference. So on the SAP Easy Access screen, on the main menu bar, choose System, then User Profile, User Data, then choose the Defaults tab and change the decimal notation and date format to the format of your choice. And when you're done, just press Save. Okay, so let's talk about Fiori in general terms. What is it? Fiori is SAP's new browser-based user interface. So the idea is that you don't log into your old regular ERP system with the SAP GUI anymore. Instead, you use Fiori through a web browser. At the moment, SAP Fiori is actually free for all SAP customers. So SAP provides the license for free. So there's really no reason not to look into using it. And there's a lot of good upsides for it. Fiori is also available for the old ECC 6 system, but really mainly if you want to use Fiori today, you should be on the S4 HANA system. Fiori also supports HTML5. That's a new coding standard, which means it's completely responsive, meaning it responds to the device it's being displayed on. That means you can run Fiori with the launchpad on your regular computer, your laptop, your tablet, and even your mobile phone. It supports all of those devices. Also, it supports multiple operating systems, so it runs on Windows. It runs on iOS, so if you have a Mac computer and iPhone, it runs on that. It also runs on Android, so if you have a Google phone, same thing. You can launch the Fiori Launchpad from there. Also, it's available in multiple languages. I don't even know how many. They keep adding to it. But now, just like the SAP system in general is available in just about any language which you can think of. Same thing for Fiori. Also available in multiple languages. And last but certainly not least, Fiori comes with a set of apps. And when they first released it, they had like maybe 100 apps or so available. And then suddenly it was 300. And I think now they're up to over 10,000 apps. That list is always growing. They keep adding more and more apps to Fiori, and that covers really all areas of enterprise. So there's finance apps, apps for procurement and sales and logistics, HR, anything you can think of in the system, there's typically an app for it. And if there isn't one, there's probably one being developed. Or you can always custom develop your own apps too. That's absolutely possible. Now let me show you why Fiori exists. So here's a few sample screens from the SAP ECC6 system from the user interface displayed through the regular SAP GUI. So here's one. Here's another one. So just by looking at this, if you're familiar with working with SAP through the SAP GUI, you could kind of tell already that these are, I don't know what the words are, very challenging screens, all right. So there's a lot of fields and a lot of buttons, a lot of icons on there. Each one of these things does something. So it's not very user-friendly if you think about it. This screen alone has over 100 items on there that you could click on that do something. So this has been a point of contention over the last few years in the user community. People always want something that's a bit easier to work with, a little cleaner, a little more modern. And that was really SAP's main motivation when they worked with Fiori. They wanted to make things easier for the user. Just to compare these screenshots, here are a couple of screenshots from the Fiori interface. So you've probably seen this one a lot. Alright, this is a screenshot of the Fiori Launchpad displayed in different devices, either a laptop or tablet or even a mobile phone, and you can already tell it's very, very different from the regular SAP GUI screens. And once you work with the Launchpad and you click on one of these tiles, you might see a screen that looks like this displayed through your browser. You can tell it's a very clean and modern look. It's again browser based, so you just use your regular web browser to display this, and it's much easier to navigate, much cleaner looking, alright. So that's a very big change or departure from the old screens we had to work with to the new Fiori screens. Fiori includes apps or these tiles, and there are 3 different types of app. The first one is a transactional tile or transactional app, and they do things like transaction codes in the SAP system. They can create, change, display or post things. So for example, create a customer would be a transaction, or post an invoice. That would be a transactional app, and that's one of the categories or one of the types of app that exists in Fiori. The second type is analytical apps. Those are apps that visually display analytics information, reporting information or key performance indicators or any kind of metrics you want to track. And they do this in real time, so the numbers you see are updated in real time automatically. You don't have to manually run a report for this anymore. And then the third type of app is called a factual app. And that's more of an informational kind of app where you can display documentation or fact sheets or kind of contextual information that's related to the business object you're looking at. Okay, so keep that in mind. 3 types of apps. Most of the apps you'll be working with are the transactions, of course, and then the analytical apps to evaluate and report on key performance indicators or metrics. Okay, so here we are in the actual live Fiori apps library. And as we discussed in the previous module, a couple of things you can take note of on the top right. I've authenticated already to the site, so I'll have access to some additional capabilities, such as managing profiles and filters, which we'll cover in another module. If I've run previous app recommendations, I'll have a category to be able to review those. That wouldn't be here if I was anonymous on this site. But let's go ahead and take a look at this on the top page here, which you can always get to from this home button on any page. You have the ability to jump in and watch a quick video, just a quick overview about the library. You can take a look at these additional lighthouse scenarios for quick time to value Fiori scenarios. You can even get down and look at the external website and get a link to a Fiori action in a free trial to test it out and play with it. Now, in the top left here are high-level, what we call categories. Now, categories are really just predefined top-level filters that are very convenient and commonly used to drill into categories. Now, the apps library not only contains information on Fiori apps, but also on non-Fiori technologies, such as SAP UI5, SAP GUI, WebDyn Pro, and even Design Studio. The All Apps category is going to show you everything available in the library. So you can see that we have, at the time of this recording, just under 11,000 different apps. And again, this is not just Fiori apps. These are any UI technology available in the library. So sometimes this can be useful to get a count, or if you really need wide open searching. But frequently you'll go into a little bit more of a filtered start point. And that's what these additional categories are for. The first one lets you look at any UI technology application, but for S4 HANA. That would be our first filter. The next two are probably the most commonly used as starting points, and that's Fiori apps for S4 HANA. But a lot of customers, if they're still back on Business Suite, they want to know if Fiori apps are available, and they can begin to use those and deploy them for users, even as they're on their S4 journey. And do that with Business Suite, and this category is a great way to get a list of those Fiori apps on a Business Suite. Now, this next one, called Available for SAP Fiori Cloud. To explain this, SAP Fiori can be deployed in two primary ways. Traditionally, it can be deployed on premises, where you take and download the Fiori application content. You deploy it to an on-premise application server such as an SAP NetWeaver, but you're responsible for the management, the deployment, the transporting, all that type of governance work that goes with it. We also have available now the ability to deploy SAP Fiori on SAP Cloud Platform, our enterprise platform as a service offering. That offering is referred to as SAP Fiori Cloud, and these are apps that are pre-configured and optimized to run in SAP Cloud Platform in a decoupled fashion with predefined integration to a back-end S4 or Business Suite system. But this filter lets you quickly determine which of the Fiori apps are available to run on Fiori Cloud, and for more rapid time to value. So in this case, let's go ahead. A very common way to peruse the library for customers is what's available on S4 HANA from a Fiori perspective. Drilling into that category will show you a couple of things. At the very top here, you will always, again, when you have a list of applications or even additional filter categories, like this on the left side, your current filter selections will always be shown at the top. Fiori Apps Library is easy to navigate, filter and group in order to find applications of interest. But many might ask the question, well, how can I then discover which Fiori apps are relevant to me, based on my SAP system or implementation, without manually having to search for them? The Fiori App Recommendations function was created for you. The primary goal of the Fiori App Recommendations function is to identify Fiori apps that best fit your needs, based on the profile from your systems. What it really does is it provides a set of recommendations of app relevance and readiness based on your system. Now here, relevance is described in the Fiori apps that are relevant to you, based on the process ease that is being used in your system. So the system is trying to ascertain which processes are being used, so that it kind of prioritize which ones would be most relevant and have the biggest bang for your buck, if you will. And readiness describes how ready your particular system is in order to make use of or deploy those Fiori apps. Now, the analysis itself provides a list of the applications that are relevant for the process ease used. And we're getting a previous screenshot here on the right. It's going to show which Fiori apps are already installed, if any, because you may be doing this at a time after you deployed some, which can be used without a system update, which can be helpful. It will show apps that can be used, assuming that a software update or database migration requires. So that's going to require a little bit more work, and the installations required in order to use certain Fiori apps. So it's trying to give you a real picture of the effort that's going to be required to make use of the applications, but also the relevance of those apps to your system. How it works is it uses a list of transaction codes uploaded to the Fiori apps reference library, and the analysis itself will then provide back the list of Fiori apps in that kind of screen. We'll take a look at this momentarily based on your process ease. Also, as we mentioned, it'll check the readiness of your landscape and then provide some information about which apps are ready, which are going to require some additional work to be done, and display any kind of missing product versions that are required. So after you've logged in to the Fiori apps library, a wizard will guide you through the steps. The first thing you're going to do is upload or select what's called a usage profile. We'll find that in a moment. Next, you'll upload system profiles based on, it can be from HANA deployment or a front-end system or back in an SAP system in order to do that. You're going to give it a name and run the analysis. Now, just from a reference perspective, a usage profile is really referencing a downloaded list of transactions that you're using in a productive SAP ABAP backend system, whereas a system profile is really a list of the software component versions that are installed in your ABAP or HANA system. Now, we're not going to cover how to obtain these in this particular course, because that's not a Fiori apps library function. But the documentation that I will provide in the appendix of this course will link you through the document that provides details on how to obtain these profiles from your system. In this lecture, I will show you some basic operations in SAP Fiori Launchpad, like search for applications, add applications to your home tile group, create a new custom tile group, and launch and navigate through an application. So let's get started. To start the SAP Fiori Launchpad from the Windows Apps menu, choose the Windows button and choose Fiori Launchpad to start the SAP Fiori Launchpad. Enter your username and password. Choose the language, EN for English. Choose Log On. Find all the application tiles that contain the word stock in their title using the search feature, and return to the home page to display all applications. Choose Search at the top right of the screen. The search field opens. Now choose Apps. And in the search field, enter the word stock and press Enter. Applications tiles will appear in the result. Choose Home on the top left part of the screen, and you'll see all the applications again. Okay, next, find all objects in the system that include the word Germany, and return to the home page to display all applications. So for this one, ensure that the search drop-down is set to all. Now in the search field, enter the word Germany and choose Enter. You'll see a list of all objects where Germany is mentioned. Now choose Home and you'll see all applications again. Okay, next we're going to create a custom tile group named My Applications and then assign the following applications to your new group. So maintain business partner, create sales order, change sales order, create outbound deliveries from sales orders, pick outbound delivery, create billing documents VF04, sales order fulfillment, all issues, query browser, browse views. Ensure that the applications appear in the above sequence from left to right in the new tile group, and change the name of the change sales order tile to modify my orders. Alright, so start the personalize mode by choosing the user icon at the top left corner of your screen. Then choose the icon edit homepage. To create a new tile group at the top of the screen, choose the plus sign, add group. Now overwrite the text enter group name with the new group name My Applications. To add an application, choose the plus sign, open App Finder within the new group. Use the Application Catalog Selector drop-down list on the left to choose Sales Order Processing. Choose the pin icon below the Create Sales Order application to add it to your group. Choose the pin icon below the Change Sales Order application to add that to your group. Use the Application Catalog Selector drop-down list on the left to choose Sales Billing Document. And choose the pin icon below the Create Billing Documents VF04 application to add that to your group. Now again, use the Application Catalog Selector drop-down list on the left to choose CEC Customer Engagement and Commerce SD. And choose the pin icon here below the Sales Order Fulfillment All Issues application to add that to your group. Okay, so back to the Application Catalog Selector list on the left. This time we choose Logistic Execution Outbound Deliveries. And choose the pin icon below the Create Outbound Deliveries from Sales Orders application and add that to your group. And choose the pin icon below the Pick Outbound Delivery application to add that to your group. And then we're going to the Application Catalog Selector drop-down list on the left again to choose Analytics Query Browser. And here we choose the pin icon below Query Browser Browse Views application to add that to your group. Back to the Application Catalog Selector drop-down, and this time we choose Business Partner Data. And the pin icon below the Maintain Business Partner application and add that to your group. And on the top left, we choose Back to return to the personalized screen. Now we can reorganize the tiles by dragging them so that they appear from left to right in the following sequence: Maintain Business Partner, Create Sales Order, Change Sales Order, Create Outbound Deliveries from Sales Orders, Pick Outbound Delivery, Create Billing Documents VF04, Sales Order Fulfillment All Issues, and Query Browser Browse Views. On the Change Sales Order tile, choose the three dots icon at the bottom and select the Edit Tile Information option. And overwrite the tile name with Modify My Orders enter the subtitle Used to Adjust Pricing and enter the description text CFO to agree all Q4 discounts. OK, choose OK. And to exit the personalized mode, choose Save Changes at the bottom right corner of your screen. So next, we're going to launch the Sales Order Fulfillment All Issues application and display only orders that have issues relating to the delivery. So from your new personal tile group, choose the Sales Order Fulfillment All Issues tile, and you'll see a list of all orders that are not fulfilled. Choose the In Delivery icon at the top of the screen to show only orders that have a problem in the delivery stage. Open the order at the top of the delivery list and we can find out why the order isn't fulfilled using the Process Flow view. So for this one, to open the details view, choose first Order, then click the order number. In the bottom left corner, choose the Process Flow button. And notice the red circle around delivery and the text Shipping Issue. To return to the main issue, click this text and select Open in Issue. Now look in the bottom right hand corner, you can see the Post Goods Issue button. Post Goods Issue is offered to get this order shipped. And in the top left corner, choose Home and we'll return to the home page.
Welcome back. In this section, I'll talk about some basic system concept. We'll go through a few terminologies that we broadly use in the world of SAP. Now let me ask you a simple question. Do you know how we outline different business departments in the SAP Enterprise Resource Planning? Because it's really important to understand some basic system concepts like master data, organizational units and elements. With these concepts, you can easily map your business structure to SAP systems and get useful information on their activities. A company's enterprise structure is mapped to the SAP applications by using organizational elements. Organizational elements are the mechanism for defining a company's enterprise structure within the SAP system for legal and business-related purposes. Organizational elements include legal company entities, plants, storage locations, sales offices and profit centers. They may be assigned to a single or to several applications. Each organizational element, such as plant, is first defined in the implementation guide and then linked to other organizational elements, thus representing the whole enterprise structure. While defining organizational elements, remember they define the structure for how data is to be entered, tracked and extracted from the SAP system. The possible organizational elements from the highest to lowest level are client, company code, plant, storage location, sales organization, distribution channel, organization unit, and position. And in the coming slide, I'll explain the detailed relation between these. For example then, we've just drawn the most common organizational structure for Orange Company. So from the diagram, we can see client is the highest level of all organizational elements. Now, company code is the highest legal entity. Normally it's created by tax law, commercial law and other financial accounting criteria. Meanwhile, SAP Implementation Consultant will also consider geographical factors. Company code is a subsidiary of client. One client may have many company codes. Plant is a physical location which is set up in material management. The plant is also a central organisational unit in production and planning. It belongs to one company code, but one company code may have many plants. Storage location describes material stocks and inventory management, and it's affiliated to plant. Now, one plant may have several locations. For example, the storage locations of raw material R001 and finished material F001. Sales organisation is the central organisational unit in sales order management, and it controls the sales activities of different customers. Distribution channel can be used to define how the products reach customers. So, for example, we can sell goods from plant to retailers, then retailers distribute the products to customers, or Orange directly sells to the customer. Organisation unit describes the different functional or relational regional departments within an enterprise. Alright, in this section I'm going to talk about master data, the core data that is essential to operations in ERP. So first thing, what is master data then? Well, this is the core data essential to operations in a specific business or business unit. Master data is shared by different people for different purposes at the same time. Information about material, customers, suppliers are not changed frequently. Therefore, if the users have to re-enter this information, it'll be a huge waste of effort. So it's really efficient to keep this information in a place where every user can access it. So master data is normally created centrally for long-term usage. All applications can access master data, and people can pick up the organized data into different views. Some typical examples of master data would be materials master data, customer master data, personnel master data, and so on and so forth. So a few examples then. Customer master data describes the business relationship between a company and their clients. Generally, this contains the customer's general information, such as name and address, phone number, and other information. As the attributes in customer, supplier master data also contains the completed basic information to define the relationship between a company and their suppliers. Employee master data is used primarily by SAP ERP Human Capital Management module for management, and this function enables you to map your organisation structure efficiently. We plan to drill down to the details in the Human Capital Management section.
So we're going to display a material master record and locate various organisational and field level information contained within the material master record, and display the material master record with the SAP Fiori app Display Material. So to start the Display Material app in Group Master Data on the SAP Fiori Launchpad. And in the material field, enter TR504. And choose Enter. Select View Basic Data 1 and select View Sales Organization Data 1 and select View Sales General Plant Data. Then choose Continue. A new dialog box appears requesting organisational levels, so we enter Plant 1010, enter Sales Organisation 1010, enter Distribution Channel 10, and choose Continue. Now to locate and record the basic data, so on the Basic Data 1 tab you can find Material Description, Base Unit of Measure, Material Group, Gross Weight and Weight Unit. And to locate and record the sales data, on the Salorg.1 tab you'll find the delivering plant is 1010, the tax category is TTX1 output tax, and the tax classification is 1 full tax. Assume you're responsible for managing the master data of the customer records that are relevant to accounting in the financial department. After creating a customer invoice in the previous lecture within the logistics area, you now want to understand how a customer master record works and how it's integrated into the general ledger. Verify system settings that are important to understand the entry and posting of a customer invoice in accounts receivable. And display the customer master record of customer TZ03 and identify the reconciliation account that is stored in the company code data. To display the data code, we use the company code 1010 and the SAP Fiori app Maintain Business Partner. So in the SAP Fiori Launchpad, choose the Master Data tile group and start the SAP Fiori app Maintain Business Partner. And you get to the Maintain Business Partner screen. Now in the Business Partner field, enter TC03 and press Enter. Choose FI Customer from the drop-down list of the field Display in BP role, and you'll see the general information of the customer. Now change to the company code specific data and choose the company code button. And the company code 1010 is automatically displayed. So press enter. And the reconciliation account is displayed in the customer account management group. 1210000 is the reconciliation account that you're looking for. To understand the structure of the finance side of a business partner, switch to the Customer Payment Transactions group to check the default payment terms on the finance side. If you want to know the dunning information, switch to the Customer Correspondence group to check the dunning information. And close the window that opened during the process and return to the SAP Fiori Launchpad.
Okay, in this demo I'm going to show you how to display a customer master data. So I've opened up the SAP GUI and we'll locate a customer master record. Assume we're going to use the customer ROA00, company code 1000, IDSAG, sales organization 1000, so that's Germany, Frankfurt, distribution channel 10, final customer sales, and division 00, cross division, as a variant to display the customer master data. From the SAP Easy Access menu, choose Logistics, Sales and Distribution, Master Data, Business Partners, Customer, Display, and double-click Complete. Now enter customer RORA00. Then enter company code 1000. Sales organization, enter 1000. In distribution channel, enter 10. And in division, enter 00. Now choose Enter. Locate the general data. Choose the Address tab, and here we get the customer address related information. So you can see the street name is Waldstrasse 86 to 90. The customer is located in the city of Berlin. The customer search term is SAP01. Then we locate the company code data. Choose the company code data icon from the application toolbar. Choose the Account Management tab. Now we can see the reconciliation account is 140,000. The reconciliation account in General Ledger is the account that's updated parallel to the sub-ledger account for normal postings, for example invoice or payment. Then we navigate to Sales Area Data. Choose the sales area data icon from the application toolbar. Now choose the Shipping tab. We can see the shipping conditions is O2 standard. Choose the Billing Document tab. And we can see the terms of payment are ZB01. And all the information we have just seen is extremely important for a customer master record.
In this video, we're going to learn how to display a business partner master record for a supplier and use the SAP Fiori app to maintain business partner and display business partner TAV04. So start the Maintain Business Partner app in Group Master Data on the SAP Fiori Launchpad. In the Business Partner field, enter TAV04 and choose Enter. Now we're going to locate and record the general data. So display business partner in BP role business partner, Gen. The business partner categorization is organization. On the address tab, you can find the address information of this supplier. Search term S4F13. Street or house number, Main Street 199. Postal code or city 20000, Hamburg. Time zone is CET. And the language is English. Now locate and record the data for the business partner role FI vendor and for company code 1010. So change display in BP role and use the drop down list of the display in BP role field and select FI vendor. Now choose the company code button and the company code is 1010. And choose Enter. On the Vendor Account Management tab, you'll find that reconciliation account is 2110000. On the Vendor Payment Transactions tab, you can see that payment terms is 0001 and payment methods is T. Okay, so we're going to locate and record the data for the business partner role supplier and for purchasing organization 1010. So change the display in BP role and use the drop down list of the field display in BP role and select supplier. Now choose the purchasing button and the purchasing organization is 1010. And choose Enter. On the Purchasing Data tab, you can see that order currency is EUR and payment terms is 0001. The SAP ERP is broken up into different modules that all interact with each other to form a comprehensive solution. There are two types of modules in SAP, technical modules and functional modules. Technical modules deal with SAP infrastructure. Work done in technical modules will make sure the system runs correctly. Developing or maintaining functional applications is completed in technical modules. Because of this, most SAP end users never come in contact with any of these modules. We'll spend most of our time focusing on functional modules. Functional modules support transactions. These align with business practices. Modules have very strong integration. This means they send information between each other very efficiently, and this is one of SAP's biggest strengths. There are many functional modules in SAP. Here are some examples of the most common functional modules. Okay, let's look at a very high-level overview of the most important modules. The first group we'll look at are accounting modules. SAP Financial Accounting includes the general ledger, accounts payable and accounts receivable. Next is SAP Controlling. This is where profit center and cost center accounting occur. In the new S4 HANA, we combine financial accounting and controlling into one module, and we just call it S4 Finance. A third common module is Project Systems. This houses project planning, project monitoring, and project costing functionality. The next group are logistics modules. SAP Sales and Distribution has sales order processing and shipping. The SAP Materials Management module includes purchasing, inventory management, and valuation. Next, SAP Production Planning includes production order processing and materials requirement planning. SAP Quality Management is where incoming, in-process, and final inspections are all done, and SAP Plant Maintenance includes breakdown, predictive, and preventative maintenance functions. Finally, SAP Human Capital Management, and the human resources area can capture the entire cycle of an employee at a company, from a new hire all the way to termination. Besides the typical functional modules, there are many industry-specific modules available in SAP as well. Modules that are industry solutions start with I and S. For example, the ISA module is built for the automotive industry, while IS-IPM deals with the licensing of intellectual property. Modules that are financial services related are built for banks and insurance firms. Two examples of financial services modules are FSCM, which deals with claims management, and FSICM, which does incentive and commissions management. So that's pretty much about how we group different business activities into different modules in SAP ERP. I'll dive into the S4 Finance in the next chapter. Traditionally, logistics was broken down into different modules. So you've got sales and distribution, materials management, production planning, and then on the sidelines you have quality management and plant maintenance as well. And a traditional ECC 6.0 suite is made up of this whole portfolio. So you have the accounting, the cost applications, and the human resources as well. But logistics is traditionally made up of those modules. S4 HANA Enterprise Management Suites do encompass the traditional logistics modules of SAP, mostly SD, MM, and PP, but it's transitioning them and moving more into business scenarios, which I'll go into a bit more in detail on later. The new enterprise management is broken down. There's procure to play, plan to produce, order to cash, and request to service. And all of those are across new devices, across new services breaking into new markets. We've had a huge explosion of data over the last few years. With S4 HANA Enterprise Management, you can use that data efficiently, get reporting much more easily, and it's usable across multiple devices, so it's not just one server in a company anymore. That's the only way you can get your reporting from. S4 HANA Enterprise Management is acceptable across multiple devices and user-friendly across all of them as well. S4 HANA Enterprise Management allows for agile planning. The downtime that on-premises suite solutions have, this doesn't happen with S4 HANA Enterprise Management. Changes can be made during live operation. If stock or if a supply goes out of stock and that needs to be reflected immediately, there doesn't need to be any downtime for that. So there's agile planning with Enterprise Management. Different logistics processes can be simulated, so different scenarios can be imagined before they happen, meaning that a client can imagine different scenarios and see what effect that will have on other suppliers or the other areas within that business, and then find a solution for that before it happens. And that means it's proactive rather than reactive. Up-to-date data is displayed, changes can be seen immediately, again allowing for a faster reaction. And another important aspect is that books can be closed at any time with accurate profit and loss. So as a recruitment agency, we obviously speak to the consultants working through us very regularly. And we've had a number of consultants who consistently have a stressful end of month because they're working very hard to close the books. S4 HANA Enterprise Management is looking to change this to move away from that month end by giving people the option to close the books at any time. And there will be the accurate profit and loss right there and then. So it doesn't need to be a stressful end of month thing anymore. It can be an efficient month over the month run process rather than having to wait to the end of the month to get things done in time. So, how is it connected? S/4HANA Enterprise Management is connected across the whole SAP portfolio, from the Internet of Things devices to big data. It runs on a HANA platform which allows for efficient and simplified data extraction with instant insight. So with HANA there's one single source of truth, which means that reporting is a lot more efficient, a lot more streamlined, and the clients have access to the data straight away rather than having to wait for those reports to be generated. And then it all runs on a Fiori platform, so the quality of the user experience is increased across all devices. Again, not just that one server sitting in the company. If someone's traveling a lot and needs to do something on their iPads, they have the flexibility to do it because the role-based user experience is across all devices. So if you're coming from a traditional logistics background, what would you learn based on your experience? It's quite hard to say at the moment because of the way that S/4HANA Enterprise Management is being rolled out. As we mentioned before, SAP are moving away from the modular approach and they're moving towards the processes approach. So you can see procure to pay, plan to product, order to cash and request to service. These are more business scenarios rather than someone coming in as a sales and distributing consultant. So it might be that if you have 10 years of experience with SD, you might be better placed going in and doing all the cash, because that's where your experience lies. But, based on our knowledge of what the certification will include, you'll need to be knowledgeable across all of the areas to be an S/4HANA Enterprise Management Consultant. And it would probably be the case that once you have the certification, you'd then specialise in one of those areas. But SAP are focusing a lot more on certifications. They're putting a lot more importance on certifications to make sure that consultants who claim that they're certified in a topic are certified in the whole area rather than just being an expert in one particular subdivision. In the coming section, I'll help you walk through the most important components in the enterprise management in S/4HANA or logistics in ECC 6.0.
Okay, it's time to look at logistics. So let's have a look at how exactly logistics works. I'd like to show you how you can leverage this flowchart to explain the high-level workflow of logistics in a short time frame. I want to give you a way to understand what's going on within logistics function, so that includes sales distribution, material management and production planning. So you can decide if you want to learn more about how to improve function knowledge or ace an SAP job interview. Let's dive right into it. To help you better understand the process, let's assume you're the general manager of a computer manufacturer. At this time of the year, your salesperson Lisa is making a sales plan for next year. Let's assume the standard computer memory is 4 gigabits, and one of the customers in Lisa's territory wants to order a batch of PCs with 8 gigabit memory. In order to seize this opportunity, we've got to customize our standard products. So, Lisa creates a sales order in the sales and distribution module. For sales planning purposes, the planner, Jenny, will process make to order, because they've got to know and design the bill of material and routing. And then the planners can run material requirement, planning to calculate the quantities of raw materials. Then the process is going to flow to material management module. And in this module, the demands of raw materials are going to transfer to purchase department. The buyer of your company, Mike, who's responsible for making a purchase, will create purchase orders and go ahead and purchase the raw materials from your vendors. Your company inspectors in the quality department will inspect the raw materials that Mike has just ordered on the market when they arrive at the company. After the quality check, the raw materials that meet your standards will be moved to storage locations and the unqualified raw materials will return to vendors. Then your planner, Jenny, will assign tasks to the production lines based on the production line capacity. And in the world of SAP, we call this process capacity planning. Meanwhile, your keeper in the warehouse will also send raw materials or semi-finished products to the production lines by shop floor control. Now, when we've done all the routing to make this batch of computers, we're going to deliver quality assurance to the finished goods. And the qualified finished goods will be distributed to Lisa's customer, and the ones that didn't pass the quality check will be reworked or then scrapped. You, as the boss of this computer manufacturer, from a management perspective, want to monitor the real-time logistics status and corporate value flows by an information system and production reports.
The SAP Sales and Distribution module, or SAP SD, is the backbone of selling and transportation of products and services. SAP SD is a logistics module that's used to deal with customer and product-related data. Organisations use this data to manage all of the sales ordering, shipping, billing and invoicing of their goods and services. SD is best visualised when broken into the sales cycle. First are pre-sales actions, where inquiries and quotations are created. Next is sales, where the actual sales orders are created. Third is shipping. This is where delivery documents are created and goods are picked from the warehouse. Last is billing, where billing documents and invoices are created. Let's look at a typical sales and distribution process in the system. This is a sales quotation in the system. This quote is for a quantity of 5 hours of a service called Service Material 01. The total amount is $624 and the payment is due on the last day of the month. Quotations turn into sales orders, and we'll look at a sales order in SAP. In this screenshot, we can see a sales order with a net value. Sales orders are very similar to quotations. You can actually create sales orders with reference to the quotations that are already in the system. This will bring over a bunch of information, like the sold to and shipped to parties, so you don't need to re-enter that information. After sales orders, our shipping documents are created. This next shot displays the outbound delivery document. In this screen, we can see the dates where the products are being picked from the warehouse and the delivery date and time. We've looked at our sales quotes, sales orders, and outbound delivery documents. The final step in this process is billing. This screenshot shows an invoice with a net value that was billed on a certain date. We've had a look at the general sales and distribution process in SAP. Each of these steps in the SAP SD module generate transactions in the other modules in SAP. For example, when a sales order is generated, the system does a product availability check in the materials management area to make sure there's actually stock to be sold. At the same time, SAP also runs a credit check for a customer, and it runs a tax calculation in the FICO modules.
So in this slide, we're going to learn about the general business processes for sales and distribution. So first, sales support. At this stage, the members of sales departments can collect the sales data from different areas, analyse the data, and create sales files to make forecasts. Second, sales at this stage. Sellers can send sales intentions to the customers as an inquiry and then collect feedback from customers as a quotation. Sellers input inquiries and quotations into the system as a reference when a sales order is created. The sales order can adopt information from a quotation or inquiry. Sellers can refer to a sales order to create sales scheduling agreements or sales contracts. The sellers can also make an availability check to see if the material can be delivered according to the customer's requested delivery date while creating the sales order. After the goods are delivered, if there are any damages or defects, the reversal process will be triggered as a sales return. If the customer just wants to change the damaged goods, then the salesman will trigger subsequent free delivery. Sometimes the company wants to promote newly designed goods. The sellers will send samples to the customers without additional charges, and this is called free delivery. In the delivery process, if the inventory can fulfill the sales order, then the sellers notice the warehouse keepers to pick the goods and then transport the goods to the customer. This process is carried out based on outbound delivery notes, and the whole delivery process has a really close relationship with materials management. Finally, billing. When goods reach the customer and the customer agrees to receive them, accountants in the financial department will send the invoice to the customer and create a credit memo and debit memo as accounting documents. Management can check reports from the sales information system for further decision making. So to wrap up then, sales support, sales delivery and billing are the very basic processes of sales and distribution. And in further reading, you can check the most frequently used transaction codes in SD. As always, our editors have selected some further reading in the appendix, so do feel free to check it out. But in our next section, we're going to look at the business process in materials management.
The sales organisation 1010 received a purchase order from customer TC03 and the customer ordered 2 pieces of material number TF103. The customer reference is S4H03 and the customer reference date is today and the requested delivery date is tomorrow. So in this demo we will create with the SAP Fiori app, create sales order, a sales order as a scheduled order and use the sales organisation 1010, distribution channel 10 and division 00. So start the create sales order app in group order to cash processing from the SAP Fiori Launchpad. And you get to the create sales document screen. Now in the order type field enter OR. In the sales organisation field enter 1010. In the distribution channel field enter 10. In the division field enter 00 and press enter. And you get to the create standard order overview screen. Now in the sold to party field enter TC03. In the customer reference field enter S4H03. In the customer reference date field enter today's date. And on the sales tab page in requested delivery date of the document field enter tomorrow's date and press enter. And confirm the message with continue. In the all items area in the material field enter TF103. In the order quantity field enter 2. And to create the sales order choose save in the bottom right hand part of the screen. And you can see the system message that the standard order has been saved.
And now you've got the most fundamental knowledge about business processes in SAP sales and distribution. So in this demo, we'll assume that we've got a call from the customer RORA00 to order 10 pieces of material RF200. And the customer requests delivery in 2 weeks. Let's see how we do that in the ERP system. So from the SAP Easy Access menu, choose Logistics, Sales and Distribution, Sales, Order. Okay, choose Create. So we access the Create Sales Order initial screen. Enter order type OR, which is a standard order. Enter the sales organisation 1000, which is Frankfurt in Germany. Enter distribution channel 10, which is final customer sales. Enter division 00, cross division, and choose enter. So we access the create standard order overview screen. Now enter sold to party RORA00. Enter customer purchase order number group 00. And choose enter. Alright, now the requested delivery date of the document, we're going for August the 14th, 2015. And again choose enter. You'll see the system pops up a window that says change an invoice date. The billing date is redetermined. And that's great, you choose continue. Now we enter material RF200. And the order quantity 10. And choose enter. This screen is the standard order availability control screen, and we click on continue without confirming button to skip it. and choose Save. So the system now displays a message that the sales order 11782 has been saved with the sales document number. This number appears on the status bar on the bottom left-hand corner of the order window. And we choose Exit. This will exit the screen and then return back to the SAP Easy Access menu.
As we've created a sales order for a customer, on the customer's requested delivery date, the goods are taken from the warehouse and the goods issue is posted. So in this demo, we will need to create an outbound delivery to carry out this process. So we'll open the SAP Fiori app, create outbound deliveries from sales orders to create the outbound delivery for the sales order that you have created. So start the Create Outbound Deliveries from Sales Orders app in Group Order to Cash Processing from the SAP Fiori Launchpad. And you'll get to the Create Outbound Deliveries screen. Now in the Ship to Party field, enter TC03. In the Shipping Point field, enter 1010, then choose Go. Now mark your sales order and click Create Deliveries at the bottom of the screen. And you can see that one log has been created. Now choose the Display Log button at the bottom of the screen to navigate to the log. And you get to Analyze Delivery Logs screen. Choose the Deliveries category. You'll find the document number of the created outbound delivery in the log. And choose Home to go back to the SAP Fiori Launchpad. Now we're going to pick the material for the outbound delivery and post the goods issue using the SAP Fiori app Pick Outbound Delivery. So start the Pick Outbound Delivery app, and that's in Group Order to Cash Processing from the SAP Fiori Launchpad. And enter the number of your outbound delivery in the corresponding field. Then press Enter. On the Pick Outbound Delivery screen, ensure that you're in the picking process step. Now enter 2 as the picking quantity and press Enter. Now choose Save in the bottom part of the screen. And within the same app, the View GI Ready is displayed. To complete this step, choose Post GI on the bottom part of the screen. And you can see the system message GI posted. So now choose Home and we'll go back to the SAP Fiori Launchpad.
Alright, so we've just created a sales order. So now I'm going to show you how to create a delivery document with reference to your customer's order and then post it into the system. Then we can verify that the shipping documents were processed by using the sales document flow. So from the SAP Easy Access menu, we choose Logistics, Sales and Distribution, Shipping and Transportation, Outbound Delivery, Create, and Single Document. Now we choose with reference to sales order and enter the shipping point 1000. So remember, the shipping point is Hamburg. And enter the selection date. If needed, enter the order and we can use the sales order number that we created earlier. This sales order number should be default, and you can locate it in the system by using F4 to search for the sales order by the customer purchase order number group 00. Choose Enter. And save. The delivery 800149997 has been created. Okay, great. Let's post the goods issue for the delivery and view the document flow. So this time from the Easy Access menu, we choose Logistics, sales and distribution, shipping and transportation, and post-goods issue. Choose Outbound Delivery Single Document. We access this to create the Outbound Delivery screen. And then we choose Subsequent Functions, Create Transfer Order to create a transfer order. So the warehouse keepers can pick up the materials from the warehouse. Now enter the plant 1000 and choose Enter. On this screen we can see then that the warehouse keepers have picked up 10 pieces according to the delivery document required. Choose Posting. And the transfer order has been created successfully. Choose the Post-Goods Issue icon from the application toolbar. And the document will be saved and the posting will be performed. This is indicated by the message in the message status bar. So we can now see the message delivery 800149997 has been saved. Choose Document Flow. And we can see all the documents here related to the sales order. And then choose Exit to exit the screen.
Okay, after goods have been delivered to a customer to fulfill a sales order, we want to bill the customer for the delivery and view the documents posted from Sales Order Management. So in this video we're going to learn how to create a billing document. So start the app Create Billing Documents VF04 and we'll create the billing document with reference to the outbound delivery, and we'll use the sole two-party TC03 as selection criteria. Alright, so to get started, start the Create Billing Documents VF04 app in Group Order to Cash Processing from the SAP Fiori Launchpad. And you'll get to Maintain Billing Due List screen. Enter your sole two-party TC03 in the respective field and click Display Billing List at the bottom of the screen. Select the row with your outbound delivery and click Individual Billing Document at the bottom of the screen. On the Invoice F2, Create Overview of Billing Items screen, select the item and choose Save at the bottom of the screen to create the billing document. Now the number of the created document is displayed at the bottom of the screen, and you can close the Maintain Billing Due List browser tab. So next we're going to display the document created by Sales Order Management and view the accompanying accounting document. So start the Manage Sales Orders app in Group Order to Cash Processing from the SAP Fiori Launchpad. And you get to the Manage Sales Orders screen. Now in the sole two-party field, enter TC03 and choose Go. Select your sales order and click the icon on the right side of the item line in the list. And your sales order is displayed. To display the documents created by Sales Order Management, choose Display Document Flow.
We can see the invoice is in Document Flow.
So choose Back, close the Display Standard Order Overview Browser tab, and then choose Home to go back to the SAP Fiori Launchpad.
When the customer has received the ordered materials, it's time to bill them by sending an invoice. In this demo, I'm going to show you how to create a billing document, and then we can verify that it was created by using the sales document flow. We still use the outbound delivery document created in the previous lecture to create the billing document. So from the Easy Access menu again, we choose Logistics, Sales and Distribution, Billing, and Billing Document. Now choose Create and we'll access the Create Billing Document screen. And we need the document number from the previous lecture. If you remember, that was 800149997. Okay, choose Enter. Now we can check the voice net value. If it's correct, choose Save. And the document will be saved and the posting will be performed. You can see this is indicated by the message in the message status bar. Choose Exit to exit the screen and return to the SAP Easy Access menu. Okay, let's display the document flow. So, from the Easy Access menu again, choose Logistics, Sales and Distribution, Billing, and Billing Documents. Choose Display. We access the Display Billing Documents screen. Your delivery document number should default so a user entry isn't required, and you don't have to enter the document to view the document flow. Choose Display Document Flow from the toolbar. We can see the invoice is in Document Flow. So choose Exit to exit the screen and return to the SAP Easy Access menu.
The next module we'll take a look at is Materials Management, or MM. This is a logistics module that many other modules rely on to keep the supply chain functioning. Materials Management ensures that there are always the required materials in stock. The key benefit of Materials Management is the way it can help increase productivity and reduce costs by handling materials efficiently. 4 major components of the materials management in SAP are purchasing, inventory management, physical inventory, and material master data. The first major component of the MM module is purchasing. This includes procurement activities like purchase requisitions and purchase orders. Let's take a look at a purchase order in the system. This is a shot of a standard purchase order. We can see the vendor number and the date the order was created at the top. The grid below shows line items of what was ordered from the vendor, the delivery date, and the net price. In this case, it was one piece. It cost some money and it was delivered on a certain date. Inventory management in the MM module does exactly what it says. It manages the inventory. Examples here include goods receipts and internal transfers, where we move a material from one storage area to another. Let's look at an inventory management transaction in the system. This transaction is called Material Document List. Basically, it shows the movement history of a specific material. In this case, we're looking at the movement of a material. This is all happening at a specific plant number. The column on the left shows the storage locations, and each of the line items shows a movement. Closely tied to inventory management, we've got physical inventory. This is where physical inventory is documented, and we can run special inventory processes like cycle counts. A cycle count is where a small sample of inventory in one storage location is counted at a specific time. Let's look at physical inventory in the system. So this is a physical inventory document which shows a physical inventory count in one plant at the storage location. This planned count date was on one date and it was executed on the other day. Lastly, we'll take a look at master data in materials management. First are material master records. They include as many fields about a specific material. Next are vendor master records, which have all the physical and financial information pertaining to a vendor. Finally, we've got purchasing information records, which is basically the marriage between material information and vendor information.
In this slide, we're going to get to know general business processes regarding procurement. So first off, purchase requisition and approval. Now, in order to calculate quantities of raw materials, planners in planning departments will run material requirement planning. The quantities of raw materials will be converted to purchase requisition automatically or manually. Secondly, source determination, followed by purchase requisition. So buyers decide the most appropriate vendor based on purchase history, info records of vendor and materials, source list, existing contract and scheduling agreement. According to the company's need, buyers can also send inquiries to the different vendors, and then buyers are able to compare different quotations. Thirdly, purchase order creation. Now, purchase orders can be converted from purchase requisition or created manually. The purchase order adopts information from purchase requisition and quotation. Vendor scheduling agreement and contracts are also supported. Next, purchase order processing. So the purchase order can be printed out or faxed to vendors. Next is the order monitoring. If necessary, the system checks the reminder periods and automatically sends reminders to the buyers at the predefined intervals. The system also provides the up-to-date status of the purchase order. After order monitoring is goods receipt. Warehouse keepers will confirm the receipt of goods by entering the purchase order number and checking if the quantity order is sufficient. And we finish up with invoice verification. Warehouse keepers can check if the purchase order, invoice and material document are all consistent. Alright, here we're going to learn about inventory management. So inventory management activities can be divided into three categories. There's goods receipt, goods issue and goods transfer. So goods receipt first then. When a receipt from procurement and production, the stock can be managed as unrestricted use, blocked stock, quality inspection stock and special stock. Now, the special stock includes consignment, vendor parts and subcontract. Secondly, goods issue is the process of moving goods out of the storage location. The detailed processes are staging materials to production line, sales, sample inspection and scrap. Thirdly, warehouse keepers move goods along different storage locations. Goods transfer includes transferring company, transfer among companies and physical inventory variances. Though the consumable material like office supplies and assets are not stored in storage locations, inventory management can also manage these kinds of inventory.
In this lecture, I will show you how to create a purchase order to get started with purchasing a material. So the warehouse stock of material TR503 must be replenished, and we order 300 pieces of material TR503 for plant 1010 from supplier TAV03. We're going to use the SAP Fiori app to create Purchase Order Advanced to create that purchase order. So, start the Create Purchase Order Advanced app in Group Purchase to Pay Processing on the SAP Fiori Launchpad. And in the vendor field, we're going to enter TAV03. And in the material field, TR503. Now in the PO quantity field, enter 300. And the basic information for the purchase order is completed. Now to create that purchase order, on the bottom part of the screen you just choose the Save button. And the system message pops up letting you know that the purchase order has been created successfully. Close the Create Purchase Order browser tab. Now, after creating the purchase order, the purchaser needs to display it and track the whole purchasing process. Now let's display the purchase order we created just now. So we're going to use the SAP Fiori app to manage purchase orders to select all purchase orders for supplier TAV03 and your purchasing group Z03. So start the Manage Purchase Order app via Group Purchase to Pay Processing on the SAP Fiori Launchpad. And enter supplier TAV03 and your purchasing group Z03 as filter values. Purchasing group is the actual purchaser in the company. Now to start that selection, choose Go. And to display the details of your PO, click the purchase order number. and you can see detailed information here for this purchase order.
Suppose you're working in the purchase department and you're asked by the sales department to purchase 10 slugs for spiral casing for stock. To get the materials, you'll need to create a purchase order that can be forwarded to the vendor. So here I'm going to show you how exactly to do that for a stock material. Alright, from the SAP Easy Access menu, choose Logistics, Materials Management, Purchasing, Purchase Order and Create. Choose Vendor/Supplying Plant Known, and we access the Create Purchase Order screen. Enter vendor Baltus 00. If you don't see the details in the header of the purchase order, you can choose Expand Header to expand the header area. Select the Organization Data tab. This should be the system default, so a user selection shouldn't be required here. Now enter material RT100. And purchase order quantity 10. The net price is €2 for each piece. And enter plant 1000. Now storage location 0001. Choose enter and choose save. Now we receive a system message that the purchase order was created, so we can choose Exit to exit the screen and return to the SAP Easy Access menu.
Now after the supplier has received our purchase order, the supplier will then deliver the goods to us. So we need to receive the goods and put them in our storage locations. So in this lecture, I'll show you how to post the goods receipt for the purchase order. And after posting the purchase order, you can check the material stock and post further goods movements. So we're going to enter a goods receipt with reference to your purchase order or PO. And for an easy way to select your PO, we use the SAP Fiori app, My Purchasing Document Items. Post a delivered quantity of 300 to unrestricted use stock in storage location 101C. And we're going to use DLN03 as the delivery note. Okay, start the My Purchasing Document Items app in Group Purchase to Pay Processing on the SAP Fiori Launchpad. In the search field, enter TR503 and choose Go. Now switch from the overview list to the list with purchase orders and select your purchase order. Choose the Post Goods Receipt for Purchase Order button on the bottom part of the screen and enter the delivery note DLN03. The storage location is 101C, raw material storage location. And then we choose the stock type unrestricted use. In the bottom part of the screen, choose Post. And you can see that the system message material document has been posted successfully, so we choose OK. and then choose Home to go back to the SAP Fiori Launchpad. Now we're going to use the SAP Fiori app Material Documents Overview to display the material document, and in the material document go to Process Flow. So start the Material Documents Overview app in Group Purchase to Pay Processing on the SAP Fiori Launchpad. In the Material field, enter TR503 and choose Go. Choose the material document number or the icon on the right hand side of the item line in the list. In the material document, go to the process flow, and now you can see the process flow. So choose Home to go back to the SAP Fiori Launchpad. Now, transfer the unrestricted use stock of material TR503 in plant 1010. Transfer 150 pieces to storage location 101B, unrestricted use stock, and the other 150 pieces to storage location 101C as blocked stock. We're going to use the SAP Fiori app Transfer Stock in Plant and perform all bookings for plant 1010. So start the Transfer Stock in Plant app in Group Purchase to Pay Processing on the SAP Fiori Launchpad. Plant is 1010 Hamburg. And enter TR503 as material. Choose the button near the unrestricted use stock quantity in storage location 101C. And choose the button near the unrestricted use stock quantity in storage location 101B. Now in the dialog box, enter quantity 150, and choose Post. And you can see that the system message material document has been created. So we choose OK. Now, choose the button near the unrestricted use stock quantity for storage location 101C. But this time choose the button near the blocked stock quantity in storage location 101C. And in the dialog box, enter quantity, again 150, and choose Post. And you can see that the system message material document has been created. So we choose OK. So choose Home to go back to the SAP Fiori Launchpad.
Once you've received the shipment for the 10 pieces you ordered in the previous demo, you need a goods receipt to stock for the order. So let's learn how to create a goods receipt by referencing a purchase order. Back then to the SAP Easy Access menu, and we choose Logistics, Materials Management, Inventory Management, Goods Movement, Goods Receipt for Purchase Order. Now choose GR for Purchase Order, MIGO. And enter the purchase order we created in the previous demo. Now, if you didn't record your purchase order number, you can search for it by choosing and searching on the material field using material number RT100. And then we choose Execute or Enter. Choose the Where tab and verify that the plant is 1000 and the storage location is 0001. And then select Item OK. Choose Post to post the goods receipt. And we'll receive a system message the material document has been posted. We can display the material documents from the same transaction that you use to post goods issue, MIGO, by changing the pull-down default from goods receipt to display. So choose Display, choose Execute, and then choose Exit to exit the screen, and we go back again to the SAP Easy Access menu.
In this demo, we will post an invoice for the purchase order for 300 pieces of material TR503, which you've created for supplier TAV03. So choose the search button on the right hand side of the header area of the SAP Fiori Launchpad, and in the search field enter TR503 and choose Enter. Now go to the list with purchase orders and write down the document number of your purchase order for supplier TAV03 and choose Home to go back to the SAP Fiori Launchpad. Now we're going to create with the SAP Fiori app, create supplier invoice, a supplier invoice for the purchase order you found. So on the SAP Fiori Launchpad, start the Create Supplier Invoice app in Group Purchase to Pay Processing. Now you get to the new supplier invoice screen, and in the header enter the company code 1010. And the transaction is invoice. You don't need to change it. The gross invoice amount is €2,320.50. And the invoice date is today's date. The posting date is today's date. The reference is INV03. The invoicing party is TAV03. Now for the item, enter purchase order number. The item quantity is 300 pieces, you don't need to change it. The item tax code is V1, 19% input tax domestic. And if you want to check the correctness of your entries at this point, you can choose Simulate in the bottom part of the screen. Okay, all entries are correct. So to finish the invoice creation, choose Post. And you can see the system message that the invoice has been posted. Do you want to create a new supplier invoice? Well, we don't, so we can choose No, and then just choose Home to go back to the SAP Fiori Launchpad.
And now you've received an invoice for a purchase material, so the next thing you want to do is post it in the system with reference to the purchase order for payment. So let's learn how to verify and post a logistical invoice. Okay, so again from the Easy Access menu we go Logistics, Materials Management, Logistics Invoice Verification and Document Entry. Choose MIRO Enter Invoice. And we enter the invoice date. The amount 20. And the tax amount 1.8. Make sure you've got your taxes defaulted to 10%. The reference document category should show Purchase Order Scheduling Agreement. So enter your purchase order number and then choose Enter. The invoice will post if the balance indicator is green. Now if it's red or yellow, you need to contact your instructor. Okay, choose Post. And from the status bar we can see that the accounting document has been successfully created. So choose Exit to exit the screen and return back to the SAP Easy Access menu.
Let's look at the SAP Production Planning, or the PP module. This module is used to help plan the manufacturing for sales and distribution of products. SAP PP has the ability to handle businesses that have both repetitive manufacturing models, where they manufacture products, stay the same over a long period of time, and discrete production models. Basically order-based production where the product can change often. 4 of the major aspects of the SAP production planning are the billing of materials, routings, capacity planning, and materials requirement planning. Let's look first at the bill of materials. The bill of materials is often called the BOM in SAP. It's a complete inventory of the raw materials, assemblies, and other components needed to manufacture a product. Essentially, a bill of materials is the ingredients list part of a recipe. Let's take a look at a BOM in the system. This is a screenshot of a bill of material for one material coded fast moving. We see that there are 3 line items, meaning there are 3 components. Each of these components has a different quantity needed to make up the BOM. Routings are up next. They're a description of which operations and in which sequence they need to happen for something to be produced. Routings are used for scheduling the production of semi-finished and finished products. They're also used to calculate the operation cost for a finished product. If a bill of materials is the ingredients list of a recipe, the routings are the step-by-step instructions of the same recipe, in this case to make a product. Let's look at routing in SAP. We'll look at the same product as in the bill of materials, coded as FIN50, fast moving. This is a simple routing where there's only one operation called assembly. This routing tells a lot of information. We have a base quantity, and it's going to take some minutes to set up the machine and some minutes of labour to complete the assembly operation. Next up is capacity planning, which is done to balance the production loads across different work areas, which are called work centres in SAP. This screenshot displays the capacity evaluation of the assembly work centre at plant over a specified date range. If we look at the row highlighted in yellow, in the last column we can see that our remaining available capacity is a couple of minutes. This is telling us that this work centre needs way more work to be done, so this work centre is fully utilised. Finally, materials requirement planning, MRP, is used to guarantee material availability for production. The key feature of MRP is that when it is run, it will create procurement proposals. It ensures production can happen, and it minimises the cost of holding too much unnecessary stock. So let's look at MRP in the system. This is a screenshot of a planning result for our material, FIN50 fast moving. It shows us that we have enough available quantity of this material in the storage location.
In this slide, we're going to learn general business processes about planning. Planning is generally divided into several steps, and these steps may be executed independently of each other, or they may collaborate. Let's assume that Orange is a net new company, and it's the first time to make a production plan and manufacture the product's mobile phone, PC and tablet. First, sales and operations planning, or SOP. SOP generates sales plans and production plans using forecast values and requirements from the sales information system and costing and profitability analysis. Sales information system, or SIS, you can display sales information in either graphic or tabular form. In costing and profitability analysis, or COPA, sales volume aims are set and budgets defined to achieve them. The requirements are reflected in the system as planned quantities of a product over a given period of time. The requirements are forecast on the basis of historical values, but are not necessarily created on the basis of a customer requirement. We usually take current stock into consideration. So Orange Company is a net new company, the stock is 0, and we have no need to refer to sales information system or do a costing or profitability analysis. The quantities of forecast are planned as product group, and the period of forecast is always 1 year. In this case, from now on till the end of the next 12 months, salespersons and production planners work together to forecast. Okay, in the US market, we'll produce 1,200 pieces of mobile phones, 2,400 PCs and 3,600 tablets. In the Canadian market, there'll be 4,800 mobile phones, 6,000 PCs and 7,200 tablets. Mobile phone, PC and tablet are different categories of Orange Company products. In the SAP system, we call them different product groups. Actually, we can assign different production quantities to each month, And in here we simply allocate the forecast evenly to each month. So in the US market we'll produce 100 mobile phones, 200 PCs and 300 tablets each month. On the other hand, in the Canadian market there'll be 400 mobile phones, 500 PCs and 600 tablets each month. Alright, second, demand management. Now at the demand management stage, sales departments can get sales orders from customers. This functionality is connected with production scheduling. Requirement quantities and dates for finished products and assemblies based on the plans from SOP are determined. If a salesperson gets a sales order for 50 mobile phones in the first month in the US market, we'll input the demand into the SAP system. This demand is derived from the customer side. In the SAP system, we also call this demand as independent requirement planning. So in the US market, we need to produce 150 mobile phones totally in the first month. Thirdly, master production scheduling aims at key parts and finished production. They have a considerable influence on company profits, or that take up critical resources, are carefully planned with extra attention. It always anchors the production planning of 1 month and makes it stable and smooth. MPS is an optional step in the planning process. In this case, display is the key part and takes up critical resources when producing finished products, mobile phones, PCs and tablets. If we have 1 display, we'll be able to produce 1 finished product. Now if we have 100 displays, we'll be able to produce 100 finished products. As we know, 1 device needs 1 camera. If we have 200 cameras and only 100 displays, we can only produce 100 devices. More cameras are completely useless, and display production is restricted to finished products. So, Orange Company Production Planner will run MPS for display. Now the next key concept in production and planning is material requirements planning, and the main task of MRP is to ensure material availability. That is, to procure the required materials in the correct quantities at the right time. It calculates the requirements of lower level materials, such as semi-finished products and raw materials. So, Orange Company Production Planner will run MRP for camera, screw and so on every day. And the output of MRP is either a planned order or a purchase requisition. Next to the materials requirements planning is manufacturing execution. It's so-called shop floor control, and we'll talk about it in the next section. Alright, in this session we're going to learn general business processes about production. So next step to the production planning is manufacturing execution. It is so-called shop floor control. This describes how we process a production order, and there are 9 steps in total for shop floor control. Settlement is part of cost controlling activity, and listing it on the slide just gives us a complete production process. In the process chain, production order is a central data object because it contains all the data relevant to production, such as material master data, BOM, routing and cost data. During implementation, the organizational structures are defined first. After that, the master data is defined. Master data is a term for main reference files of information, such as the material master file or the routing file. Master data records remain in the database for an extended period of time, and master data is shared across application modules in the SAP ERP system. Of course, master data that's obsolete can be archived. The material master contains all the information on all the material that a company procures, produces, stores and sells. The material master data is used by various business areas, for example purchasing, inventory management, production planning, production order execution and control. During integration, the data is stored without redundancies. Materials with similar basic attributes are grouped together by material type, and this means you can manage your materials according to their business requirements, such as raw material, semi-finished material, finished product and so on. You must assign the material type when you create a new material. You can create additional company-specific material types in customizing. Each user department has its own view of material master record. For example, data that relates to the accounting department is stored on the accounting view, and data that relates to materials planning is stored in the MRP view. The bill of materials is a complete, formally structured list of the components that make up a product or assembly. The list contains the item number of each component, together with the quantity and unit of measure. Bills of material, or BOMs, contain essential master data for integrated materials management, production control and product costing. A work centre is where an operation or activity is carried out within a plant. A work centre can represent anything as general as a geographic location or as specific as a particular machine within a department in a plant. Work centres are used in routings. They can also be used as a capacity collector for statistical evaluations. Maybe the concept is abstract. Let me give you concrete work centre examples. So, an automatic lathe can be defined as an individual work centre. A production line can be defined as a work centre. An individual person, such as production worker John Bush, can be defined as a work centre. And the above examples are also some of the work centre categories. A routing contains the operations to be performed and their sequence and the various work centres involved to manufacture an item. A routing can include the standard values or times for activities such as setup and processing, work centres where the operations are performed, the material components assigned to the operations, any production resources or tools necessary to perform the operation, and instructions of what to do at each operation. Cost data is defined in the controlling area. We can assign a given value to a production activity. For example, machine setup is $20 per hour. Then the system computes the planned machine setup cost using typical formulas and efficiency rates. After manufacturing, we can compare actual cost to planned cost. Okay, now you've got to know production order pretty well. Let's look at the production process. The output of production planning is either a planned order or a purchase requisition. Production orders are usually created from planned orders, and we can also create production order manually in the ERP system by Production Planner. This step is order creation. You must release a production order before you can process it. Releasing a production order means that Production Planner sends the production order to the production line. Workers will fulfill the production order in the workshop, and before you release a production order, you have to make sure that sufficient manufacturing capacity is available and set up the system to check the ability of components and production resources or tools. Of course, you can even specify availability checks to be carried out, available to promise calculations per production order. You can also specify whether an order can be released, even though it may have missing parts or production resources. Availability check for production order is configurable. Once the production planner has set the order status to released, the worker can print the production order and bring it to the warehouse as material requisition. Then the warehouse keeper will issue materials from stock. After getting necessary materials, production workers execute the production order on the production line. When the order is finished, the production workers will send the production to the statistician, and the production statistician confirms the production order operations to collect important data. Now, this is data such as quantities produced, scrap, production times, and completion dates. Completion confirmations clear capacity loads and collect data for production cost controlling. Confirmed labour can be transferred to SAP ERP Human Capital Management. Goods receipt to stock can be automatically posted when production statisticians confirm the order. Or alternatively, production statisticians can report them in a separate transaction. They can process goods receipts from production directly to available stock or to quality inspection stock. Goods receipt processing generates a credit posting to the production order that corresponds to the value of the product quantity based on its standard price. SAP ERP debits the value in the general ledger or GL to the stock account for finished products and credits it to a specific revenue account which represents the value of goods produced. You assign the GL accounts when you set up the system. The final step is settlement. Order settlement for a production order means clearing the differences between the actual costs incurred and the credits the order received from goods receipts. Order settlement demonstrates the close integration between production and management accounting in SAP ERP. Normally, a production order is settled when it's completed or before the month-end closing. During settlement, you can post cost variances to one or more cost objects. For example, you can post variances due to excessive scrap to a scrap cost collector and variances due to poor performance to a productivity problem cost collector. Alternatively, you could simply post the entire variance to inventory. The system posts an entry to the GL price variance account when you work out with standard costing. Okay, that's it for production processes and how it works.
In the following steps, you will create Planned Independent Requirements, or PIRs, and create demands for the MRP Live Planning Run. And we're going to log on to the SAP Fiori Launchpad and open the SAP Fiori app Manage PIRs. So start the Manage PIRs app in Group Plan to Produce Processing from the SAP Fiori Launchpad. Now we're going to select the MRP controller 003 for plant 1010 and select the end item material TF103 with the description Extreme Group 03. Maintain PIRs of 10 pieces starting in the 4th week after the current week for the next 4 weeks. And save the draft and release. So, select your MRP controller 003 for plant 1010. Select your item material TF103 with the description Extreme Group 03 from the list. Choose the icon at the right hand side of the corresponding line. Now maintain PIRs of 10 pieces starting in the 4th displayed week for the next following 4 weeks. And in the bottom part of the screen choose Save Draft. And in the bottom part of the screen choose Release PIRs. Then choose Home to go back to the SAP Fiori Launchpad. So we're going to now open the SAP Fiori app and display PIRs and enter your material TF103 for plant 1010. And this is the GUI-like visualization of the PIRs. So to start the Display PIRs app in Group Plan to Produce Processing from the SAP Fiori Launchpad. Enter your material TF103 . Enter your plant 1010 and then you just press enter and you can see the planning table for PIRs. In this video we're going to check the MRP Live Planning Run in the SAP S4 HANA Enterprise Management System. Log on to the SAP Fiori Launchpad, open the SAP Fiori app Display Multi-Level Bomb Explosion and display the bomb for the material TF103, the plant 1010, the bomb application PP01 and a required quantity of 1. Which components and raw materials are required for the production of the material at which level? So, start the Display Multi-Level Bomb Explosion app in Group Plan to Produce Processing from the SAP Fiori Launchpad. Enter material TF103, enter the plant 1010, enter the bomb application PP01, enter the required quantity 1 and choose Execute. And you can see which components and raw materials are required for the production of the material at which level. Okay, so choose Home to go back to the SAP Fiori Launchpad. As we mentioned before, production order is a central data object because it contains all the data relevant to production, such as material master data, BOM, routing, production version, cost collector, and so on. Your department handles requests from other departments to produce products. You're responsible for monitoring stock levels from production. First, you need to review a multi-level bill of material to see how many components make up the finished project. Alright, so let's learn now how to view the bill of material, the BOM, for a material and display its components.
Starting as always from the Easy Access menu, we choose Logistics, Production, Master Data, Bills of Material, Bill of Material, and Material BOM. Now choose Display. We access to display Material BOM initial screen, and the material is RF100. Now enter plant 1000, enter BOM usage 1. It means that the BOM was in mass production, and then we choose enter. The bill of material displays showing the RF100 material components, and as we can see, 4 components make up material RF100, including 1 document item. So we want to select component RB100 by selecting the box to the left of the material, or by placing the cursor on the line. Choose Extras, Display Assembly, and a Display Assembly dialog box appears, and we choose Continue. And the component's bill of material now displays, and there are 3 component materials for component material RB100. We choose Exit now to return to the SAP Easy Access menu. Now, open the SAP Fiori app, display routing for the material TF103 at plant 1010. Which operations, and we'll make a note of the operation numbers and descriptions, are executed at which work centres. So, start the display routing app in Group Plan to Produce Processing from the SAP Fiori Launchpad. The material is TF103 and the plant is 1010. Today's date is the key date. You just want to check the operations of the material TF103, so you don't need to change these fields. Choose Operation. View the operation overview. You can see the operation 0010 assembly is executed at the work center TA03. The operation 0020 testing is executed at the work center TT03, and the operation 0030 posting goods receipt is executed at the work center TT03. So close the display routing operation overview browser tab. Now, we're going to log on to the SAP Fiori Launchpad and open the SAP Fiori app schedule MRP runs. In the app, we're going to create a new job with description MRP Live Group 03 and plan all the materials for Plant 1010 and MRP Controller 003. Don't change the control parameters and schedule the job just once. So start the Schedule MRP Runs app in Group Plan to Produce Processing from the SAP Fiori Launchpad. To create a new job in the app, choose the plus sign, New. Change the job name to MRP Live Group 03. Choose Scheduling Options and select the Start Immediately checkbox. Now enter Plant 1010 and enter MRP Controller 003. Don't change the control parameters. Choose Schedule in the bottom part of the screen, and the MRP Live Planning Run is executed right now. So choose Home to go back to the SAP Fiori Launchpad. Okay, so we're going to choose the app monitor stock requirements list for your material TF103 and Plant 1010 to analyze your planning result. So start the monitor stock requirements list app in Group Plan to Produce Processing from the SAP Fiori Launchpad. The material is TF103 and the plant is 1010. You just want to check the stock requirements list of the material TF103, so you don't need to change these fields.
So press enter, and you can see the stock requirements list of material TF103 now. The quantity of stock is 0. The quantity of create planned independent requirements is -10, meaning 10 pieces demand. The quantity of planned order is +10, which means 10 pieces supply. So the supply is equal to the demand.
Now we know that the stock requirements list will help us monitor the production and planning process and display production related information. So here I'm going to show you how to display the stock requirements list. Again, from the easy access menu we choose logistics, production, shop floor control and information system. Choose stock requirements list and we access the initial screen. Now enter material RF100, enter plant 1000 and choose continue. At the present time no requirements exist for the material, so we choose exit to leave the stock requirements list and return to the SAP Easy Access menu.
In this demo, we're going to learn how to execute a discrete production. So we need to produce a finished product, TF103, in plant 1010 by using production orders, and convert a planned order you created in the MRP live planning run for TF103 plant 1010 into a production order using the Monitor Material Coverage Net Segments app. So start the Monitor Material Coverage Net Segments app in Group Plan to Produce Processing from the SAP Fiori Launchpad. And choose Go. In the material list, select the checkbox for material TF103. Choose Manage Materials in the bottom part of the screen. And choose the first planned order, choose Actions Convert, choose Convert to Production Order and then choose OK. On the stock requirements list you can see the created MRP element PRD ORD, which means production order, PROD. Write down the number of your production order, which you'll use later, and then choose Home to go back to the SAP Fiori Launchpad. Alright, so the next stage is to release production order using the Change Production Order app. So start the Change Production Order app Group Plan to Produce Processing from the SAP Fiori Launchpad. Enter the number of your production order. Choose Display Overview and press Enter. Now choose the release order on the top left of the screen and choose the Save button on the bottom right of the screen. OK, the production order has been released. Close the production order Change Initial Screen Browser tab.
Production orders are usually created from planned orders. The shop floor control describes how we process a production order. So you've been asked to place a production order for 10 pumps. In the real production environment, you also need to display the stock requirements list to confirm production order creation. So here let's learn how to create a production order. From the SAP Easy Access menu, choose Logistics, Production, Shop Floor Control, Order and Create. Choose Material and enter material RF100. Now enter plant 1000 and the order type PP01, the standard production order, will default, so the user entry isn't required here. Okay, choose Enter. On the General tab in the Quantities area, enter 10 in the Total Quant field. On the General tab in the Dates area, enter expected order finish date in the Finish field. We've entered August the 14th, 2015. From the application toolbar, choose Release Order. This means the order will be released to the production line after creation. You must release a production order before you can process it. Once you have set the order status to released, you can print shop floor papers, issue materials from stock, and confirm operations. After we see the release carried out in status bar, choose Save. Okay, from the status bar message, we know the production has been created. So we can choose Exit to go back to the SAP Easy Access menu. Now we need to access the stock requirements list to display that production order. So from this menu we choose Logistics again, Production, Shop Floor Control, Information System. Choose Stock Requirements List. And enter material RF100. Enter plant 1000 again. The information will default, so a user entry isn't needed. Choose Continue. Choose Details of Element. The system pop-ups the additional data for MRP element dialog box. Choose Display Element in the production order to display. And the system then jumps into production order that we've just created. So we can choose Exit to leave the production order create header screen and the stock requirements list. And we go back again to the Easy Access menu. Now, along with the production process, confirm the executed operations of the production order by using the Confirm Production Order Operation app. So, start the Confirm Production Order Operation app in Group Plan to Produce Processing from the SAP Fiori Launchpad. And you get to enter time ticket for production order screen. Now in the order field, enter the production order number. And in the operation field, enter the first operation 0010. Select the final confirmation as the confirmation type for the drop-down list. Deselect the checkbox of Clear Open Reservations. In the Yield field, enter the full order quantity of the production order and choose Enter. Now choose Save on the bottom right of the screen to confirm the operation. And you can see the system message that the order confirmation has been saved successfully. You only confirm the first operation. You still have 2 other operations needing to be confirmed. So repeat the last 3 steps for operations 0020 and 0030.
And then when you're done, close the Enter Time Ticket for Production Order Browser tab. So we check if the posting has been executed by using the Monitor Stock Requirements List app. So start the Monitor Stock Requirements List app in Group Plan to Produce Processing from the SAP Fiori Launchpad. Now, make sure the materials is TF103 and the plant is 1010. You don't need to change them, just press Enter. And your production order is no longer displayed on the list. Instead, you see that the stock has been built up to 10 pieces. So you can close the Stock Requirements List browser tab.
After the production order is finished, we need to confirm the production activity and carry out goods receipt of the finished goods. Completion confirmations collect important data, such as quantities produced, scrap, production times and completion dates. Completion confirmations clear capacity loads and collect data for production cost controlling. So let's learn how to confirm a production order. So from the menu we choose Logistics, Production, Shop Floor Control, Confirmation, and Enter. Choose For Order. Enter the production order number from the previous lecture. And choose Enter. Choose Final Confirmation to make the final confirmation of the order. The quantity will automatically default in the Yield to Confirmation field, so we don't need a user entry. And we choose Save. Now from the status bar we can see the confirmation has been executed successfully, so we can choose Exit and go back to the menu. Now we'll check the available quantity from the stock requirements list. So choose Logistics, Production, Shop Floor Control, Information System. Choose Stock Requirements List and enter Material RF100. Enter Plant 1000. Again, the information defaults, so we don't need a user entry, so we can just choose Continue. From the stock requirements list, we can see the available quantity of RF100 is 10 pieces. So choose Exit to leave this list and go back to the Easy Access menu.
In this lecture, you'll learn how to recognise the scope and function of the financial accounting module. You'll learn to identify financial accounting subcomponents. You'll also learn to understand the role of the financial organisational structure and how to identify the different integration points of the financial accounting modules with other modules in SAP. We'll first look at what S4 HANA Finance is in terms of its scope and the product structure, the way SAP structures its products and capabilities. We'll then dive into SAP's accounting concepts, how it breaks things down into different modules, and also how they are integrated. And we'll also focus on the SAP organisational structure. So with that said, let's dive into the details. The main scope of financial accounting really is to collect and classify all financially relevant transactions for a company. So it really is the heart of the system, collecting all of your debits and credits in a standard accounting format. Once the data has been collected, recorded and classified, it can then become the system of record to produce for external and internal financial reporting, primarily for legal entities and for your global organisation. Once you've collected the information, you can produce your internal and external financial reporting. The idea is also to empower decision makers to take appropriate action to improve company performance and reduce risk. All of the information in SAP is available in real-time flow between all of the modules, and this is so you don't have to wait for best processes or the end of the month to see specific reports. So this really is the main scope of what financial accounting is intended to do in SAP. So in terms of the modular approach of the product, the capabilities are structured as a set of modules and submodules. The key thing in SAP is that these modules share data and they're very tightly integrated. Think of them as pieces of a puzzle as they fit together. Core financial capabilities are part of the S4 HANA Business Suite, and then additional capabilities can also be added as optional extras. But the key takeaway here is there are many different modules and submodules in finance, but they're very tightly integrated together, and that's how the chief product is structured. Now, we're going to look at how the SAP Finance product is actually structured and its capabilities. When we talk about SAP S4 HANA Finance, when you license the product, you get certain core capabilities that are part of the S4 Business Suite, and then you get other capabilities which are available as optional add-ons or specialized products which can be integrated with S4. So for this course, we're going to focus on the core S4 Finance modules that you get with the standard S4 licensing. So in terms of these components, if we break this down into different business capabilities, the green boxes here represent the main business capabilities that you get with S4. So from a finance perspective, you get capabilities that cover financial planning and analysis. So typical things like planning, budgeting, profitability and cost management are included under this area. We also cover the capability of accounting and financial close, so the financial accounting processes like entering journals, periodic closing, consolidation and general financial reporting are also part of the standard core business suite. Capabilities with treasury and risk management are also included. This will cover things like bank and cash management and liquidity management as also being part of the S4 Finance core. Then finance operations, things like receivables, payables and invoice management are also part of the S4 core. There's also a basic set of governance risks and compliance capabilities with the standard core. These help you control user access control and compliance and audit capabilities. So these are all basic capabilities that every company will get by licensing Core S4, and we're going to focus on these areas in green here in more detail. As for the optional extras, we'll cover this later in the course. Some of the very common ones which are popular are things like BPC, which is more advanced planning and consolidation capability. And if you think of process maturity curve, a company may first adopt the more basic processes in the core and then expand to more advanced capabilities, or depending on the size of your organization. This is also where you can then adopt additional SAP capabilities like receivables management or a financial closing cockpit, or other areas where machine learning can also be adopted, like the cash application module. So these are all additional areas that can be added on, but these are optional areas versus the core. So this is just to give you a better understanding of how some of the product capabilities are structured. When we talk about integrated financial modules, think of this central section here representing financial accounting. This would be the central spine of your system. Everything integrates with finance where it's financially applicable. The labels here, FI and CO, stand for financial accounting and controlling is often more commonly referred to as management accounting. Then financial accounting is broken down into the general ledger, which is always there as a standard, and then you have accounts payable, accounts receivable, asset accounting, and cost and profitability components that are then optional to use that complement the general ledger. The key concept to understand here is that in any big organization or company, you also have outbound logistics, or what SAP calls sales and distribution, or SD, and then inbound logistics. In SAP, the main module for this is materials management, or MM. So what we're really saying here is that if you're doing procurement and you have purchase orders, goods receipts and incoming invoices, all of these modules here are tightly integrated real time with the financial accounting module. And in a similar way on the sales side, if you're creating sales orders, deliveries and customer invoices, these are also fully integrated in real time with the financial modules. So this is what we mean by having a tightly integrated system broken down into submodules with SAP. When we talk about how this integration happens in the system, the way S4 HANA is constructed, HANA is actually the name of the in-memory database. This is a very high-speed database that is SAP's core capability in S4, and SAP has an integrated data model with what we call shared master data. This involves real-time updates between the modules, and there's no data duplication or batch processing because you've got a shared database and shared master data. Whenever a document is posted in one module in the system and then you have subsequent follow-on transactions, SAP calls this the document flow concept. Finance and logistics processes are all linked together via documents. As an example here, if we had a sales order which referenced some customer market data, some product master data and pricing, we then have a delivery of SKU where we have weight and volume information referenced and a ship to address for the customer, and then we finally get to a customer invoice. We'd have a sold to partly and a billing and invoice. All of these flows are linked together via documents. What this does mean in SAP is that there's a very strong audit trail and you can drill down and back to have ultimate traceability of any flows through the system. So you could drill from invoice back to order or order down to invoice or even vice versa. This all happens in real time with no duplication, and this is what we mean when we say very tightly integrated systems in SAP. So next we're going to touch on the organization structure. So this is a core foundation which must exist before any master data or transaction data can be created in SAP. So think of org structures at the top of a pyramid, and then everything will be appended to this foundation. So the org structure is linked to every master data element and every transaction in the system. It also helps drive operational and business processes. So two examples of org structure would be the controlling area and the company code as examples. And we'll look at these in much more detail, but just think of the org structure as the top of a pyramid with everything hanging off that foundation. So, what will be the next logical step under the org structure? It's going to be the master data. So common data in SAP is stored as master data. The idea here is it's created once and then it's referenced by SAP modules for transaction processing. So examples of master data would be, for instance, your general ledger account or a cost center or a customer master record. These are all master records that are created once and shared throughout the system, and that's why it's referred to as common data. So once you have the org structure and you have master data, then you can transact in the system. So the lowest level is the transaction data. So business events are recorded as transactions in SAP, and the financial transactions themselves are recorded in the individual financial modules and submodules. So for instance, journal entries could be captured in General Ledger, AP and AR invoices captured in the AP and AR modules. So as the transaction data is captured and posted, it's automatically tagging on and referencing the master data and the org structure of the company. So this is a key concept you need to be familiar with in SAP to then fully understand how the structure functions. So now that you understand the concepts of the org structure, let's look at the financial organizational structure specifically. So the organizational structure for finance represents the structure of the enterprise in SAP. So the organizational elements are arranged to structure the corporation into its component parts, i.e. the company legal structure and its cost controls. So defining the organizational structure is a core foundation step in setting up SAP, and it requires careful thought and consideration, especially from a finance perspective. Let's look at this in more detail. So the finance team has a core responsibility to translate the corporate legal and accounting structure into the SAP organizational structure and its related master data, and this is to enable you to have a solid foundation for running the business. All other SAP modules will make reference to the financial organizational structure, and this is why it's a core responsibility of finance as a team to figure out, looking at the corporate legal and accounting structure, how do I translate that into an SAP organizational structure, as this will be a key underpinning for all other modules in the system. As an example, what are the elements in an organizational structure? We'll take you through a hypothetical example. At the very top of the organizational structure is something called an operating concerning SAP. This isn't something that you need to use all the time. Typically there's only one for an organization, but this is really an area that would be used for cost and profitability. In this example, we said it's the overall operating concern for the company. The next structure or part of your structure is called the controlling area. Again, in many cases you can use only one for a company, or you could have multiple, but having one is very common in current SAP permutations, even for large companies. The controlling area, again, also similar to the operating concern, represents a common area for cost control. So the controlling area is really more about cost control. The operating concern is more profitability. But the more you want to look across a large organisation, the fewer of these you should have. So having only one operating concern and one controlling area is also fairly common for large organisations. Underneath these organisational objects, one can then start attaching the legal structure. If we think of a company with multiple legal entities, there's an element here of the org structure called a company, and this company could represent multiple legal entities. This is a multinational or consolidated company type structure. And at that company we can then set up our individual legal entities. Let's say we had a company code which represents a legal entity. This is a US one, ABC Inc., another company code, XYZ Inc. So they're part of the organisational structure. They roll up to the consolidated company, and they're all associated with a common controlling area and operating concern to be able to do cost and profitability across the entire organisation. Now, with those common organisational structure elements, you can then attach master data, as we learned from the pyramid. In this case, we have a chart of accounts. This could be a global chart of accounts that all the companies and legal entities are assigned to. And you can also have a special country chart of accounts for the British company if required. Then under each of these legal entities, you could attach master data like cost centres. These are all bits of master data. They enable you to have more detailed cost control. Another organisational element you can attach to the company code or legal entity is a plant. The plant could be used for manufacturing in this instance. This is where you'd hold your inventory detail or subledger. Now that we've got our common controlling areas for cost and profitability, we've got our parent legal company, we've got legal entities underneath or company codes and cost control structures. We also have additional elements that can be used for cost and profitability for master data. The first key one would be profit centres. This example, if we wrote a manufacturer, we could have a profit centre called Triathlon Bikes, a profit centre for race bikes, and a profit centre for commuter bikes, as an example. This enables you to get an extra slice across the organisation, irrespective of the legal entities. Then there's another element in SAP called a segment that you could also use. The segment could be sport bikes and leisure bikes. Again, these are additional elements or master data elements that then attach to organisational structure elements like the company code, the company, the controlling, or the operating concern to enable you to structure your company. Hopefully from this example, you get an idea of why I said that in finance there's a strong responsibility here to determine what does the corporate legal structure look like. How does it roll up to a parent company? And how do we think about cost control and profit center and external segments, reporting elements to translate from operating the company to an SAP structure? This is what a typical finance organizational structure could look like, and how the master data in orange is tying into the blue boxes, which represent the organizational structure. In this part 2 of the overview, we're now going to look at the core financial modules themselves and the processes. So we're going to cover the general ledger or GL, accounts payable or AP, accounts receivable or AR, and asset accounting, AA, including a summary of FSCM representing financial accounting. This would be the central spine of your system. Everything integrates with finance where it's financially applicable. The labels here, FI and CO, stand for financial accounting and controlling is often more commonly referred to as management accounting. Then financial accounting is broken down into the general ledger, which is always there as a standard, and then you have additional accounts payable, accounts receivable, asset accounting, and cost and profitability components that are then optional to use that complement the general ledger. The key concept to understand here is that in any big organisation or company, you also have outbound logistics, or what SAP calls sales and distribution, or SD, and also inbound logistics. In SAP, the main module for this is Materials Management, or MM. So what we're really saying here is that if you're doing procurement and you have purchase orders, goods receipts and incoming invoices, all of these modules here are tightly integrated real time with the financial accounting module. And in a similar way on the sales side, if you're creating sales orders, deliveries and customer invoices, these are also fully integrated in real time with the financial modules. So this is what we mean by having a tightly integrated system broken down into sub-modules with SAP. Now that we understand the organizational structure, let's look at the core financial modules themselves. As we said before, the financial accounting transactions are all recorded in real time in finance. The key function is to enable legal and statutory financial statements and compliance, and to give a good audit trail between finance and operational processes. The two core modules that are often referred to are financial accounting, or FI, and management accounting, or CO. CO in SAP terms is strictly called controlling, but I find management accounting is a much easier concept to understand. So think of controlling and management accounting as being the same thing. The core modules that make up financial accounting are the general ledger, and there are various sub-modules of this. So profit center and segment, or profit center accounting, is one. AP, AR and asset accounting, we've already discussed these, the core sub-ledgers that integrate with the general ledger. Then under the management accounting side, or CO, which is around cost and profitability, we have additional modules. So there's one called profitability analysis, or PA, cost center accounting, CCA, product cost controlling, or PCC, and project system, or PS. All of these modules, whether they're part of management accounting or FI, are tightly integrated with each other. And in S4 now, we'll go through this as a concept of the universal journal. You can think of these as one big ledger. There's no longer such a strong distinction between FI and CO. The way to think about this again is that most of the financial components up here tend to drive your core traditional accounts and financial statements, whereas the management accounting or the controlling side here generates more internal management reporting functions. So this is how the financial modules are broken down, and we'll go through each of these in a lot more detail. Just remember, even if you see two boxes like this, they're very tightly integrated in real time. Right, so let's look at the first subcomponent or main component called the general ledger. The main function of the general ledger is to process outgoing supplier payments, manage supplier credit memos, withhold tax, etc., and also to produce supplier metrics for reporting, like payment days outstanding, etc. From an integration perspective, the accounts payable subledger would sit between an upstream logistics process like procurement and the general ledger. So in this case, if you have a procurement process where you have a supplier invoice being posted, it will first post to the accounts payable subledger, which holds the detail of the subledger, and then the subledger is linked to the general ledger with the reconciliation amount, and this is a real-time flow. If we now look at the accounts receivable subcomponent, this acts in exactly the same way as accounts payable. Here we manage and record financial transactions that are customer specific. And again, there's a customer subledger, and the detail of the customers is linked to the general ledger, also with the recon account. And again, this ensures that the GL and accounts receivable subledger are automatically in sync. If we look at common transactions in accounts receivable, we'd be doing things like processing outgoing customer invoices, processing incoming customer payments and cash, managing credit memos, refunds, etc. And again, customer metrics like debtors days outstanding, etc. From an integration perspective, again, accounts receivable subledgers would sit in between potentially logistics processes and the general ledger. If we had a sales order customer invoice, this would automatically create an accounts receivable subledger document, which would then automatically integrate with the general ledger, with the reconciliation accounts, and again, all happening in real time. You'll see there's a pattern here. We have the general ledger, and then we have additional submodules that hold more detailed information. The next key subledger is asset accounting. The main function of asset accounting is to manage and record transactions related to fixed assets. Things like your plant, equipment, fixtures and fittings, IT equipment, etc. And again, we have a subledger carrying the detail here that's linked to the general ledger with a recon account. This again ensures that the general ledger and the asset accounting subledger are automatically in sync. Common transactions for asset accounting, things like asset acquisitions, retirements and disposals. The asset accounting module calculates and posts depreciation, and you can calculate multiple book values, whether you need for GAAP purposes or tax, and from a reporting perspective, the asset register or depreciation forecast are common capabilities. From an integration perspective, we generally expect some kind of asset procurement process or asset under construction process, which would feed the asset accounting subledger, which holds all of the detail that is then automatically linked to the general ledger with the recon account. Similar pattern in asset accounting, accounts payable, and accounts receivable in SAP. One additional area to discuss here, which is called Financial Supply Chain Management, or FSCM. There are optional capabilities to manage more advanced processes. These capabilities are included in the S4 core. So if you're working with accounts payable or accounts receivable submodules that we just looked at, if you have credit collections or dispute management, you need to manage in-house cash or bank communications or treasury and liquidity planning in more detail. These are the capabilities that add on top and provide extra capability. Common transactions here would be to set and monitor customer credit limits. So although you've got the accounts receivable subledger and your customer activity, if you want to set and monitor credit limits, this is where the FSCM or Financial Supply Chain Management comes in. From the AP side, if you're paying vendors or from the accounts receivable side receiving cash, this is additional capability to help manage the house banks, the payment methods and bank communications. Importing bank statements, etc. This is optional capability that you can think about as you mature with your processes. Congratulations! You've now learned how to recognize the scope and function of the financial accounting module, learned how to identify the financial accounting subcomponents. You've managed to understand the role of the financial organizational structure, and we've also taken you through the main integration points of financial accounting with other modules in SAP. As we now go through the rest of the course, we'll go down into these elements in much more detail.
Okay, in this slide we're going to learn how financials integrates with materials management. Let's have a look at purchase to pay, financial document. Alright, purchase order creation first then. During purchase order handling, data such as supplier, material, plant and other data relevant to the purchasing organisation must be provided by buyers. No postings will be made yet in financial accounting at this stage. When goods are received, the system checks the quantity received compared to the order quantity. Material documents created to update the stock. At the same time, an accounting document created in financial accounting to post the value of goods to the material stock account or the consumption account on the debit side, and to a goods receipt and invoice receipt account on the credit side. After the invoice has been received, the vendor invoice will be verified for correctness. All of these purchasing processes are handled as part of logistics in the SAP system. The vendor invoice is posted, and at the same time a document is created in financial accounting to post the invoice amount to the goods receipt and invoice receipt account as debit and to the vendor account as credit. The goods receipt and invoice receipt account make sure a goods receipt is executed for every invoice and vice versa. The final step is pay for purchase order, and it usually takes place in financial accounting. The payment decisions about payment methods and bank settlement will be made.
Accounts payable have to pay outstanding invoices on vendor accounts. Although they normally use the payment program, occasionally they have to pay a vendor immediately. To do this, they use the process outgoing payment option. So let's learn here how to post a manual outbound payment. First, we'll check the account balance of vendor BALT US00 in financial accounting. Write down the debit value, the credit value, and the balance. Get a line item display of the open invoices. So, from the Easy Access menu, we choose Accounting, Financial Accounting, Accounts Payable, account, and display balances. Enter vendor Baltus 00. Enter company code 1000. Enter fiscal year and choose execute. Now write down the debit value, the credit value and the balance. Select the field for the actual period in the credit column and double click. There should just be one line item with the document number you posted in the previous logistic invoice verification and posting lecture. Choose Exit to exit the screen and go back to the original menu. Okay, next let's pay the outstanding invoice on your vendor account Baltus 00 using the Post and Print Forms option. You'll pay him by cheque and the house bank is 1000. From the menu this time choose Accounting, Financial Accounting, Accounts Payable, Document Entry, Outgoing Payment, Post and Print Forms, or Transaction F58. Enter company code 1000, enter payment method S, enter house bank 1000, enter printer for forms IP01, select enter payments, enter vendor Baltus 00, choose Process Open Items. Before posting, make sure that the not assigned amount is 0. Make sure that the proper item is activated. To activate and deactivate the individual documents, double-click on the amount field. If it's active, it's blue. Since we selected Calculate Payment Amount, the assigned total should come to the same as the invoice you selected. Choose Post. You can look at the print preview of the cheque. Click on the spool request number and select the item by clicking in the checkbox and select Display. Finally, let's check again the account balance of vendor Baltus 00 for the current year and use the line item display to check if there are any open invoices. So from the Access menu, choose Accounting, Financial Accounting, Accounts Payable, Account, Display Balances. Enter vendor Baltus 00, enter company code 1000, enter actual fiscal year and choose Execute. Again, write down the debit value, the credit value and the balance. Select the field for the actual period in the credit column and double click. There should just be one line item with the document number you posted in the previous step. Okay, choose Exit and we'll go back to the Easy Access menu.
In this slide, we're going to learn how financials integrate with sales and distribution. Let's take a look at order to cash. So firstly, sales order creation. The sales order can adopt information from a quotation. Sales scheduling agreements or sales contracts can also be created with reference to a sales order and are supported by the process steps. During the creation of the sales order, the availability of material will perform to confirm the customer's requested delivery date. Second, delivery and goods issue. An outbound delivery is the basis for a process when the goods are physically moved, as well as for the posting of the goods issue. Picking can be fulfilled by using the warehouse management system, and transportation can be planned and carried out. After goods receipt by customers, billing is the next step, and in this step an invoice is issued. It must be reflected in accounting. Final step, collect money. As the final step in the sales process, the customer pays for the order, and this, of course, must be reflected in accounting. Your customer purchased pumps from your company. You've received a cheque for €1,022.73 as payment for the sale of the pumps. We need to post an incoming cash from a customer. So let's learn how to display the customer's open receivables and process the customer's cheque by granting the customer a 3% cash discount. Alright, let's display the customer's open receivables. So, from the Easy Access menu, choose Accounting, Financial Accounting, Accounts Receivable, Account, Display or change line items or transaction FBL 5N. We access the customer line item display screen and enter the customer account, customer 00, and the company code 1000. Select Normal Items checkbox and choose Execute. We can see the open amount of receivables here for the customer 00 is indeed €1,022.73. Next, we'll post an incoming cash from the customer to process the customer's cheque. So, from the Access menu, choose Accounting, Financial Accounting, Accounts Receivable, Document Entry, Incoming Payments, or Transaction F28. On Post Incoming Payments header data screen, enter document date. And the company code 1000. Enter posting date. Enter currency rate euros. Enter bank data account 113108. And bank data amount 1022.73. Enter Open Item Selection Account Customer 00. Choose Process Open Items. The document you want to pay for is displayed. Note that the not assigned value on the lower right of the screen is 0. This means the payment you're entering corresponds to the document you want to clear. You can only save a document if the assigned value is 0. You can activate and deactivate items in this list by choosing Activate and Deactivate. Okay, you can now save the document and choose Post. And from the status bar, yep, success, we can see the posting document has been created. So we'll choose Exit to exit the screen and go back to the menu. Okay, in this slide, let's look at financials integrating with production and planning. So let's look at Plan to Product. The first step is Product Cost Planning. This estimates the goods or service costs. If bill of material and routing are available in research and design process, the system can automatically estimate cost. Now, if they're not available, accountants can either enter the costing items manually with the unit costing tool or transfer them automatically from a non-SAP system by using batch input. In the mass production phase, plants will create the production order, then the product cost controlling will be carried out. This focuses on simultaneous costing in the shop floor control process. Actual production costs accumulated alongside raw material consumption. When the production order is finished, then accountants can compare planned and actual costs. At the period end, the settlement will be performed. Accountants will calculate the value of goods, work in process, and the variances between the planned and actual costs, and they're going to settle them into controlling. Okay, I think we've learned the core concept and processes in SAP Financials. If you've got any comments, please leave them on the discussion board. Please do engage with further reading if you've got any chance. You'll find a lot more exciting content on there. Alright, in the next section then, we'll talk about human capital management. In the meantime, thank you for watching. If you want to get an idea of how the fixed and variable costs of your products have been calculated, to obtain this information, you want to analyse the standard cost estimate. So let's learn how to analyse a standard cost report. First, let's display a standard cost estimate for product TF100 in Plant 1000 by using costing variant PPC1. So through the menu, we'll select the option Accounting, Controlling, Cost Center Accounting, Information System, Reports for Cost Center Accounting, and Plan or Actual Comparisons. Okay, on this screen, enter Plant 1000, enter material number TF100, enter costing variant PPC1. And cost component view 01. Then we choose Execute and start the report. Select the line item and click on Detailed Report Cost Estimate to get to the details. Now, from the table we can see the values for cost of goods sold and cost of goods manufactured could differ during a specific time period. The difference is exactly the sales and administration costs. The material stock should only be valued based on costs of goods manufactured. If you want to know what the most expensive material is in the cost estimate, we can get to this information directly from the detailed list on the lower part of the screen. Select the layout 1 SAP 04, the assemblies or raw materials overview, by choosing Select Layout and sort the list depending on total values. To do this, select the header Total Value and then Sort. We only get the materials cost summarised over the Bill of Materials or BOM to the previous BOM level. To analyse the material costs of an assembly, we must select the cost estimate via the costing structure on the left of the screen. If we double-click on the node of an assembly in the costing structure, we select its cost estimate and can also select the corresponding material costs via the itemization report. If we want to look at the other costs, not just material costs, select Materials Only or all items in the costing structure. Choose Exit, exit the screen, and we'll go back again to the menu. Alright, so you've been asked to provide the loss and profit reports for a sales meeting, so you need to process balance sheet statements showing actual profits. So in this lecture, let's learn how to display the balance sheet and profit and loss statement in financial accounting.
Let's execute a standard report for the financial statement for company code 0061. Compare the actual posting period of the current year with the same posting period of the previous year. Use the drill down report and financial statement version 1CN for the leading ledger 0L. From the Easy Access menu, choose Accounting, Financial Accounting, General Ledger, Information System, General Ledger Reports New, Financial Statement Cash Flow, General, Actual or Actual Comparisons, Financial Statement, Actual Comparison, or you can use transaction S_PLO_86000028. On this screen, we need to input the selection conditions of balance sheet statements. In General Selection Criteria, enter currency type 10 company code currency and company code 0061. In the Report Selections area, enter Financial Statement Version. Enter Ledger 0L Leading Ledger. Enter Reporting Year. Reporting period from. Report period until. Comparison year. Comparison period from. And comparison period until. In Output Type area, select Graphical Report Output and leave all other selection fields blank. Now we can choose Execute, and we'll see the report. Open up the rows of the financial statement by clicking on the arrowheads. Let's check whether the balance of assets and liabilities is equal. The balance of assets, or application of funds, and liabilities, or source of funds, should be equal. Expand the subtree for the profit and loss statement by choosing the arrowhead in front of the line you want to expand. The profit should be mostly derived from the sales product. Revenue or income is marked negative. It could also be triggered from inventory change if a high number of finished goods were delivered to stock. It means that stock increases. We know how much the profit is and the loss statement and what business processes triggered the profit. If raw materials and consumables, staff, or depreciation cost the highest costs, the positive value blocks are expenses. Select the value for net sales products and drag it to Profit Center in the navigation area. To check for the profit center with the highest value. From the list, we can see the company achieves the highest revenues in which profit center. Alright, choose Exit and go back to the SAP Easy Access menu. As a cost center manager, you need to be able to compare actual costs incurred with those originally planned. Also, you need to be able to investigate those costs to identify their source documents. So here, let's learn how to execute a cost center report and drill down to source documents. Alright, we'll create and execute a cost center report showing actual and planned costs, plus a variance for cost center group H1000 in 2006. Use cost element group OAS. So, we enter transaction S_ALR_870136611 in the command field and press the Enter key, or we can select the menu option Accounting, Controlling, Cost Center Accounting, Information System, Reports to Cost Center Accounting, Plan Actual Comparisons. On the screen, enter Controlling Area 1000 and Fiscal Year 2006. Enter periods from January to December. Enter Plan Version 0 Plan Actual Version. Enter Cost Center Group H1000. Enter Cost Element Group OAS Total Costs. And execute. Then we navigate to the results for Cost Center Group H1200 and then Cost Center 2100. Select the folder H1200 Administration and Financials. Open the folder H1210, which is inside the H1200 folder, by clicking on the arrowheads. Cost Center pane on the left-hand side of the screen, and the values in the report area on the right will change. Next, let's investigate the occupancy costs by looking at a source document. So double-click on the Act Cost column value for the row 470,000 occupancy costs. Double-click on Cost Centers, actual line items in a dialog box that opens. Here you see the CO documents that make up the total on the face of the report. Double-click on one of the documents to show the original financial accounting entry. Click on the document header icon. The document type is KR, a vendor invoice. The document was posted by user ID Steiner. Suppose you're working as a company's sales manager and you like from time to time to run your product's profitability reports. Let's learn how to execute a profitability analysis report. So enter transaction KE30 in the command field and press enter. You could go through the menu from accounting, controlling, profitability analysis, information system, execute report. If a dialog box for operating concern is displayed, choose your company related one and select costing based. Press enter. Select report CO0030 operating profit report and choose execute. This will start it. On this screen, enter the company code, currency type and fiscal year. Select the output type graphical report output and again choose execute. We can analyze by different kinds of specific areas such as product, profit center, and product hierarchy and so on. Select these in turn by double-clicking on them in the navigation pane. We can get a lot of required values such as sales quantity, revenue, cost of goods sold, and so on. Of course, we can define different forms of profitability analysis reports from different aspects. We can also run them, for example, report CO0231, marginal profit list. On this screen, enter the company code, currency type and fiscal year. Select the output type graphical report output and again choose execute. We'll get required values on a detailed sheet at the bottom of the screen, such as marginal profit. Okay, fine. Choose Exit to exit the screen and return to the SAP Easy Access menu. Hi there, welcome back. In this section we're going to talk about human capital management. Almost every company has an HR department, so what exactly is human resources and why do we have to manage corporate human resources? We define human resource management as the management process of an organisation's workforce or human resources. It's responsible for the attraction, selection, training, assessment and reward of employees, while also overseeing organisational leadership and culture and ensuring compliance with employment and labour laws. In circumstances where employees desire and are legally authorised to hold a collective bargaining agreement, HR will also serve as the company's primary liaison within the employees' representatives. An organisation cannot build a good team of working professionals without good human resources. The key functions of the HR management team include recruiting people, training them, appraisals, motivating employees, as well as workplace communication, safety and much more. An efficient and effective HR department can initiate recruitment and training in a timely manner. New hire will have an easy onboarding with it. Meanwhile, the staff will get the opportunity to sharpen their existing skills or develop specialised skills, which in turn will help them to take up some new roles from the training process. And this is the major responsibility of HR. Moreover, a good human resource management can encourage staff to work in a harmonic work atmosphere. A person will be better evaluated and recognised by performance appraisals. So what is SAP HCM? Human capital management is another important module of SAP and it covers all human resource activities and processes. The HR module is an independent system closely integrated with PP and FI's modules. The Human Resources Department is responsible for a wide range of activities, including recruiting, maintaining new hires, managing employee information, the personnel department and payroll. To compete effectively, you need to align all corporate resources, including employees, with business objectives. You need to transform traditional human resources functions into a comprehensive program for human capital management, or HCM. With SAP ERP HCM, you can maximize the value of your employees and align employee skills, activities and incentives with business objectives and strategies. SAP ERP HCM also provides the tools to manage, measure and reward individual and team contributions. Alright, let's look at the detailed functionalities. In this slide, we're going to get to know the general functions in the Human Capital Management module. Let's take a look at each briefly then. So, organisational management. By using this capability, we can set up organisational hierarchies and employee relationships, and then store and administer employee data in the system. In general, we can divide the enterprise hierarchy into organisational structures based on an organisational plan and administrative structures. An organisational plan provides you with a complete model of the structural and personal environment of your enterprise. Hierarchies and reporting structures are clearly laid out. The organisational plan is the foundation of organisational management. The plan uses elements called objects, and the most important objects are organisational units, jobs and positions. The enterprise and personnel structures subdivide organisations and employees according to factors relevant to time management and payroll, and these structures are stored in customizing. SAP e-recruiting supports the recruitment cycle, including advertising, managing and selecting applicants and applicant correspondence. When an applicant is hired, applicant data in the recruitment system can be transferred to personnel administration as employee data. It's also a web-based solution. When applying for a position, candidates will be led through a wizard where they can enter their personal information like contact information, work experience, education, qualifications, preference, attachments and overview and release. They can also upload their resume.
TREX search functionality will allow the recruiters to search for text fields in the uploaded documents. Candidates can be external candidates or internal employees or both. And they can search for all openings or for specific reference codes. Integration between recruitment and personnel administration enables the applicant data to be transferred as employee data, which you then supplement with additional information such as benefits and salary. Employee data is stored in SAP ERP HCM as info-type records. Info-types have a text description and a 4-digit unique identifier. For example, the organisational assignment info-type has the number 0001. Employee data can be displayed, copied, corrected, and of course deleted. Tab pages offer an intuitive way of selecting the required info types. HCM administrators can select the info type they'd like to display or edit from a user-specific info type menu such as the core employee info menu. You can maintain info types in 3 ways. Single screen maintenance is an info type for one person. Fast entry is one info type for multiple persons, and the most widely used is personnel actions, which is a sequence of info types for one person. Let's have a look at a brief introduction to each. Personnel actions facilitate the maintenance of several info types for an employee in a specific order. When you carry out a personnel action, the system proposes all relevant info types so you can maintain them sequentially. When you hire an employee, for example, you have to enter many different types of data in the system, including master data such as name, address, benefits, etc. Data that's relevant for time management such as working hours, whether or not the employee must clock in or out, shifts, etc. and payroll. When a hiring action is executed, the required info types are presented to the end user one after the other in the specific sequence according to configuration. Organisational assignment 0001, personal data 0002, addresses 0006, planned work time 0007, basic pay 0008, bank details 0009. These are some of the info types created when you hire an employee. In addition to those just listed now, there are also country-specific info types which must be included in the hiring action. So, for example, taxes and benefits. You can change the number of info types included in the action, as well as the sequence they're presented in to suit your requirements. The completion of the hiring action results in the creation of a new personnel file, which consists of the various info type records. These info type records are equivalent to the pages of the personnel file. Actions simplify data entry because you don't have to access each info type individually. If, when you're carrying out an action, you don't have all the employee's information that you need, you can skip the info type and add the missing information at a later time. For global employees, SAP ERP HCM allows you to manage employees with multiple assignments. You're able to track and manage all of an employee's employment relationships in various countries in the standard system. This is especially important for global enterprises. In SAP ERP HCM, global employees are managed by linking each of an employee's personnel assignments to the person. SAP Performance Management offers a tool that enables you to track your employees' operative objectives. Furthermore, it enables you to pass corporate goals and strategies down to the employee level by helping you to establish detailed objectives and initiatives, hold performance feedback reviews, and make compensation adjustments. Performance management templates provide structure for individuals to create objective setting and appraisal documents. Performance management integrates with personnel development, enabling requirement profiles to be taken from the position requirements. The qualification profile of the employee who has been appraised can be updated after the appraisal process is completed. Once this process is complete, you can use integrated, automated follow-on processes, such as updating their qualification profile in personnel development or adjusting the employee's remuneration. Furthermore, performance management integration with learning solutions enables appraisal processes for business events and attendee appraisals. The SAP Learning Solution is a separate SAP software product.
The link to the SAP Learning solution enables you to access the individual functions of the application directly via the objects in the Business Event Catalog. You can access the most frequently used functions, such as the day-to-day activities, in the Dynamic Attendance menu. In the Personnel Development component, you can plan and realise personnel development and further education and training for your employees by integrating with training and event management. The personnel development requirements result from a comparison of the position requirements and the employee's existing qualifications. The information required for the comparison is stored in profiles. Qualifying actions such as trainee programs or participation in a sequence of courses can be assigned to employees using development plans. Employees' performance and behaviour can be appraised, the results of which provide information for employee development planning. Training and event management is an integrated component that supports you in planning, executing and managing your training courses and business events. We'll briefly explain the most important areas and processes in training and event management then. So it comprises 4 main processes: business event preparation, business event catalogue, day-to-day activities and recurring activities. The business event preparation phase comprises the creation and maintenance of all the master data you access when you create your business event catalogue, so time schedules, event locations, resources and so on. You also create the business event groups and event types that form the basic framework of your event catalogue. You then create your business event catalogue. You can create individual event dates with or without resources, and you can plan multiple event dates at once based on the existing demand. Once you've created your business event catalogue, you can carry out day-to-day activities for the events. You can make bookings for both internal and external attendees, pre-book attendance, replace bookings, rebook and cancel attendance. The correspondence function provides suitable notifications that you can output for each of these activities. The recurring activities phase comprises associated activities that are required periodically. These are firmly booking events, locking and unlocking events, and cancelling and following up events. You can see all the day-to-day activities in the picture. In the Dynamic Attendance menu, you can execute all of the functions relating to attendance bookings contained in day-to-day activities. Training and event management lets you offer self-service access to the most important day-to-day functions of the application. These services are provided to the user in the form of employee self-services in the corporate intranet or as internet services on the internet. Correspondence is automatically output to accompany each of the booking activities if you make the relevant settings in customizing. You can monitor the output of correspondence using the Correspondence History function. The time management application supports you in all processes concerning planning, recording and evaluating employees' attendance and absence times. For example, an employee was booked into a course in training and event management. If training and event management is integrated with time management, the booking causes a time data record to be created as an attendance. If an employee who is booked on a course is absent due to vacation, for example, the system notifies you the person is not available. If an employee works on a special project, time can be allocated to that project. Evaluating work performed by employees and determining employee availability within an enterprise are essential elements for a human resources system. This information is also relevant for other areas, such as controlling and logistics, and is a factor that influences enterprise-wide decisions. There are various options available for recording time data, such as hours worked, vacation, off-site work or substitutions, such as online by the time administrator, using front-end time recording systems, using the cross-application timesheet or CATS, using employee self-service or ESS applications. Time data is stored in special time info types in the same way that HR master data is stored. The planned working type info type 0007 is the central time management info type. It contains the times when the employee is scheduled to work according to the assigned work schedule. The work schedule specifies when an employee has to work and when he or she is permitted to have breaks.
It also includes days off and public holidays. Employee planned working time is defined in the planned working time info type 0007 using work schedule rules. Planned working time is defined in a business environment as the daily working period from start to end time excluding breaks, by defining the planned working time for your enterprise on a daily basis. Information on working time specific to a particular employee is represented in his or her personal work schedule. The personal work schedule contains the deviations from and exceptions to an employee's working time that have been recorded. Designed for global business, HCM supports payroll functions and regulatory requirements. In general terms, payroll is concerned with calculating each employee's remuneration for the work that he or she has performed. This encompasses a multitude of processes, such as the creation of payroll results and salary statements, bank transfers and payment by cheque. The processes include a number of follow-on activities, such as transferring the results to SAP ERP Financials. Broadly speaking, payroll is the calculation of payment for work performed by each employee. More specifically, however, it comprises a number of work processes, including the generation of payroll results and remuneration statements, bank transfers and cheque payments. This includes a number of additional subsequent activities, for example, transfer of payroll results to accounting, data medium exchange, other evaluations such as the payroll account or payroll journal. The calculation of remuneration comprises two main steps. Firstly, calculation of remuneration elements, so gross amount, and then statutory and voluntary deductions, country-specific net amount. These payments and deductions are included in the payment calculation by means of different wage types. The employee is usually paid by bank transfer, and the payment amount is printed on a form for the employee. Personnel cost planning and simulation can draw from a wide variety of data and can be integrated with other applications. Personnel cost planning follows planners within an organisation determining which cost elements should be included in cost planning activities for the next planning period. So, for example, salary, overtime, employer cost of benefits, etc. Personnel cost planning and simulation is based on a broad data basis and is integrated with other applications. This ensures that business processes are supported across departments. You can obtain the payment information, which you use to create personnel cost plans, from different sources. And these include basic payments and payroll results, simulated reclassifications, recurring payments and deductions, and one-time payments. You can also use the planned remuneration data for positions or jobs for planning. You can also use average calculations. Managers have the option of making other adjustments to the plan. A web-based front end is made available for this purpose. Generated cost plans can be extracted to the SAP Business Information Warehouse, or BW, for analysis. After a plan has been released, the data can be used in SAP HCM to create salary budgets for compensation management, to create training budgets for training and event management, and to transfer planning data to controlling. Assume we're working as HR administrators and we need to check some records for an employee and change the employee's organisational assignment and display the profile. Let's look at how to do that in this demo. So, first we need to learn how to display data record for the employee 50099-100. Enter transaction PA20 in the command field and then press enter, or through the menu Human Resources, Personnel Management, Administration, HR Master Data. Choose Display, and on this screen enter personnel number 50099-100. That's 50099-100. And choose Enter. On the Core Employee Info tab page, select the Organisational Assignment info type. Choose Display and find the requested values. We see here the name is Catherine Camino.
Employee EE group is 1 active, and payroll area is XO salaried employees. So let's assign Catherine Camino, personnel number 500991100, to a position within 00 Purchasing South. Select the menu option from the SAP Access menu and choose Human Resources, Organizational Management, Organizational Plan, Organization and Staffing, and then we choose Change. Now in the upper left section of the screen, choose Organizational Unit. The system opens Find Organizational Unit window, and under the with name enter 00 star. Choose Find to continue. And the search results displayed in the lower left screen area. Now double click the entry 00 Purchasing South. The organisational unit is shown in detail in the right hand screen area. If you're unable to read the description in full, then just expand the columns. Open the 00 Purchasing South folder to display the positions, and you can see 2 available position names. So we've got one being 00 Head of Department S, and the other one 00 Administrator D. In the upper left section of the screen, click on arrowhead of the search criteria Person and choose Free Search. Click on the arrowhead of Personal Data to expand search conditions under it and choose Last Name. Now in the Last Name field we enter Camino. Click on Hit List button. We can see the system has found 62 people whose last names are Camino. Choose Transfer Hit List to continue. The search results displayed in the lower left screen area. There are several Catherine Caminos. You need to scroll to the right to see the personnel numbers. So we go for our one, that's personal number 500991100, by clicking on the line and releasing your mouse button. Now the line is highlighted. Left mouse click on the highlighted line and hold the mouse button as you drag the entry and drop it on top of one of the available positions in your organisational unit in the top right side of your screen. Choose Enter to confirm the dialog box and choose Save. The message Data has been saved appears on the status bar, and your Catherine Camino has now been assigned to the selected position. So we'll choose Exit and go back to the Access menu. Finally, let's display Lars Becker's qualification profile in personnel development. Lars Becker's personnel number is 11199100. So, choose again Human Resources, Personnel Management, Personnel Development, Profile. Choose Display. In the upper left section of the screen, click on the arrowhead of the search criteria Person and choose Search Type. The system opens Find Person window, and under the with name we enter Becker. And choose Find to continue. Find your Lars Becker, remember the personnel number 111999100, in the lower left section of the screen. And select him by double clicking on his name. Now the profiles for Lars Becker are displayed on the right hand side of your screen. The first profile tab is Qualifications. You can review the data here. Alright, well done. Choose Exit to exit the screen and we'll go back to the Easy Access menu.
This lesson deals with the essential tasks of a basis member. We'll also cover the most frequently used terms, processes and the system technical architecture. So, what are the basis team roles? It's a simple question and I ask it to people all the time. What does the SAP basis team actually do? Who are they actually? People would say 3 or 4 basic tasks or some other minor stuff that they're responsible for. But I'd say there are 7 different roles within the SAP basis team. So there's System Administrator, User Administrator, Security Administrator, Transport Administrator, Background Job Administrator, Database Administrator, and finally Operating System Administrator. The System Administrator keeps the system up and running. They'll monitor and manage system performance and logons. The User Administrator's daily tasks are to manage user accounts, SAP roles and profiles. So, what are the differences between the SAP role and profile? Well, SAP roles define the actual resource position within a workspace, whereas profiles control the activities you can operate on the SAP system. Firstly, we've got to assign different profiles to the SAP role. Then the basis team is responsible for assigning the roles to the specific user account. The Security Administrator ensures the level of security and also monitors breaches of security on a regular basis. The Transport Administrator copies and manages the change requests between systems. The Background Job Administrator schedules, monitors and manages background jobs. The Database Administrator deals with the database-specific tasks. Sometimes we call them DBA for short. So DBA is an IT professional responsible for the performance, integrity and security of databases within a company. The Operating System Administrator manages the operating system related tasks. The duties of a system administrator are wide-ranging and vary widely from one organisation to another. System admins are usually charged with installing, supporting and maintaining servers or other computer systems, and planning for and responding to service outages and other problems. Other duties may include scripting or light programming, project management for systems-related projects. So now it's time to talk about a few SAP-specific terms. And I think these definitions are one of the most important pieces of the course. Because of that fact, this is how SAP describes their technical stuff. So a database server. Obviously this contains the database. And the database system clock server sets the time for the SAP Business Suite, like ERP and CRM, etc. Application server. This server is where the SAP products run. Instance. So an SAP instance can define a group of resources such as memory, processes, dispatcher or gateway. There are 2 most basic types. There's central instance and there's dialog instance. Dialog instance exists in the application layer. It maintains the load on the server. Dialog instance can exist on different hosts. If the number of dialog instance increases, the hardware resources, dispatcher and work processes would also increase, meaning that more users can log in at the same time. The central instance is to contain on-queue and message servers. All dialog instances communicate with central instance before requesting database with message server. When an instance is started, the dispatcher process attempts to establish a connection to the message server. Meanwhile, we've got to use on-queue in central instance to lock tables. Okay, the next term is system. Each SAP system of a database server and several app servers running the application logic is defined by a single SID, SAP System Identification. SAP SID is a 3-character code such as NPR or ABC. Okay, finally client. So we need to look at one more concept before we think about the SAP system architecture. In the world of SAP, the term client has a special meaning. Clients are essentially self-contained business entities or units within each individual SAP system. Using a web browser or one of SAP's special user interfaces, you log into a client in SAP to actually access and use the system. Each system, SAP ERP, CRM, SCM and so on, has a unique system-specific client you log into. Contemporary organisations thus have multiple production clients, so one production client per SAP component. And each component contains several non-production clients as well. These are used to develop and test the business functionality that will one day be put into the production client and handed over to the company's end users. Alright, it's time to look at the architecture of an SAP system. So from this point of view, the SAP system has three different layers. There's the presentation layer, the application layer and the database layer. The presentation layer is the interface between the SAP system and its users. The SAP system uses the SAP GUI or Internet Browser to access the data. The presentation layer also sends the user's input to the application server and receives data for display. The application layer consists of one or more application servers and a message server. Each application server contains a set of services used to run the R3 system. Theoretically, you only need one application server to run the SAP system, but in real life, services are normally distributed across more than one application server. The message server is responsible for communication between the application servers. It passes requests from one application server to another within the system. It also contains information about application server groups and the current load within them. The message server is going to use this information to dispatch an active user to the most appropriate server. Alright, next, the database layer, which has a central database system to save the data from SAP system. This database system has two components, the Database Management System or DBMS and the database itself. The database contains the control and customizing data that determine how your SAP system runs, and it also contains the program code for your applications. Applications consist of program code, screen definitions, menus, function modules and various other components. These are stored in the repository of the database. One of the more common tasks of the basis team is to start and stop SAP, whether the system performance is stable or whatever the case may be. Starting and stopping the SAP system is a key unit for every basis team member. So in this tutorial, we're going to be focusing on it and the ways that you need to perform this crucial task. It's really important to know the procedure you need to follow to start the SAP system. Firstly, you need to start the server and the operating system, and then you can move to start the database, and then finally the SAP application. We've got to do all these three tasks one by one. They can't be done in tandem, because each layer can only run correctly if the underlying layer is active first. So, I'm going to explain to you exactly what we should do. First, we've got to make sure the operating system is up and running. The operating system, or OS, provides the most fundamental layer for the database and the SAP application, and it runs on a server. OS utilizes the hardware resources of the physical server and makes it available to run the SAP application. All SAP system data is stored in the database, and this includes the application data such as purchase orders, invoices and transactional data, as well as the system settings and the program source code. So, we must install and configure database before starting the SAP system. I'm going to show you a demo of starting SAP in just a moment. First, we click on the SAP logon icon, then double-click IDES1 system. We've got a system pop-up, the system cannot be reached message. Of the prerequisite, we've got to make sure the operating system and database is successfully installed and configured. start the Windows operating system. First, we've got to launch SAP Management Console. Right, to do that, go to the Start menu, Programs, and SAP Management Console. We need to know SAP Management Console can only be installed on the Microsoft operating system. As a different operating system, please open a shell and type Start SAP in the console command field to start the SAP system. Right-click on the system ID of the system you want to start. In the next dialog box, we need to enter the password to log on as an administrator. Other system, because only administrators are allowed to start and stop an SAP system. In the SAP Management Console, the initial status is yellow, and this status will turn to green if we successfully start SAP. Now, it may take several minutes to start an SAP instance. Now the system has started. Whether the SAP system is running, log on to the system via SAP GUI, and if it's all set, the logon screen will now display. If there are any errors that occur during the initial start, please go and find the start logs in the directory USR, SAP, SID, instance, work. Then check the error messages, which will be in the following 5 files. There's SAP start log, SAP start SRV log, devdisp, devms, and devw0. Now you've got to check the system log. So to do this, you need to log on to the system via SAP GUI and enter the transaction code SM21 to look up if anything you need to deliver troubleshooting to. Alright, let's explore how to prepare to shut down the SAP system. So there's something you need to do before the system shutdown. We've got to send the system messages about the planned shutdown announcement to all end users. The transaction code to create a system message is SM02. Then we have to check to make sure there are no active users on the system through the transaction code SM04 or AL08. In transaction code SM37, we can check if there are any active or scheduled jobs in the system. If there are any, we've got to reschedule or cancel the jobs before the system shutdown. Then, we can check whether any active processes are still running through transaction code SM50 or SM51. Finally, we use transaction SMGW to look for any active remote function call connect. Alright, so now it's time to demonstrate how to stop SAP. First, stop the SAP application. In this example, we'll still be using Microsoft Server, so we go to the Start menu again, Programs, and SAP Management Console. Now you can choose to stop the SAP system only, or to stop both the SAP and the database. Please shut down the SAP system before the database, because we would lose the buffered data or the data in memory if we shut down the database first. So, right-click on the System ID. This will stop the SAP system only. Right-click on the name of the instance and choose Stop. Now we stop both of them. Then you're going to enter your password to gain authentication as an administrator. As the system starts, only the system admin can stop the SAP. Next, the database is going to stop. The status will change from green to grey in the SAP Management Console. Right, once you've had a live SAP system, you've got everything ready to go. So now it's time to actually start configuring an SAP system by defining profile parameters. Each instance provides a configurable number of work processes. These processes are responsible for the actual processing of the tasks that are transferred to the system. These may include executing a transaction in a user dialog or processing a background job, for example. Work processes are divided into various types based on the tasks for which they are reserved. Dialogue work processes execute SAP dialogue programs. DIA is the abbreviation for dialogue work process within the system. Batch work processes execute background jobs, and BTC is the abbreviation for batch work processes. Update work process control asynchronous database changes, and UPD is the abbreviation for this process. Actually, in the SAP system, there are two types of update work processes. UPD is the update service which are time critical, such as creating a sales order, for example. And UPD2 is a non-time critical service, typically performing the update of statistical data. In the SAP system, UPD has a higher priority than UPD2. On-queue work processes execute locking or releasing SAP lock objects, such as tables in a database, and ENQ is the abbreviation for this. Spool work processes process print data, and again the abbreviation for this is SPO. There's a dispatcher in the application service to assign tasks to different work processes according to task types and the workload of each work process. As an SAP administrator, you must consider, on the one hand, whether your SAP system should compromise one or more instances. But on the other hand, you can also determine the number and distribution of the work process types of the instances. For example, you could have one instance for dialogue logons and a second instance for background processing only. Typically, customers require more dialogue processes during the day and more background processes during the night. To adjust the proportions of the various R3 work processes to suit different phases of system activity, you can define operation modes and use the operation mode switch. Operation modes optimize system resources for different phases of system activity. Operation mode switching reconfigures your system dynamically so that you don't need to change the instance profiles for your server and you experience no system downtime. An operation mode configures the use of resources for all the instances in your system based on work processes you need and the time interval you choose. Time intervals are the different times of day. The total number of work processes in an instance is relatively static because it can only be changed by restarting the application server. However, you can use operation modes to influence the type distribution of the work processes dynamically. As a rule, work processes are switched in synchronization with different times of the day. For example, more dialogue processes can be made available during daytime hours to handle the higher number of users logging on. At night, when only a small number of users at most are using the system, and the focus is on the processing of scheduled background jobs, the dialogue processes can be switched to batch processes. This ensures that more processes are available for background processing. Operation modes therefore allow you to adjust the SAP system configuration in accordance with your enterprise's requirements. However, the total number of work processes remains unchanged. In small installations, where mostly a handful of batch jobs are processed at night, you may be able to dispense with the additional process of configuring and managing operation modes. Fewer operation modes means less administrative work to maintain the system. However, after the system has been configured correctly, the subsequent administrative effort required is low. Okay, so let's learn how to create an instance. First, enter the transaction RZ04 in the command field and press the Enter key or select the menu option Tools, CCMS, Configuration, RZ04, Operation Modes or Instances. Now click on Operation Modes or Instances and then choose the Create New Instance icon. The instance data must be maintained on the screen. Enter the name of the server under host name. Enter the system number in the SAP system number field. Define the instance's start profile under start profile. Now enter the name of the instance profile under instance profile and when you've finished, choose Save. Now a dialog box will appear in which you must specify how the work process types are to be distributed. Because these settings are to be defined later by operation modes, enter the placeholder star in the operation mode field and leave the settings unchanged. And now choose Save. Choose No in the dialog box. Now the instance is created, you return automatically to the initial screen. The table displays the production instances, their detailed data, and the distribution of work processes. Now choose Save. Alright, after creating the instance, we next learn how to create the operation mode you want your system to have. So, again, enter transaction RZ04 in the command field and press the Enter key, or select the menu option Tools, CCMS, Configuration, RZ04, Operation Modes or Instances. Now, choose Create Operation Mode. On the next screen, enter Daytime in the Operation Mode field, and in the Short Description field, enter a description that's meaningful as possible. We enter Day, and choose Save. You return automatically to the initial screen of the existing operation modes, where the operation mode you just created is now displayed in the list of production operation modes. Choose Create Operation Mode to create another one. This time, assign a name Nighttime and the short description Night to the operation mode, and click on Save. So now, both daytime and nighttime that you've created are shown in the list of operation modes. And after we've created these operation modes, we can now assign them to the instance. So let's learn how to do that, assigning operation modes and defining work process distribution. Once again, enter transaction RZ04 in the command field and press the Enter key, or select the menu option Tools, CCMS, Configuration, RZ04, Operation Modes or Instances. And again click on Operation Modes or Instances. Now on this screen, position the cursor on the first operation mode row entry star and click on Choose. In the dialog box that opens, choose the Other Operation Mode button. Enter one of the daytime operation modes you created in the Operation Mode field, or use the input Help to select an operation mode. You can use the minus and plus buttons to change the number of work processes. And when you've finished, choose Save. Repeat the steps again and select the next operation mode Nighttime. Again, configure the work process distribution and click on Save. In the table view, position your cursor on the Start entry, which is not needed, and select the menu option Instance, then Delete Entry to delete it. Choose Yes to confirm the dialog box and then click Save. By following these steps, you've assigned the relevant operation modes to the instance and defined how the work processes are to be distributed for each operation mode. Next, you need to configure time-dependent operation mode switching. The operation modes and associated work process distribution are subject to time-dependent switching. So let's learn how to define this switching and execute. This time, enter transaction SM63 in the command field and press the Enter key, or select the menu option Tools, CCMS, Configuration, SM63, Operation Mode Calendar. Now select Normal Operation and click on the Change button. Then, on this screen, you define the time interval for which the operation mode is to be valid. So, position your cursor at the start of the period, for example, 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock. If daytime operations are to start at 8 AM, select the menu option Operation Mode, select Interval, or you could press the F2 key. Now the interval's been selected, click on the menu option Operation Mode, Assign, or click on the Assign button. In the dialog box, use the input help to select the relevant operation mode and click on Continue. If daytime operations are to end at 8 o'clock in the evening and other time intervals are nighttime operations, we select time intervals and assign operation mode to them one by one. The assignment is shown in the table, and when we've finished, choose Save. The status bar displays a message indicating that the operation mode set has been saved for normal operation. From this point on, the operation modes will be switched using this timetable. Profile parameters are used in the SAP system to control basic technical settings that are required to start the system. For example, you can use parameters to specify the number of work processes a system should have, or the required minimum number of characters in a user password. Profile parameters are stored in 3 different profiles. Firstly, Start Profile. And this profile defines the name of the system and which SAP services are started. Secondly, Default Profile. And this profile contains all parameters that must be identical for all instances of the system. And thirdly, the Instance Profile. And this profile determines the detailed configuration of a specific instance. This makes it possible to have different configurations for individual application servers or instances that are intended for different tasks. The profiles are loaded in the sequence given in the preceding list at startup. The profiles are saved as files at the operating system level. They're located in the directory USR, SAP, System ID, Sys, Profiles. So, from the picture, we can see the files default.pfl, lei, dvebmgs00eccl, and start dvebmgs00eccl. So, let's learn how to maintain profile parameters. Enter transaction RZ10 in the command field and press the Enter key or select the menu option Tools, CCMS, Configuration, RZ10 System Profile. Enter the relevant system profile in the Profile field or use the Input help to select it. 3 options are then available in the Edit Profiles area. There's Administrative Data. Now this option is not a maintenance option. Instead, it's used to change the file name if you need to change the profile. Basic Maintenance, and in this mode you can define buffers, work processes and directories in the system profiles. You can also specify which SAP components are to be started in Start Profiles, such as Message Server, Application Server and so on. This type of maintenance protects most profile parameters from being changed by potentially incorrect settings. Then thirdly, Extended Maintenance, and this mode enables full access to all profile parameters. So select Extended Maintenance and click on Change. Position the cursor on the row below the new row you want to be inserted with the profile parameter. Click the Create Parameter button to create the parameter. Enter the name of the new parameter in the Parameter Name field and press the Enter key. This feature allows you to keep track of which persons have made profile changes at which times. The SAP default value of the parameters is displayed under Unsubstituted Default Value. Enter the desired value in the Parameter Value field, and under Comment, enter the reason for the change for documentation purposes. Now when you've finished, click on Copy. The system enters your user ID and the current date in the comment field. A message is also displayed to confirm that the changes have been applied. Now click Back. You'll then returned automatically to the list of profile parameters, and you'll see the new parameter has been added to the list. Click on Copy. A message is displayed at the bottom of the screen to confirm that the profile has been changed. Click on Back, and on the Edit Profile screen, click on Save. Now choose Yes to confirm activation of the profile. There are others using the system now. We cannot impact them on normally using the system, so we will not save it. In this section, we're going to learn how to check system status and handle the possible critical system situations. We'll then step through all the basics you need to know to monitor Computing Center Management System or CCMS alert, how to connect remote systems, and how to maintain threshold values. Next, we'll learn all the ins and outs of additional log and trace options and troubleshooting approaches.
To process different business functions in an SAP system, there are many components within it. You have to monitor these components on a regular basis to prevent errors. Now, this type of monitoring avoids performance issues or an unplanned system shutdown. So, we use CCMS alert monitoring infrastructure to track entire SAP system efficiently and centrally. The SAP Computing Center Monitoring System is a centralized monitoring architecture that provides a set of monitors for monitoring the SAP environment. Using the CCMS functions, you can check the performance of the various SAP system components, diagnose potential problems, and be alerted about error and warning conditions. The monitors provide you with the information you require to fine-tune the SAP system and the operating nodes, and hence optimize system performance. Okay, now let's take a look at the monitor structure. So, on the highest level, the CCMS alert monitor can have different monitor sets. Every monitor set bundles monitors to display different parts of the monitoring architecture by topic area. The CCMS alert monitor can collect data from multiple SAP systems. The delivered monitor sets can be different for each system. So, for example, an SAP CRM system contains a special set for monitoring CRM scenarios. Monitors represent a grouping of monitoring tree elements, or MTEs. The monitoring architecture displays a tree with all monitor tree elements of the SAP system. These MTEs help visualization when creating a new tree. The elements are uniquely structured and ordered within the SAP system in the tree. MTEs are ordered under a summary node. They are logically combined in groups, which are called the monitoring context. The monitoring context is named after the root element of the monitoring tree. The measured values that are collected by the data collectors are displayed at the lowest level in the leaves of the tree, and these leaves are known as monitoring attributes. Threshold values can be stored for a monitoring attribute, and SAP delivers default threshold values. However, in order to customize the monitor as well as possible for your system environment, you should check these threshold values and adjust them if required. Monitoring attributes are grouped at the second lowest level using monitoring objects. For example, the monitoring object program buffer contains, amongst other things, the attributes hit rate and swap. All other nodes in the tree serve to structure the monitoring objects in a logical and clear way so that you can easily find the monitoring attribute that you require. Let's now see how to display alerts by using CCMS Alert Monitor. So, type and enter the transaction code RZ20 in the command field, or you could select the menu option Tools, CCMS, Control Monitoring, RZ20 CCMS Monitor Sets. On the screen, you can see all monitor sets in the system. You can expand a CCMS monitor template to view what we've got to see in this monitor set. The one with the SAP logo is the official standard monitor set, and we can't change that at all. We can only change the user-specific monitor. To start a monitor, it's entire system. So double-click on it, or choose the row you want to apply, and then choose Load Monitor on the top left of the screen. Now you'll see the monitor we just selected in the current system status view. The monitor objects are arranged in a tree structure, and a different colour indicates the different status. So, for green, no alerts exist. For yellow, alerts have been detected, but there are nothing really serious. And for red, serious alerts exist. Expand the tree structure to drill down the individual monitor object list. The lowest level in the tree structure shows the monitor objects, that is, the components or aspects of the system that are being monitored, such as the memory available on the drive. Each monitor object has a monitor attribute such as free space in megabytes. And to display these details, we can select Monitor Object and then choose Display Details. The detailed view shows additional data about the current. Now choose Back to return to the monitor view. And we can also display the threshold values of a monitoring object by choosing on the object in the monitor view and clicking on Properties. Now on the Performance Attribute tab, we can find threshold in the Threshold Values area. OK, now choose Back to return to the monitor. Now let's look at how to check previous existing alerts. So click on Open Alerts in the monitor to switch to the previous existing alert view. To choose Display Alerts, you'll then see a list of all alerts. They're now based on their priority, and you can navigate to the details or properties of a monitor to show the alert history and the threshold values. Alerts will remain open until they're confirmed, and you can click on Complete Alerts if the alert is successfully resolved. The CCMS monitors provided in the standard SAP monitoring options. However, if the standard monitor sets don't meet your requirements, you can build your own. So in this, we're going to create a new monitor set. So, enter transaction RZ20 in the command field. Or again, you can go through the menu option Tools, CCMS, Control Monitoring, RZ20 CCMS Monitor Sets. Now, select the menu option Extras and Activate Maintenance Function to activate the maintenance functions. And now choose Create. You can also click the Copy button to copy an existing monitor set as a template. Then select the new monitor set and click on Continue. Alright, on the next screen, enter a name for the set in the monitor set field. You can also specify the permission to edit the set in the modifiability field. Or, if you want the monitor set to display on the initial screen of transaction RZ20, then check the public option. Now choose Continue. Now the new monitor set is already in my favourites. The public monitor set icon means you've created the entries yourself. The modifiable icon indicates that you can edit the set. Alright, so in the next section, we'll learn how to add and remove a monitor. Alright, we're going to add a monitor to a monitor set. So type transaction RZ20 in the command field and press Enter. Or you can select the menu option Tools, CCMS, Control Monitoring, RZ20 CCMS Monitor Sets. Activate the maintenance functions. Move your cursor on the monitor set and choose Create. The monitor objects we've added will display in a tree structure. Expand the monitor tree and select the node you want to add. And here we're going to select background. When you've selected all monitor objects you want to add, click on Save. In the next dialog box, type a name for the new monitor in the Monitor field. And choose Continue to save. Expand your monitor set and place the cursor on the new monitor. Then choose Load Monitor. Expand the monitor tree. This new monitor only displays the nodes you selected. And in this example, the monitor is used for monitoring background processing by the system. In order to delete a monitor from a monitor set, you need to enter transaction RZ20 again in the command field and press the Enter key. You could also go through the menu as before. Activate the maintenance functions and expand the monitor structure in the monitor set. Position the cursor on the monitor you want to delete, and here we're going to delete background processing LEI. So select that, and now choose Delete. In the dialog box, we now choose Yes to confirm. And when we see this message box, the monitor will be successfully deleted. Obviously, you can repeat these steps until you have saved the monitors you need. Threshold values dictate which reported values generate an alert for the node for performance attributes. Depending on the severity of the problem, the alert would turn green, yellow or red. Now, every SAP installation is unique. Various kinds of threshold values are extremely important to get a meaningful performance insight. So in order to change alert threshold values, again that's the transaction RZ20 and press Enter. As a reminder, the menu option now is Tools, CCMS, Control Monitoring, RZ20 CCMS Monitor Sets. Once again, expand the monitor structure in your monitor set. Select the monitor object you want to change the alert threshold value. And in this example, we're going to modify the threshold value for CPU utilization and choose Properties. Click on Display Change to switch to Change Mode. Under Threshold Values, enter the values. Now choose Save. The SAP system provides a wide range of trace options that you can use to track system activities at the different levels. Here's a quick list of the most frequently used tools and their transaction codes. So for system log, the code is SM21. Dump analysis, it's ST22. System trace is ST01. Performance trace is ST05. Developer trace is ST11. To check the application servers and work processes, it's SM50 and SM51. To lock entries, the code is SM12. And to check cancelled update requests, it's SM13. We're going to talk about each one of these now in the coming course. So for system log, this records all events, errors, problems and other system messages like update failure, lock table overflow, spool overflow, operating system issues, network issues, table space full issues and other database issues. System log will trace all these error messages in a system time. And this is an important log because unexpected or unfamiliar warning and error messages may indicate serious problems. So we recommend you check your system log at least 2 times a day. We can check system log by transaction SM21, so let's have a look at how that works. So enter transaction SM21 in the command field and press enter. Through the menu option, that's Tools, Administration, Monitor, SM21 System Log. Now in the From Date Time field, enter the start time you want to check. We could restrict the selection with a lot of details, such as trace a specific user or transaction. Use the problem class's radio buttons to define whether all messages are to be listed or critical events only. Click on the Reread System Log button. A list of system logs sorted by time will now display. So check the entries for errors or warnings, using the coloured icons in the priority column as a guide. To display log details, double-click on a certain row and choose Details. Now you can use the system log to get a quick overview. An error in an RBART program that is running in the background generally causes an immediate termination of the background job. A background job is terminated if, for example, the program does not correct the error or a division by 0 takes place. If an RBART program terminates, an RBART dump is usually generated. This dump contains a description of the precise cause of the error. Now let's analyse RBART dumps. So type transaction ST22 in the command field and press enter. If you want to go through the menu once again, that's Tools, Administration, Monitor, ST22 Dump Analysis. You can select the dumps to display here in 2 ways. So one is a simple selection. You select today or yesterday in the standard screen area. The other way to do this is to control the selection by criteria. So you enter the relevant parameters in the Own Selection area and click on Start. Now next, we'll see the runtime errors on the initial screen when you click the Today or Yesterday buttons, providing a rough indication of system status. A large number of short dumps might indicate a general system problem that's affecting a lot of users. So in this case, the basis team is going to resolve the issues as soon as they're able to. If the number of short dumps is small though, the system obviously has a more or less stable status. Check the recorded RBART runtime errors at regular intervals several times a day. So choose Today. We can see a runtime errors list. So double click on the dump we want to analyse and you'll get more details on this dump. If you want to save this log in a local file for further analysis, you can select the menu option System, List, Save, Local File in the long text of the runtime error, and then save this short dump to your PC. Alright, now system trace. If you want to record the internal SAP system activities like authorization check or database access, you can use the function SAP system trace. This is primarily used for authorization trace. We recommend you to use system log or the developer trace for system monitoring and problem analysis. Now I'm going to turn on system trace. So this one is transaction ST01. Select authorization check, RFC calls and lock operations. You can also choose the General Filters button to set further restriction to trace a user. Choose the Trace On button to start the system trace. Then we're going to do a few daily operations so that we can get a trace file. So, this time let's enter transaction code SU01. And choose Users, Change. On the Address tab page, change the title and save your change. And done. Let's deactivate the trace and evaluate the trace file. So, enter transaction ST01 and choose the Trace Off button. Now, choose Go To, Analysis, and select Authorization Check, RFC Calls, and Lock Operations, and choose Start Reporting. The SAP Performance Trace traces execution of SAP programs or jobs to catch performance statistics related to SQL statement execution, SAP on-queue operation, SAP RFC activities, SAP buffer access, and HTTP activities. So, you can analyze trace to validate performance or identify performance bottleneck. It also allows you to enter an SQL statement and analyze its execution plan without executing a program. Let's take a look at how performance trace works. So enter transaction code ST05 and select SQL trace. We can choose the Activate Trace with Filter button and enter the user as a selection criteria. For tracing purposes, we're going to start the program RSUSR000 in transaction SA38. Then stop the trace in transaction ST05 by choosing Deactivate Trace. Choose the Display Trace button and select SQL Trace. You can now display the SQL commands in plain text to select a data record and choose Explain. Developer traces contain technical information for use in the event of problems. So these traces will help us identify most problems of remote function call, dispatcher work processes, database, and so on. To view the developer traces, you can go to ST11 on the transaction code, which will take you to the service directory. For example, if we want to investigate problems in the work processes, I can open the dev-w0 trace. Right, let's activate a developer trace. So, enter transaction code ST11 in the command field and press enter. Through the menu, that's Tools, Administration, Monitor, Traces, ST11 Developer Traces. Now we'll see a list of the error logs, and you just double click on an item to analyze it. When a dialog application server is inactive, users who normally log onto this server are unable to do so. When the batch application server is inactive, batch jobs that have been selected for this server cannot be executed. When all work processes are occupied, no further tasks can be processed. Now, this situation may arise if too many users are logged on or too many background jobs are running in parallel. We've got to monitor the application server and work processes for further analysis. So you'll see now I'm going to show you how to check the application server and work process. Okay, let's get going. So first we've got to check if the application servers are active. Let's go to transaction SM51 in the command field and press enter. Through the menu, we go to Tools, Administration, Monitor, System Monitoring, SM51 Servers. Now we'll see the list of active servers and check whether the server status is active. If all applications are active, you can begin to check the work processes. So enter transaction SM50 in the command field and press enter. Or again through the menu Tools, Administration, Monitor, System Monitoring, SM50 Process Overview. And now we'll see the individual work processes status. Processes with waiting are available, while processes with the status running are currently occupied by the system. The action column provides details about the processes that are currently running. When checking the process overview, focus on the following information. Dialog work processes, or DIA, with high time values may point to a problem or to a step in background process that's taking a long time to execute and that starts a dialog process. If stopped is shown in the status column for a work process, this may also indicate a problem because this process may have failed or been interrupted. Now, in certain cases, you may need to cancel processes manually to eliminate a blockage in the system. If necessary, you can select the menu option Process, Cancel with Without Core to make system resources available. The Application Server Overview and Process Overview provide you with a quick initial impression of the system status. Using this approach, you may be able to detect, even at this early stage, any indications of system instability or insufficient hardware resources. As nature of SAP system behaviour, whenever a user performs an update on any table, for that period of time a lock on that particular field of the table will be created to prevent any other user updating that table to obtain data consistency. For example, when a user is trying to update the database, like editing customer address or postal number, then the user met a planned power failure or lost the connection to network. So that user may lock the system, and that causes the other users to not be able to edit the entries. The lock entries will be deleted through SM12, and SM12 is a basis T-code. In fact, SM12 T-code is the part of the daily monitoring sheet, and we need to monitor the lock entries on a daily basis. Right, so we're going to lock entries now. So enter transaction SM12 in the command field and press the enter key. Through the menu, this is Tools, Administration, Monitor, SM12 Lock Entries. If you only want to analyse lock entries in general, we clear all fields. To restrict the selection, enter the relevant parameters in the fields provided and click the List button. Now we can see the lock entries. If you double click on a lock entry and then choose Continue, or choose Details for further analysis and then choose Continue, you'll return to the list view. To delete a lock, select the row we want to release and click on Delete. Now choose Yes to confirm. After you get a message box, choose the Close button. The SAP system sends update requests to the database so the data can be saved. Now in some cases, an update request may fail, so Basis Admin is going to cancel the update request. Let's look at an example. So an accountant gives a file to a manager assistant. And this is the equivalent of saving a transaction in the system. The assistant then issues the accountant with an acknowledgement of receipt, and this equates to the creation of an SAP document number. Now, on the way to the filing cabinet, the clerical assistant stumbles and is injured. As a result, the file isn't filed in the cabinet. We can compare this incident with an update error. So the result then is that the file's not in the filing cabinet, even though the accountant has received an acknowledgement. And the same thing happens in an SAP update environment. So the document's not in the SAP system, even though the user's been given a document number for it. When users receive a document number, they assume that the corresponding entry has been successfully entered in the system. However, if the update record is cancelled, the entry doesn't exist in the system, even though they've got a document number for it. So, you should therefore check the system for cancelled update records several times a day. In global systems, you should adjust the times at which you search for cancelled update records in accordance with the various time zones. Employees located within the relevant time zone should also be involved in this check. The more time that elapses between the cancellation of the update and your detection of it, the more difficult it is for users to remember exactly what they were doing when the update record was cancelled. If you act quickly, you can also reduce the frequency with which update records are cancelled. So we're going to cancel the update request now. So it's transaction SM13 in the command field and press enter. Again, through the menu, that's Tools, Administration, Monitor, SM13 Update. Now we need to type a few criteria to control the search results. And in this example, we're going to list all update requests. So we type star as a variant and that lists them all. Enter star in the client field. Enter star in the user field. Select the entry all. Now leave the from date field blank. And when we've finished, choose execute. Now here there's no record, but it doesn't matter. We slow down the system performance, create a sales order and then save it. Okay, let's execute SM13 again. Great, there's one record. Search the status column with the error status. Now here this indicates a terminated update record. If you find no cancelled update records, your task ends here. You can double click on an entry to display its details. The update module screen provides details of the user, transaction and function that's to be updated. Click on the Error Information button. Details of the update status are then displayed, which may indicate an error. If you detect the occurrence of update errors, you must then notify the affected users. These users in turn should search for missing entries and re-enter the data records that haven't been updated.
The real power of SAP ERP lies in the built-in editor that empowers you to take database administration to the next level. In this tutorial, we'll take a high-level overview of the database that will deliver you periodic checks. The database is a really important component within the SAP system architecture because it contains the ABAP programs, system settings, and the actual transactional data. Depending on the size of your enterprise and the way in which it's organized, the most frequently used databases are IBM DB2, Oracle, Microsoft SQL Server, and MaxDB. The Database Management System, or DBMS, is an application that interacts with the user, other applications, and the database itself to capture and analyze data. A general-purpose DBMS is designed to allow the definition, creation, querying, update, and administration of databases. A typical DBMS includes database processes, a buffer in the main memory, data files that contain the actual data, and log files. At the start of an SAP system, all work processes are linked to a database process. Database queries are executed passed by SAP work processes. Now, special database processes are responsible for exchanging data between the buffer and the data files. During this exchange, the data is always read and written in complete pages, which usually contain several data records. If any data is changed, it would generate changelog in the log file. Only the changes and not complete pages are logged in the log buffer. The entries are written from the log buffer to the log file, of which there could be more than one, depending on the database. For every database, there's a mechanism that backs up the log information from the log file to other files or directly to a backup medium. This ensures that the log file does not become too large. SAP recommends that you mirror the log file. Some databases provide special software mirrors to allow you to do this. A database also includes structured data that contains essential information for the database, such as the number of data files and so on. The ongoing log information may include the structural data. This information is extracted from log files for migration to backup media, such as data cassette. A backup concept for the database always includes the regular backup of data files, the structured data, and the log information. All data files and the structured data are backed up together, and the ongoing log information is backed up separately. Now, we recommend that the duration of a backup cycle is 28 days. This means the backup media for the data and log information backups are not overwritten for at least 28 days. We should perform complete data backups every day to minimize data loss risks. Some databases offer hot backups, which means we don't back up the complete data over and over again, we just back up the data that's been changed. If you use hot backup, we suggest you perform a complete data backup at least once a week. So that's 4 complete data backups in the whole cycle. Meanwhile, we've got to back up the log information at least once a day. We recommend you always have 2 different backup media to contain the same information. Perform a data and log information backup with verification of the backup media at least once in the backup cycle. To minimize system downtime and improve performance, you must schedule regular administrative jobs such as backups and database checks, and monitor your database on a daily basis. The DBA cockpit is the central point for monitoring and administration of database within the SAP system. The DBA Planning Calendar and the central DBA Planning Calendar are used to schedule backups. In the meantime, you can use the Backup Log Overview to display backup logs, archive directory status, and restore reports if there are any. The DBA Operations Monitor is for checking the database operations status and logs, including backup monitoring, optimizer statistics updates, and database checks. The Database Performance Monitor displays performance indicators for the database, such as buffer cache quality, user call statistics, or database management system and database configurations. The Tables and Indexes Monitor tracks the storage behavior of the database. For example, space statistics, that shows the database size and free space, database object status, like table size and... Okay, in this demo, I'll show you how to plan a new database administration task. So, enter the transaction DB13 in the command box and press the Enter key. Or select the menu option Tools, CCMS, DB Administration, Planning Calendar, DB13 Local. Now we can see the DBA planning calendar. To plan a database administration task, select a date in the calendar and choose Schedule Action. In the Schedule Action dialog box, choose the action you want. I'm going to choose Check Database in this tutorial. In the start time, we're going to enter the start time as 5:00 PM and choose Continue. Now we've already successfully added this action to the calendar. Also, we can edit tasks that haven't been executed yet. We can change the action parameters or delete the action from the DBA planning calendar. In the DBA planning calendar, navigate to the certain date, select the planned action you want to change, and choose Change Action. To adjust the action parameters, click on Change an Action. Then we can change data like start time from 5:00 to 4:00. Choose Continue and then Done. If you want to delete an action, choose the task and click Delete Action. Then we'll see a dialog box for the planned action, and you can confirm this by now choosing Delete. You can also use the DBA planning calendar to check the status of a database administration task. For example, you can use it to check whether a task has been successfully performed. To do this, enter the transaction DB13 in the command box and press the Enter key or select Tools, CCMS, DB Administration, Planning Calendar, DB13 Local. Check the task status colour in the calendar view. Different colours stand for different admin task results. So red means error, yellow means warning, and green or blue means successful execution. Move to the action you require and choose Action Logs to check the logs. In the BR Connect action log for Database LEI window, we can check the details by clicking on Detail Log. To exit the detail view, choose Back. We can check the execution status by clicking on Job Logs. On this list, we can see the job name, status, scheduled start time, actual start time, and end time. And we can drill down the detailed job execution by clicking on Display Log. Now, we recommend you deliver this check at least once a day, and that's to ensure the database actions, which are usually scheduled in the night time, work as well as expected. Alright, next, let's learn how to check the backup logs. So, enter the transaction code DB13, and we'll see there's a whole database online backup action, and this status now is red. So we've got to check the backup logs with the transaction code DB12. Enter transaction DB12 in the command field and press the Enter key. Or again through the menu, it's Tools, CCMS, DB Administration, DB12 Backup Logs. On the backup logs, Overview for Database screen, choose the different button in the Database Backups area to check the time and content of the database backup. In this case, we choose Last Unsuccessful Backup. Now, we click on Detail Log. And the information about the last backup is listed. Okay, choose Back to exit the view. Alright, so the next thing we're going to learn is how to perform a database analysis. This time it's transaction DB02 in the command box and press the Enter key. Again, if you want to go through the menu, we're looking at Tools, Administration, Monitor, Performance, Database, DB02 Tables, Indexes. On the database analysis initial screen, we can see an overview of the most important information about the database. So there's database name and database server, size and occupancy statistics, number of tables and indexes, and consistency of the database. Check the date and time of the last update before you call detailed information about individual areas. If this time is too far in the past, you want to choose Refresh. The system may issue a message indicating that the update may take some time, but choose Yes to confirm this dialog box. Use the buttons in the Database Performance, Tables and Indexes view to navigate to the detail view for the individual analysis areas, for example, current sizes in Table Spaces area. The data is displayed in a new window, so we can check interesting information in a similar way, one by one. Alright, so we're going to monitor database performance using ST04. So again, in the command box, enter ST04 and press enter. Now, for example, we can check long table scans in Table Scans and Fetches area. The system displays performance information about the database cache. We find hit rate information and calculate the hit rate. Divide session cursor cache hits 18716 by session cursor cache count 454. And the hit rate is 2.4%. This figure indicates the number of database accesses that can be performed from a fast cache. A rate of more than 98% is considered to be an excellent value. If the rate is considerably lower, slower memory areas must be used for many requests, and this may lead to unsatisfactory performance. We can change the size of the database cache to resolve performance problems, but these changes may cause more problems than they resolve. So if in doubt, consult an expert before you make a change. Let's explore some of the basic techniques for user administration. One of the best things about SAP ERP is they've added in the ability to make all of your users compliant. So to achieve this goal, we're going to talk about creating users, roles, authorization profiles in this section, and we'll also explain the central user administration concept. The users in the SAP system need their specific authorizations to log on. When they log on to an operating system, a database or an SAP system, they've got to enter their user ID and password. Users and authorization data are client dependent. As system admin, we're going to protect the level of access to the operating system, application server and database server for data security purposes. So, user types. There's dialogue, and this is the most commonly used type. This user type is primarily for individuals to gain interactive system access. A user of this type can perform dialogue processing in interactive mode, background processing, batch input processing, and CPIC services provided there are no explicit restrictions via assignment of specific authorizations. SAP licensing can prohibit multiple concurrent use of the same user ID in production SAP systems. Communication user. This user type is used for dialogue-free communication between systems such as RFC or remote function call communication. This user is not allowed to log on to the R3 system or start dialogue processing. A system user is the user type which can be used for dialogue-free communication within a system, such as for RFC users for ALE, TMS, workflow and CUA, and for background processing. A specific use of the system user type is a validity period of a password won't apply for this type. So, this can be used to run background jobs and in between RFCs, so that jobs or RFC communications won't fail due to expiry of the password. Please also note that logon in dialog is not possible used system user type. Service users. This user type is a dialog user which is available to a large anonymous group of users. For example, to access via ITS or Internet Transaction Server, there won't be any check on initial password or expired passwords for this user type. Also, multiple logons are explicitly permitted for this user type. However, this user type should be assigned with great caution and with limited authorizations for security reasons. There's also reference user, and this user type is in general a non-person related user, so it can't be used for logon. Instead, this user type will serve as a reference for assigning additional identical authorizations to other users. For example, in case you have to assign some identical authorizations to all Internet users, you can create a reference user with those authorizations and use this reference user to assign identical authorizations to all other users. Right, let's learn how to set up a new user in the SAP system. So before setting up a new user, we've got to have the user-related information and approvals. We can copy an existing user as a template or set up a brand new user profile. So here I'm going to demonstrate how to copy from an existing user. So, enter transaction SU01 in the command box and press enter. Or select Tools, Administration, User Maintenance, SU01 Users in the SAP menu. Then we've got to type the user ID you want to copy in the user box. And select Copy. In the Copy Users dialog box, enter a new user ID into the field. Activate the tabs you want to copy. And select Copy. Select the Generate Password button to generate an initial password via a random generator. You can also enter a password manually in the initial password field. So for example, we're going to type 654321 and repeat this again in the Repeat Password field. Enter the user group to which the user is supposed to belong in the user group area for authorization check. So for example, Super, or use the input help to select the user group from a list. Enter the time frame now in the valid from and valid to fields. Choose the Address tab to type the user address if you want to. Now we're going to enter a few basic pieces of user information. So there's last name, first name, function, department, location, telephone, and email. Then select the Defaults tab. We've got to make sure that the logon language is correct. If a default language has been defined in the system parameters, for example German, this field is only required to define a different logon language. So for example, EN for English for the individual user. Now let's set system outputs in the spool control area. Enter a standard printer in the output device field, or use the input help function to select one from a list. Activate the to output immediately and delete after output checkboxes. Check the personal time zone, and you can also use the input help function if you want to change to a specific time zone. Select the most appropriate decimal notation. Under date format, select the right date format. Select the Parameters tab and enter parameters and parameter values in the table. Select the Roles tab and assign the authorization roles to the user and define the valid from and valid to. Choose the Profiles tab and assign the authorization profiles based on user requirements. Select the Groups tab and enter the user groups to whom you want to assign the user. Unlike the user group assigned in Logon Data tab, these groups are not included in the authorization check, but instead serve as an additional grouping characteristic, for example, for selections or similar. Now choose the Personalization tab and change the personalization options if required. Now choose the License Data tab and store the contractual user type ID corresponding to your license agreement. And click on Save. Now we've successfully created a new user. In some cases, we don't have the right user to copy, so we've got to create a brand new user account. And to do this, again, transaction SU01 in the command box and press Enter. Again, if you want to use the standard SAP menu, that's Tools, Administration, User Maintenance, SU01 Users. Enter the user ID to be created and then click on Create. And we'll follow the same procedure as before to input the user information. Sometimes we've got to maintain the user profile. Again, enter transaction SU01 or go through the SAP menu as before. Enter the user ID you want to maintain and click on Change. In the Maintain User screen, you can now change and save the data. The user groups commonly used to categorize users into a common denominator, sort users into logical groups and allow segregation of user maintenance is especially useful in a large organization. We can categorize user groups into two types. Authorization user group. In conjunction with S user group authorization object, it allows to create security management authorization by user group. For example, you can have a local security administrator only able to manage users in his groups, help desk to reset password for all users except users in some groups. Also general user group, in conjunction with SUIM and SU10 to select all the users in a specific group. User can only be member of one authorization user group, but several general user groups. Now let's learn how to create a user group. Enter transaction SUGR in the command box and press enter. Through the SAP menu, that's Tools, Administration, User Maintenance, SUGR user groups. Enter a name for the user group. So in this example, we're going to set up the user group Sales and click on the Create User Group button. And now enter a description. Then we're going to add users to the group under User Assignment. And then we just click on Save and Done. As we've already mentioned, individual user master records can be created or updated through the SU01 transaction. Now, from time to time, a security administrator gets a request to create or modify a number of user master records. SAP provides us with a number of options to handle mass user changes, and I'll be covering this topic now. There are a lot of scenarios that we can apply mass maintenance to in the company. For example, when we assign a new company address due to organisational changes, or change the valid date for SAP implementation team due to project timeline postponement, or locking lots of users for system maintenance. So let's quickly look at how to change user master records. This time we enter transaction SU10 in the command box and press enter. Through the SAP menu, that's Tools, Administration, User Maintenance, SU10 User Mass Maintenance. Now enter the user IDs, and in this demo we're going to change BC User 1 and BC User 2 user groups. And we'll click on Change. Select the relevant tabs we want to change, and we're going to change logon data here. Enter the data you want to maintain, a new user group, and activate the Change checkbox. Now when you've made all of your changes, you can click on Save and select Yes. Check the change logs and click back to exit. Authorization management in SAP can make testing the SAP solution a cumbersome process and often creates a potential compliance risk in terms of the use of the SAP system. In testing, authorization errors can block test cases for hours every time they occur, which wastes precious time, generates risks, and builds up frustration in these projects. Managing SAP licenses shows that as many as 1 in 4 SAP roles are not used in the live production SAP system. This not only clogs up the system, but adds to license costs. Compared to user administration, the authorization system is mainly characterized by business needs. In other words, the user's departments of your enterprise will determine to a large extent how authorizations are assigned. For example, the HR department must be consulted when the HR module is implemented, or if personal data of employees are managed in the system. Furthermore, coordination with external auditors, legal and enterprise internal regulations should be in place. So, consult your external auditors with regard to requirements that are made on the audit-related internal control of user administration. Enterprises organise their user and authorization administration according to the segregation of duties principle. Separation of duties is a classic security method to manage conflict of interest, the appearance of conflict of interest, and fraud. It restricts the amount of power held by any one individual, and it puts a barrier in place to prevent fraud that may be perpetrated by one single individual. Authorization check in SAP makes sure that users have the proper authorization to perform the task. A person can log on to a client of an SAP system if he or she knows the username and password of a user master record, and if the user type is authorized for the logon type. For example, it's not possible to log on with a communication or system user in the dialog process. A user master record is the collection of the user information such as address, name, user type, roles and authorizations, and so on. Logon type is determined by user type. In the SAP system, there is an authorization check every time we execute a transaction code. If the user starts a transaction code for which he or she has authorization, the system displays the initial screen of this transaction code. Depending on the transaction called, the user enters data and performs actions on this screen. There may be additional authorization checks for the data and actions to be protected. User authorizations are assigned using roles. The authorizations are combined in roles, and the roles are entered in the user master record. Authorization objects are composed of a grouping of fields. The values in these fields will be used in the authorization check, and there can be a maximum of 10 fields defined on an authorization object. Basically, we use this authorization object to check if the user is having an authorization to run a particular transaction. We assign authorization objects to a role with a specific ACTVT type. So, for example, a user is authorized to read only, while another could be authorized to edit. The authorization check entails multiple phases in the SAP system. When a transaction is started, the system first checks based on the authorization object ST code whether the user is authorized to execute the transaction. If the user doesn't have this authorization, well then a transaction wouldn't run. Besides the check of the transaction authorization, the system runs additional authorization checks within the transaction if specific actions are carried out. Which authorization objects are addressed with which click and how many checks are made depends on the source code and therefore varies considerably for every transaction. Authorization objects bundle one or more fields whose combination map an action in the SAP system. This usually involves multiple possible activities, for example create, change, or display in connection with an object in the system, for example a table or an authorization role. In this context, the activity and the object represent a field within the authorization object. The respective activity or the explicit object is entered as field values in the authorization field. The combination of several field values represents an authorization. So, for example, change the SAP BC Sec Auth admin role. For reasons of manageability, related authorization objects are grouped in object classes, which are in turn organized by application areas or modules. Users may only execute actions in the SAP system if they have the relevant permission. If they don't have the relevant permission for specific actions, they may not execute them. Users obtain permission to execute an action by having the required authorization assigned, and this is done either via authorization roles or using authorization profiles. Authorization roles, in contrast to authorization profiles, are the technically up-to-date form for assigning authorizations, and they're based on the technology of authorization profiles, but are considerably easier to manage and maintain and provide many more options. The role concept seizes the approach of bundling all authorizations required for a specific task. To what extent a technical role actually maps the respective workplace within your enterprise mainly depends on the enterprise's size, structure, and security or confidentiality requirements. The SAP modules used would also play a role here. An employee usually has several authorization roles whose combination describes the workplace. You define and describe the structure according to which you organize your authorization roles in an authorization concept. For example, according to modules, tasks, business areas, and so on. Now there are two types of authorization roles: single and composite roles. In single roles, you can add authorization objects to assign them to users. By contrast, composite roles enable you to combine single roles for easier management. Now, authorizations can't be added to composite roles. The profile generator is the central access point for all tasks with regard to the maintenance of authorization roles. Here, you create, change, and copy single and composite roles, assign them to users, and transfer them to other SAP systems. The role maintenance transaction code is PFCG, and it was also previously called profile generator or activity groups. The profile generator is the central access point for all tasks with regards to the maintenance of authorization roles. Here, you create, change and copy single and composite roles, assign them to users, and transfer them to other SAP systems. Role maintenance simplifies the creation of authorizations and their assignment to users. In role maintenance, transactions that belong together from the company's point of view are selected. Role maintenance creates authorizations with the required field values for the authorization objects that are checked in the selected transactions. A role can be assigned to various users. Changes to a role therefore have an effect on multiple users. Users can be assigned various roles. The user menu comprises the role menu and contains the entries such as transactions, URLs, reports and so on that are assigned to the user through the role. Okay, let's look at creating a single role now. So, enter transaction PFCG in the command box and press enter. Through the menu we can go Tools, Administration, User Maintenance, Role Administration, PFCG roles. Enter a name for the new authorization role in the role field and click Single Role. In this screen, enter a meaningful description, and you could use the long text field to add a description. Now go to the Menu tab and confirm with Yes. Authorization roles provide the option to structure the transaction authorizations contained therein in the form of a role menu to facilitate the user's access to transactions. So continuing with the role menu maintenance. Create a new folder in the role menu using the Create Folder button. So we create a folder, specify a name, and click Continue. The system now creates the folder in the role menu, so we select this folder and click the Transaction button. Now enter the transaction that's supposed to be assigned to the role and press Enter. This will confirm it. The system determines the text for the transaction selected and we click Assign Transactions. In the role menu you can not only define transactions but also programs or ABAP reports, queries, transaction variants, URLs, files and business warehouse reports. Besides the manual menu maintenance, you can also import specific menu parts from the SAP menu or the SAP area menu from already existing menus of other authorization roles, as well as external files into your role. You can sort the role menu via drag and drop. So, as soon as you've added transactions to the menu, the status of the tab changes to green. For the role to function, you maintain the role's authorization profile in the next step. So go to the Authorizations tab. The information about authorization profile is empty for newly created roles. Without a maintained and generated authorization profile, however, you can't assign authorizations using a role. Click Propose Profile Names to have the system generate a name and a profile text. Then we click Change Authorization Data to edit and generate the profile. The system prompts you to save the role and you can confirm with Yes. In the next view, you assign authorizations by defining the authorization objects. Based on the check indicator, the system's already added several authorization objects to the role. Expand the tree structure to obtain an overview of the authorization objects suggested. For example, under Cross-Application Authorization Objects, Transaction Code Check at Transaction Start, you can find the transaction added to the menu. In the structure, navigate to an authorization object and the corresponding authorization fields indicated with missing values. For example, Basis, Administration, Authorizations, Role Check. Click on the change icon in front of the role name field to enter or change field values. And maintain the desired values in the table. Now click on Transfer when you're done. The field values have now been transferred. If values are defined for all fields of an object, the status display changes to All Maintained. Repeat these steps for all of the other authorization objects with the missing values status. A new dialog window opens. The variable's missing status means that not all organizational levels have been maintained yet. So click on the Organizational Levels button to fill the variables. Organizational levels are field values that are used in many authorization objects with the same value, and can therefore be maintained comprehensively as variables. For example, company code, controlling area, and so on. Try to avoid maintaining accordingly highlighted fields directly in the authorization object, because you then override the role-wide value of the variable. Now enter a value for the variable and click Save. After you've maintained all authorization objects, click Save. Then you must generate the authorization to create the authorization profile of the role. Click back to exit the view. The status of the Authorizations tab is green now, and the status of the authorization profile is generated. Go to the User tab. Enter the user ID you want to assign to the role in the User Assignments area. If required, enter a validity period in which the authorization is supposed to be assigned. To provide the authorization immediately to the newly assigned user, select the User Comparison button. Click on Complete Comparison. The single role maintenance is now complete. Because you usually create roles in a development system, you must now transport them. The authorization profiles that belong to the single roles are transported as well. Click Save to save your entries. User authorizations are not usually assigned directly to user master records, but grouped together in authorization profiles. The system administrator can create authorization profiles automatically using the profile generator. You are not authorized to use transaction XXX. So this is the status message you get when you access a transaction which your user profile has no authorizations for. In real life, this scenario is the same when you get inside a hotel. Not all rooms are open for you. Some are restricted. Let's take a few minutes to compare the difference between role, user profile and authorization. Authorization objects are assigned inside a role, and a role is assigned to a user profile. So, a user profile can consist of many roles, and a role can consist of many authorization objects. In a company, an employee's user profile depends on his role to the company. So for example, if you're from the sales department, you can't access transactions from the purchasing department. Or if you're a manager, you may have more access than your team members. So let's learn how to display authorization profiles. Here we enter transaction SU02 in the command box and press enter. You can go through the menu as always: Tools, Administration, User Maintenance, Authorization and Profiles, Manual Maintenance, SU02, Edit Profiles Manually. Enter the name of the authorization profile in the Profile field. Leave the field blank to generate a complete list of profiles. Now click on Create Work Area for Profiles. In the next screen, the system displays the authorization profiles to which your selection criteria apply. Open the profile by double-clicking the profile name or clicking Change Profile. In the Text in User Master field, you can define a single or composite profile here. For composite roles, the Consisting of Profiles area lists the single profiles that are included in the composite profile. Double-click the profile name of a single profile to navigate to the next view. At the level of single profiles, the Consisting of Authorizations area lists the authorization objects contained in the profile. Double-click an object to open the field values. You are now in the display of the authorization fields of the authorization object. Below each field, you can view the field values that were defined in the authorization profile. And with this approach, you can examine the content of specific authorization profiles. Central User Administration is a feature in SAP that helps to streamline multiple users' account management on different clients in a multi-SAP systems environment. This feature is laudable when similar user accounts are created and managed on multiple clients. User administration is centrally performed from the central system, so the client with CUA. Other clients that are being controlled by the central system are termed child clients. From the foregoing, it could be said that the central system therefore acts like a parent client. The benefit of CUA lies in the possibility to restrict user access to specific clients in the multiple SAP system environment. The system makes use of application link enabling, which is called ALE, to exchange master data across the clients. ALE is a technology that allows distributed and asynchronous business processing. The implication here is the elimination of possible errors that may occur as a result of master data exchange across clients and possibly systems. Conclusively, depending on your configuration in transaction SCUM, you can manage users' lock, roles, profiles, and logon data, amongst other things. In previous tutorials, we've seen how to set operation mode, which redistributes the work processes for dialogues and background tasks, so that background tasks are able to utilize more hardware resource. In this step, we're going to go through the process of scheduling different types of jobs and defining the trigger events and more. Now, you may be wondering, what exactly is a background task? Well, a background task stands for a sequence of SAP programs which are executed step by step automatically in the background. They can be scheduled to run automatically at predefined days or with a predefined frequency. SAP background processing allows the automation of routine tasks and the optimization of the use of SAP computing resources. Background processing, sometimes also called background jobs or batch jobs, are scheduled background programs that usually run on a regular basis without any user operations. They're used to process high volumes of data that would usually take up a lot of memory resources, like running material requirements planning, MRP, the daily database backup, or the month-end closing. Obviously, background jobs can bring lots of benefits to the company, like we can run background jobs after work or at the weekend. We haven't got to lock a user when the job has started. In the SAP ERP system, we're free to switch between dialog mode and background mode in many transactions. For example, you can use transaction codes MD01 or MDBT to execute material requirements planning. MD01 is dialog mode and MDBT is background mode. The work unit of the background processing system is the background job, and each background job consists of one or more job steps. A step can be an ABAP program, an external command, or an external program. We can schedule every ABAP program as a step of a job. If the ABAP program has one or more selection screens, you must create the input form of a variant. A variant makes it possible to run an ABAP program in the background. The values stored in the variant are then used during the execution of the program. External commands are predefined commands for end users. They are operating system independent and are protected by authorizations, so that normal end users can schedule only those commands that the system administrator permits them to. With an external command, an ordinary end user, in a user without background processing administrator authorization, may run a host system command or program that's been predefined by the administrator in the SAP system. The user who schedules the external command must have the authorization required for the external command. Since the external command is defined in the SAP system, the administrator has got to limit the scope of the commands to SAP users. External programs are unrestricted commands that are neither predefined or restricted by authorizations. A user with administrator authorization can enter any one of these in a job step. With an external program, a system administrator can enter any desired host operating system command or program in a job step. No SAP authorizations test is carried out before executing the command. The job class defines the priority of a background job. Class A is started before Class B and Class B before Class C. Class C is the system default job class. If you have mission-critical jobs whose immediate execution must always be ensured, you can set up Class A as your critical jobs category. Reserve a work process for Class A jobs and assign Class A only to these mission-critical jobs. Have a look at the example below. Classes B and C provide secondary two-level job prioritization. Class B jobs get free background work processes before Class C jobs. This secondary prioritization operates separately from the Class A critical track, since Class B and C jobs can never block a Class A job. Like dialog mode, background processing requires proper authorization. In dialog processing, programs are usually executed with a user ID that is currently logged onto the system. For background processing, a job is normally started with the user who created the batch job. In most circumstances, you can create series of users to schedule batch jobs, like batch 1. Now the typical batch job IDs here are batch BC for system admin jobs, batch FI for financial accounting, and batch PP for running MRP. We can trigger a job by a specific time or event. If triggered by time, you can schedule a job on a particular date at a particular time, or even immediately. If we trigger by event, you can define occurrence of a particular event, and I'll show you the details in the demo. So a job can have the following statuses. Scheduled, which means the steps that make up the job have already been defined, but the start condition has not yet been defined. Released, so the job here has been completely defined, including its start condition. A job cannot be released without a start condition, and only an administrator or a user with the relevant authorizations for background processing can release a job. This ensures that unauthorized users cannot execute jobs without approval. Ready. The start condition of a release job has been fulfilled. A job scheduler has placed the job in the wait queue for a free background work process. Active means the job is currently being executed and can't be deleted or changed. Finished means all steps of the job were successfully completed. And cancelled means the job's been cancelled by an administrator by using the transaction code SM37, or alternatively a job step has been terminated with an error. If the execution of the job's already begun, you can monitor the processing in the job log. If the job contains RBAP programs that create output lists, these are stored in spool lists. Before we define a job, we choose a program PPARCHP1 and create a variant for the program. We use transaction code SE38 to change the program. On the RBAP editor initial screen, we input the program name in the text box and then execute it. We can see the program is used to set deletion flag and deletion indicator to the production orders. Then we input the values and click on Save as Variant. On this screen we can type the variant name and description. Select Only for Background Processing checkbox. Click on Save, and the variant test has been created. Alright, let's learn how to create a new job. So enter transaction SM36 in the command box and press the Enter, or select the menu option Tools, CCMS, Background Processing, SM36 Define Job. Now enter a name in the job name. Define the start priority of the job with job class. And type a specific server. Select Step and click on the RBAP program button in the dialog box to schedule an RBAP program. Each job consists of one or several steps that need to be defined individually, and these steps are executed in succession. In User, you can optionally define a user ID under which the job is supposed to be executed. The user of the job step provides the authorizations with which the job is executed, irrespective of this entry. The job overview lists the job with the user ID of the creator. You can only use user IDs of the user type dialog, system, or service for background processing. In the RBAP program area, enter the name of the program under Name. If there are variants of the program, you can also enter a variant. Click on Check to check the consistency of your entries. Now click on Print Specifications. If the program generates a spool or output request, enter the name of the printer in Output Device. Click on Properties to define the required spool control options in the Spool Request Attributes screen. When you're finished, choose Continue. Also confirm the selection of the printer in the previous screen, Background Print Parameters, with Continue. Save your entries in the initial dialog box using Save. The overview of the predefined steps is displayed, and here you can add more steps and change or delete predefined steps if necessary. Select Back to return to the initial screen of the job definition. Click on Start Condition. If you schedule a regular job, select the Date and Time button and enter a date in Date and time in Time for scheduled start. Or if you want to start the execution of the program immediately, select Immediate. For no start after, enter the last possible date and time for the program start. The date and time of the scheduled start refers to the database server and not to the local time. Activate the Periodic Job checkbox and click on the Period Values button. In the dialog box, select the required button, so for example Daily, and click on Check. If the system doesn't output an error message, select Save. Verify your entries in the Start Time screen using Check, and then confirm with Save. This will then navigate you back to the Define Background screen. In the Define Background Job screen, again click on Save. The status bar now displays a message that confirms the creation of the background job. Okay, let's learn how to monitor background jobs now. So let's enter transaction SM37 in the command box and press the Enter key. Or select the menu option Tools, CCMS, Background Processing, SM37 Job Overview and Administration. In job name, enter the name of the background job or use the star wildcard to view all jobs. Enter the user ID of the creator of the job in username or use the star wildcard to view the jobs of all users. We input SAP Brief. Under Job Status, activate the checkbox for Released, Ready, Active, Finished and Cancelled. Restrict the evaluation period by defining a start date in From and an end date in To for the job start condition, and then click Execute. You can navigate to other job-specific views from the job overview. The spool list contains the output lists for RBART programs if they exist. The job details contain, amongst other information, the job definition, duration of processing and the start time. All messages output by a background program are stored in the job log, and you can display this log to obtain information about a program that terminated with errors or to perform a detailed investigation about a background processing run. In the job overview, check the job list for cancelled or erroneous jobs. Look for jobs that have cancelled in the status column. Monitor critical jobs in particular, for example, for material requirements planning. Double-click on a row to call the basic data of the background job. We can navigate to job-specific views from the job overview. The spool list contains the output lists for RBART programs if they exist. Use back to return to the job overview. And check the run times of the job duration seconds column. If the runtime deviates from the normal runtime, this can indicate a problem and it should be analysed. To evaluate the runtime, you have to monitor it over a long period of time and compare it to previous runs of the job. In this section, I'll walk you through the output management basics, from processing output data flow, creating printers and spool servers, and managing spool requests. I'll show you everything you need to build your first printing workflow. So, let's dive into up and running with output management. There are various document classes in the SAP system, such as report lists, SAP script, or SAP Smart Forms documents. Although the way in which documents are created may be completely different, the output on paper is always performed using the same mechanism in 2 steps. First, a spool request is created. The spool request contains device-independent print data and includes administrative information such as author, date, number of copies and the actual print data. Only when the spool request is to be output on a particular device is an output request created. The device-independent print data from the spool request is converted to the printer language that the selected output device understands. This procedure allows the user to display a spool request before output. There can also be several output requests for one spool request. This can then avoid the user having to recreate a spool request if, for example, the toner in a printer is exhausted or the wrong paper was in the tray. The user can of course create a spool request and an output request at the same time, immediate print, by choosing the Print Out Immediately option. The actual document content of a spool request is stored in temc for temporary sequential objects, for which you define the storage location with the profile parameter rspo store location. Creating an output request prompts the SAP spool system to send a printer-dependent, completely formatted data stream to a printer through an operating system spooler, or OS spool. This means that the addressed printer model must be known to the SAP system. Definitions of this type are described as device types. If a printer cannot be controlled at operating system level, it can't be used from the SAP system either. There are several ways in which a spool work process can reach an operating system spooler. The most important of these connections is described as access methods. These access methods are local printing, remote printing, and front-end printing. So the method for local printing then? Well, in local printing, the spool work process and operating system spool run on the same host. It's irrelevant whether the printer is directly connected to this host or is reached over a network and possibly another print server. The spool work process passes on its data locally, that is, on the same host. On Unix systems, the print data with access method L is output using operating system methods, for example with the commands U1 or UW. The specific syntax is stored in profile parameters. Under Microsoft Windows, the data with access method C is passed directly to the operating system print API. Local printing is the fastest and most reliable connection from the SAP system to the operating system. As soon as the spool work process has transferred its data, it can deal with new output requests even if the operating system spooler is still occupied. You can configure multiple spool work process for an SAP instance. Regardless of the access method, this affects the output sequence. Different spool requests for the same printer may be printed in a different order to that in which they were created. If you require output in sequence, you can specify this for individual printers. However, a setting of this type reduces the ability to process printouts in parallel. With remote printing, the spool work process and operating system spooler run on different hosts. In exactly the same way as with local printing, it's irrelevant from the SAP system's point of view whether the printer is directly connected to the remote host or is reached using another network connection. Typical scenarios for remote printing are as follows. Network printers provide their own operating system spoolers and are directly connected to a computer network. Printers of this type are directly addressed from the SAP system using their names, access method U. Access method U is also used if the remote host is a Unix system. It can be used for the various types of Unix versions. SAP provides the SAP S Print program for all hosts running on Microsoft Windows operating systems. SAP S Print is a Windows service capable of multi-threading. Each output request is processed in a separate, isolated thread. The output requests that SAP S Print receives from the SAP system can thus be transferred to a particular printer individually. If the printer isn't working, this doesn't disturb the printing of other output requests on other printers. Access method S is usually used here, SAP protocol, but access method U, the Unix Berkeley protocol, is also supported. For performance reasons, you should only use remote printing in a LAN environment, not a WAN, and ensure that the operating system spoolers are available. Front-end printing uses control technology with access method G. Controls are DLLs that run in the process context of the SAP GUI. The new print control receives the print data and transfers it to the printing system for the operating system. In contrast to previous front-end printing with access method F, front-end printing with control technology and access method G offers the advantage that front-end printing using SAP GUI for Java can be set up irrespective of the platform. Printing using the Windows Terminal Server is also made easier with front-end printing using control technology. The processing of front-end printing is also performed, as with the other output methods, using a spool work process. These can therefore be conflicts with regular and front-end print requests. The profile parameter rdisp/wp no spo fro max allows you to define the maximum number of spool work processes for front-end printing for each SAP instance. Front-end printing is suitable for output on local printers. However, it's not for production or mass printing. Front-end printing requires a connection to the front-end PC. However, this method cannot be used for background processing. If you're using the SAP GUI for HTML and want to print on your front end, this is also possible through access method G. The print data is sent to the browser and displayed using this print method, and you can then print a document on your front end. SAP recommends that you configure at least one spool work process on each application server that users log on to. If no work process is running on the application server that a user wants to use for front-end printing, the system selects one of the available spool servers with the least load to process the print request. You can define a spool server specifically for front-end printing by setting the profile parameter rspo local print server to the required server name. So this is how to set up front-end printers. Now it's possible that not all printers of your enterprise are network compatible, but are partly connected via USB to a PC. You can also print with these devices from the SAP system and set up a front-end printer for this purpose. Our example assumes that the operating system is used on desktops, so let's learn how to set up front-end printers step by step. For this, the transaction code is SPAD in the command field and press enter. Through the Tools menu, that is Tools, CCMS, Spool, SPAD Spool Administration menu path. Select the display option for the output devices in the Devices Servers tab. The system displays the printers that are currently available in the system. To change the settings of an existing server or create a new printer, click on Change. Create a new printer by clicking the Create button. Enter a name for the printer, for example LOCL, in the header data under the Output Device field. In this example, enter a short name yourself by entering LOCL under short name. Select the SWin or SAP Win entry from the drop-down list of the Device Type field from the Device Attributes tab. Select an appropriate device class, for example, Standard Printer. If required, define a general description of the device in the Message field. Go to the Access Method tab. In the Host Spool Access Method field, select F or G. The Access Method F works with the transfer program SAP IPD, which is installed with SAP GUI on PCs. Alternatively, you can use Access Method G, which doesn't use SAP IPD. Enter the default value in the Host Printer field. By entering Default, the system addresses the output device, which is defined as the default printer in the Windows operating system of the desktop computer. Leave the default settings in the output attributes and tray info tabs unchanged. Now choose Save and click back to return to the list of output devices. The new printer LOCL is included in the printer list. Now if we're going to test it, select the Output Device Print Screen List option in the menu bar and specify the newly created printer LOCL as the output device. If you set Access Method F, the system determines the default printer of the PC when printing and enters it in the Windows Printer field. Click on Continue. If you've used Access Method G, the dialog window appears again after you've clicked Continue. Select the required printer and click OK. You've now set up the Windows Standard Printer in the SAP system. You can use this procedure particularly if you don't use a network printer, but a USB printer, for example. In Print dialog windows, you can now select the printer as device LOCL. Before you can print from the SAP system, you must first define the output device, that is, the physical printer. This applies to network printers as well as to local devices connected to your PC. To ensure that the print coupling between the system and the operating system works, you need to first set up the network printer at the operating system level. So let's go through the following steps before setting up a printer. So you set up the printer at the operating system level. Write down the network name of the printer, for example FIN3 or accounting account 2, not the printer type like OKI C5400. Write down the printer type. The type is a combination of the manufacturer name and the printer model. So for example HP OKI C5400. Now let's configure the network printer step by step. So enter transaction SPAD in the command field and press enter. As before, the Tools, CCMS, Spool, SPAD Spool Administration menu path works. Select the display option for the output devices in the Devices Servers tab. The system displays the printers that are currently available in the system. To change the settings of an existing server or create a new printer, click on Change. Create a new printer by clicking the Create button. The system displays the Spooler Administration Create Output Device view. Make the following settings. Enter the name of the printer with which the printer is supposed to be managed in the SAP system, in the Output Device field, in the header data. If you need to, enter a short name, but if you don't make any entries here, the system will generate one for you. Select the printer model from the device type drop-down list in the Device Attributes tab. Define a spool server. Select an appropriate device class. Specify further information on the model and location of the printer as required. The model and location fields are essential for the administration of output devices and facilitate the assignment of SAP printers to physical devices. So don't forget to update the location field if you move the printer. Now go to the Access Method tab. Select a host spool access method. The access method defines how the SAP spool system forwards the print data to the operating system's spool system. The access method depends on the operating system on which the spool server runs, so for example Unix, and to which operating system the printer is connected, so for example Windows for desktop printers. Ask the administrator who's responsible for the network printers if you're unsure about the access method. In the host printer field, enter the network name of the printer as it was defined at the operating system level. In the destination host field, enter the PC or operating system print server to which the print's connected. Get the Output Attributes tab up. Here you can optionally maintain other settings for the printer, for example whether a cover page is going to be printed. Open the Tray Info tab and maintain the page formats of the paper trays if required. And after you've made all the entries, select Save. Click back to return to the list of output devices and you'll see the new printers now displayed in the printer list. So the network printer has been set up and can now be used. The printing concept introduced up to now envisages a fixed assignment of an output device to a spool server. A spool server, on the other hand, can be assigned multiple output devices, which raises the risk of this server becoming overloaded. It would therefore be desirable to have a mechanism for load balancing across multiple servers. It's also advisable to set up groups of spool servers to ensure reliability. Both aspects are considered in this introduction to logical spool servers. Include logical spool servers from the outset when planning your printer landscape. And then when scaling your SAP system later, for example, additional instances with spool work processes, logical spool servers make it easier to adapt the printer landscape. A spool server is an SAP application server with at least one spool work process. Every output request is processed on a real spool server of this type. An output device created in the SAP system can be assigned a spool server directly. However, there are many advantages associated with an additional logical layer between the output device and the spool server. You can use logical or spool sewers for this purpose. These stand for a hierarchy of other logical servers and/or real spool servers. You can classify output devices and spool servers, for example, for test printing or production printing. The SAP system checks the classifications when saving and displays a warning message if there are deviations. For example, the system warns you if you attempt to assign a high-volume printer to a production print server. If users use the print button to notify the system that they want to output a list or a screen view on a printer, the SAP system initially creates a spool request. To turn this spool request into an output request that can be forwarded to the printer, you need a spool work process. A spool work process in turn is provided by a spool server. The SAP application server itself is usually the first spool server of your SAP system. Beyond that, you can define additional real or logical spool servers. An additional real spool server can be another physical SAP system, for example, your quality assurance system, which assumes the formatting of spool requests in case of bottlenecks as the alternative server. A logical spool server, however, is not a separate physical device, but only a mapping of a real server. You use logical servers, for example, to optimize the management of output devices by assigning a logical spool server to your printers. For example, if you transport your output devices, you must then only switch the logical output servers to the new real output server, instead of adjusting the output server of all output devices. We'll describe a common scenario in which two real spool servers are mapped by a logical spool server each. Load balancing is set up between the logical spool servers, which pass spool requests to the alternative server if the first server is overloaded. So let's learn step by step. Enter transaction SPAD in the command field and press enter. Or go down the menu path Tools, CCMS, Print, SPAD Spool Administration. Select the display option for the spool servers in the Devices Servers tab. The system displays the spool servers that are currently defined in the system. To change the settings of an existing server or create a new spool server, click on Change. Create a new real spool server by clicking the Create button. Enter the name of the server and a description. And then select Save. The entry in the server class field mainly serves informational purposes and should primarily ensure higher clarity. You can leave the entries unclassified if you don't want to use the server classes. Now click back to return to the list of spool servers and reselect Create to now create a new logical server. Enter a server name and description and activate the logical server checkbox. Enter a real spool server in the mapping field. And click Save to save your entries. Click back to return to the list of spool servers. Repeat the previous step to create a second logical spool server. And as a result, you now have 2 real spool servers and 2 logical spool servers, which each map a real server. To define load balancing, position the cursor on the first logical server and then click on Choose button to open the detail view. Now activate the Allow Load Balancing checkbox and enter the name of the logical server under Alternative Server. Save your entries. If all spool work process of the logical server LOG1 or the real spool server ECCL-LEI00 should be fully utilized, the system will now pass the spool requests to the logical spool server log2, that is, the real server ECCL-LEI00. SAP recommends a 3-system landscape. This consists of a development system, Dev, a quality assurance system, QAS, and a production system, PRD. Dev system is where the consultants do the customization as per the company's requirements. So it's for continuous SAP configuration, customization, maintenance, and updates and bug fixes. This system is the very start for business-related configuration and customization that will push to QAS. QAS is used to carry out configuration and custom code testing on a large scale. Configuration and customization will be transporting from Dev to QAS, and they're going to be tested thoroughly to ensure all business processes are working just fine. PRD is for production environment. All the business transaction data will run in the production system. It's the system where the end users perform daily operations after go live. The concept of logical servers supports you when defining a consistent, transportable print landscape. Unlike real spool servers, logical servers can have the same name in various SAP systems. In this way, you can define a consistent SAP print architecture in the development system and then transport it to other systems. After the transport, All you need to do is adjust the mapping of the logical servers to the spool servers of the new system. There are functions for the manual transport of output devices and spool servers in transaction code SPAD. If you operate more than one SAP system in your enterprise, and if printing on physical printers is supposed to be possible from various systems, you don't have to redefine the output devices in each system. For this purpose, you can use the option of transporting already configured printers. So enter transaction SPAD in the command field and press enter. That menu path again is Tools, CCMS, Spool, SPAD Spool Administration. Select the display option for the output devices in the Devices Servers tab. Now position your cursor on a printer and choose Transport to transport an individual device. If you want to transfer the entire list of output devices, select Edit, Transport, Transport All. A dialog window opens which informs you need to process the printers later on in the target system. And confirm this with Continue. In the next dialog window, use the input help to select a workbench transport request or create a new request. And again, click on Continue. The printers selected were recorded in the transport request specified and can now be imported into other SAP systems. Spool servers can be transported similarly. The SAP system distinguishes two types of requests, spool requests and output requests. Whenever you click the print icon, the system initially creates a spool request. This includes the document to be printed. The data of this document is stored in the TEMC database. The spool request and the TEMC data are then used as the basis to create an output request, which now also includes attributes such as the target printer and the number of copies. It's very easy to output data in the SAP system, so let's quickly learn. We actually can click the print button in any view or list. Take production order info system as an example, so let's print it. The print screen list dialog appears when you're prompted to specify a printer. Depending on the spool control fixed values defined in your user master record, a printer is already displayed in the output device field. Call the details for the spool request by selecting the Properties button. To maintain spool and output requests, call the output controller using transaction code SP01. If you only want to check the status of your own spool requests, you can use transaction code SP02. SP01 provides many selection criteria for selecting particular spool or output requests. The further selection criteria function is simple to use and allows each user to define their own selection criteria. The displayed list shows all spool or output requests that match your selection criteria. The list is created using the SAP List Viewer ALV. This allows you to change the appearance of the list as you desire, and it means you can show and hide columns, sort them, or create variants. The following indicators specify the status of a spool request. So minus, not yet sent to the operating system, so no output request exists. If you see plus, spool request is still being created and stored in the spool system. Waiting. The output request has not been processed yet by the spool system. Proc. A spool work process is formatting the output request for printing. Print. The output request is printing by the operating system spooler. If the query at the host spooler is not activated, this status is shown for around a minute. Compler, that's C-O-M-P-L. The output request has been printed. If the query at the host spooler isn't activated, the status changes to compl as soon as the output request is transferred to the host spooler. F5. This means there are at least 2 output requests with various statuses. Problem. This indicates an error not of a serious nature, such as an incomplete character set, and this request was still printed. Error. Now this indicates a serious error such as a network error. Time. A particular time was specified for the output of the request by the request creator. If you double-click the status of a spool request, the system displays the associated output requests. To view the output requests of multiple spool requests, select these and choose Output Requests, or F5. For every unsuccessful output request, a log is written that you can use for error analysis. The system administrator is responsible for regularly deleting old spool requests and monitoring the consistency of the spool database. To delete old spool requests, schedule the RBART program RSPO0041 with an appropriate variant as a periodic job. For more information, we'll introduce it to you in the next lecture. To check the consistency of the spool database, schedule the RBART program RSPO1043 with an appropriate variant as a daily job. You can also start spool administration tools in the dialog in transaction code SPAD in the admin tab page. However, the functions provided in transaction code SPAD for deleting spool requests and running consistency checks are limited compared to the other programs available. Depending on how your spool system's been configured, old spools may consume memory in your database or file system. In both cases, this memory could be used more reasonably for other purposes, or could result in memory problems in extreme cases. Spool requests are stored at the operating system level of the spool server under USR, SAP, SID, sys, global, client spool. The file name includes the number of the SAP spool request, and as in the picture, spool requests are stored in D drive, USR, SAP, LEI, sys, global, 800 spool. Report RSP00041 exists for deleting old spool requests, which can also be scheduled as a standard job SAP reorg spool, and this should be run on a daily basis. The job deletes all spool requests completed whose minimum retention period, which is usually 8 days, has been exceeded. If output requests still exist for an expired spool request which have not been completed, for example due to error messages, the spool request is not removed. You must therefore regularly use the transaction code SP01 to check whether obsolete or undeleted spool requests exist and remedy possible errors in the system. Okay, in this chapter we're going to talk about how to maintain SAP systems with support packages and patches. Now, one of the most basic things you'll do as a system admin in a basis team is system maintenance. With SAP ERP, you've got a lot more control to help you do the maintenance tasks. And in this lesson, I'll show you how to download software updates from the SAP support portal and execute a kernel update and maintain the RBART components. SAP software is largely maintained using support packages. A support package is a set of corrections for errors in RBART programs. These corrections are usually already available as SAP notes. SAP Note changes individual objects. They can contain general information, hints and tips, or recommendations from SAP. They can also describe a problem and the solution to errors in standard functions of the SAP software. This type of SAP Note contains a solution to an individual problem, which is often the solution to a programming error, in the form of corrected lines of source code. A support package is a collection of objects. It bundles the corrections that have been provided over a certain period in a consolidated package. In most cases, support packages contain error corrections only, while functional enhancements are less common. Support packages are provided for specific products, releases and components. They provide corrections both for the system basis and for the functional application modules. Because the individual components of an SAP system interact with one another, the support package versions of the various components must be compatible. For example, if you import a support package for an application component that requires a specific basis support package, serious errors may occur if both packages are not implemented. Support packages enable the early detection and resolution of problems in your system. SAP recommends customers import all support packages as soon as they are released to avoid the occurrence of serious problems. To resolve such conflicts, SAP recommends you import support packages using support package stacks. Support package stacks are recommended combinations of support packages of different software components. Support package stacks contain compatible kernel and support package versions for all components in a system. You should use the support package stacks available rather than importing support packages in isolation. The SAP kernel comprises a range of components, including the Start SAP and Stop SAP files for starting and stopping the SAP server. Kernel are used when problems occur in the communication between the SAP system and the operating system. Support packages and support package stacks can be downloaded from the SAP support portal. ABAP supports packages for all SAP systems as of SAP NetWeaver 7.0 can be downloaded with the Maintenance Optimizer in the SAP Solution Manager. While the support packages you require can also be selected in the support panel directly, you need Solution Manager to confirm the downloads. The Maintenance Optimizer greatly simplifies the selection of support packages and helps avoid errors. SAP therefore strongly recommend that you use Solution Manager. Kernel updates and updates for the SPAM or SAINT version can be downloaded without SAP Solution Manager. Transaction code SPAM, Support Package Manager, and SAINT, the add-on installation tool, are used to import updates and add-ons. Both transactions are updated using a separate SPAM or SAINT update. The SPAM SAINT version is important because certain ABAP support packages require a minimum version. If the minimum SPAM SAINT version required is not in your system, serious errors may occur when you import support packages. The SPAM SAINT version is the last piece of information you need to start downloading support packages from the SAP support portal. Before you download support packages, you need to determine which components are contained in your system and which updates have already been imported. So we can check the system status. Information about support package levels is included in the status display. So let's go through it step by step. Choose the menu option System, Status, and this function is accessible from all transactions and menus. In this demo, our system status component version is SAP ECC 6.0. The Unicode system is yes. You can also get additional information about kernel. Operating system is Windows NT. Machine type is Intel 8068. It means 32-bit or 64-bit version. And the database system is Oracle. Then choose component information. And we're going to see a table of our system, version and the support package level. In the demo system, the software component is SAP Basis, the release is 700 and the level is 0005. And we can also choose the print button to print it out. The support package version has a standard naming principle. It has SAP K plus component plus release plus level. In the highest support package, our demo system is SAP KB 70005, which means the component is SAP Basis, support package is 5, and release is 7.00. Choose Continue to return to the previous screen. Now we'll check the kernel version, so choose the Other Kernel Info button. And you'll see the kernel release is 700 and the patch level is 52. So take a note of this information and click on Continue. And you've now got everything you need to download ABAP and the kernel patches. Now let's learn how to find support packages in the SAP support portal. Type support.sap.com in your internet browser and click on Software Downloads. Click on the Support Packages and Patches links, and you'll now have various options for selecting support packages. Search for support packages and patches, so enter a search text. Browse download category, search by product version. Applications by index is an alphabetical search. My company's application components, the products and components your company has registered with SAP. In this demo, we're going to find the support package for SAP EHP1 for SAP NetWeaver 7.0. Select Browse Download category, search by product version. Select a product group, SAP NetWeaver and complementary products. Select the relevant subgroup, SAP NetWeaver. Select your component version, which you check the system status, SAP EHP1 for SAP NetWeaver 7.0. Click on Entry by Component. And now a tree structure opens, and select the component Application Server ABAP. Now go through the list of your product's components in detail and select the support packages to download. Start with the component PI Basis 7.01. Click on this component. Now click on Support Packages. The list of download objects is displayed at the bottom of the screen. Scroll down through this list and select one or more support packages with a higher support package level than the current level in your system. So for example, PI Basis Support Package 04 for 7.01. If you haven't imported any support packages for a long time, several new levels may have been made available since your last import. So for example, your system may currently have patch level 3 and patch level 6 is now available. If you want to update your system to the latest level, so in this case level 6, and skip several patch levels 4 and 5, you must download all files available, so levels 4, 5 and 6 need to be downloaded. And click on Add to Download basket. Another browser window opens confirming that the file's been added to your download box, and you can now choose Close. Continue with the other ABAP components. So SAP ABA 7.01, SAP Basis 7.01, SAP BW 7.01. Go through the individual components, adding the support packages to your download basket, one after another, as described in steps PI Basis 7.01. Then select the entry SAP IGS 7.00. A tree structure expands in which you can select your server's operating system. So for example, Windows Server on IA32 32-bit. The SAP Internet Graphics Service, or the SAP IGS, ensures that graphical content can be displayed in the SAP system. Select the latest version, so for example patch level 20, and add it to your download basket. Continue with the download of the SAP kernel. Make sure to select the appropriate version for your operating system, so 32 or 64-bit, and base your selection on whether your SAP system's Unicode or a non-Unicode system. For our example here, we're going to select SAP kernel 7.01 32-bit Unicode. Select the correct operating system, so for example Windows Server on IA32 32-bit. Click on the Database Independent link. The SAP kernel consists of a large database-independent part, kernel part 1, and the smaller database-dependent part, which is kernel part 2. You must always download both parts and install them together. Scroll back up through the list and select the database-dependent part of the kernel by clicking on the link for your database system, e.g. MaxDB. Next, scroll through the list again and add kernel part 2 for Basis 7.01 with the latest version, for example patch level 69, to your download basket on the Downloads tab. Now you must select the same patch level you selected for kernel part 1. You've now selected all of the ASAP support packages and kernel patches you need, and you can search for the latest Spam Saint version. To do this, select the download menu option Support Packages and Patches, browse Download category, search by product version Additional Components, SAP Spam Saint Update. Select the Spam Saint version, so for example Update 701. Click on Support Packages. And now select the latest version, so for example Spam Saint Update version 701/0056, and add it to your download basket. Your download list is now complete and all files are in the download basket, so you can now start downloading the software packages. After adding all support packages to your download basket, you can begin the download. Access the SAP Support Portal, click on Software Downloads, and then click on My Download Basket. The Download Basket tab lists all the files you can download. In our example, the list only shows the freely available kernel components. Switch to the Approval List tab. It shows the files for which a download needs to be approved with the SAP Solution Manager. This is indicated by the Request AP Approval entry in the status column. As soon as the download's been approved, the ABAP support packages that require approval are also displayed on the Download Basket tab. Now click the Get Download Manager button to start the Download Manager, and click on Download All Objects. The Download Manager downloads the files from the SAP Support Portal, and when it's finished, the files are available locally on your PC, and you can then start to import the support package. Now we come to the process of the update itself. As explained earlier, you should always start with the kernel update. The operating files of the SAP system are updated in a kernel update. Kernel updates are normally used to eliminate bugs and other errors in the kernel. In other words, they're used when problems occur in the communication between the SAP system and the operating system. The kernel depends on the operation system and on the database of the SAP server. The same kernel version must be installed on all servers in a system, the central instance and other application servers. Now a kernel update comprises the following steps. So firstly you save the old kernel. Then copy the new kernel to the SAP server and unpack it. Then stop the SAP system and services. Now replace the kernel files, restart the SAP system and check the logs. You generally know that an update has been a success if you can start the system and log on with the SAP GUI. ABAP components are maintained using the following two SAP tools. Firstly, the Support Package Manager. The tool for importing support packages is the Support Package Manager. You can call it by using the transaction SPAM or SPAM. The add-on installation tool, and the transaction code is SAINT or SAINT. Most standard software components of an SAP system are installed during the initial installation process. Additional software components can be imported afterwards if required. These are referred to as add-ons. Examples of add-ons may be plugins or industry-specific components or industry solutions that are not part of the standard installation. These add-ons are imported with the help of the add-on installation tool, and its transaction is synced. These tools are enhanced on an ongoing basis, and updates are delivered with the spam synced update. Before you import an ABAP support package or an add-on into your system, you should always import the latest spam synced update first to avoid errors and problems. Some support packages even require a certain minimum spam synced version before they can be imported, and you should therefore always download the latest spam synced update from the SAP portal together with the support packages. So let's learn how to install the update. So log on to the SAP system in client 000 and enter the transaction spam in the command field and press the enter key. Or select the menu option Tools, ASAP Workbench, Utilities, Maintenance, Spam Support Package Manager. Select the menu option Support Package, Local Packages, from Front End. Now navigate to where the file is stored on your local PC, open it and decompress it. To upload the update file, select the menu option Support Package, Import Spam Synced Update. Read the SAP note displayed to determine possible prerequisites or known problems associated with importing the update, and then import it. Now the update is imported. When this is complete, you're prompted to restart transaction spam. After restarting transaction spam, the update is now complete. Once you've imported the spam synced update, you can proceed to import ABAP support packages or install add-ons. You've already downloaded the support package files from the SAP support portal and stored them locally on your PC. You now need to make these files available to the SAP server. In other words, you must load the support packages, and there are two ways to do this. You can load them from the front end or from the application server. Loading the support packages from the front end, that is from your local PC, is very simple if you use the support package manager, because you're not required to manually copy the files to the server and unpack them there. However, you should only use this option if the archive is smaller than 10 meg. Log on to the SAP system in client 000 and again call the transaction spam. Select the menu option Support Package, Load Packages from Application Server. It's very similar to applying the spam synced update, so loading from the application server isn't explained here. Add-ons enhance the functional scope of standard SAP systems, and examples of add-ons include industry solutions and plugins. You can download add-ons from the SAP support portal in just the same way as support packages. Add-ons that have been downloaded can be installed with the add-on installation tool and the transaction is synced. This tool is similar to the support package manager, the transaction spam, which is used to maintain the spam synced update. Alright, in this chapter I'm going to introduce you to the various ways you can connect across your system landscape. Here's an overview. The first is to explain the concept of remote function call. You can also get to know different types of remote function calls, and I'll also show you how to set up a remote function call in real life. RFC, or remote function call, is an SAP interface protocol. Based on CPIC, it's the programming of communication processes between systems. RFCs enable you to call and execute predefined functions in the same system or a remote system, such as R3 to R3 or R3 to external system. The typical destinations of the function call is a server, system, client, or so on. So there are 5 different kinds of RFC. There is the synchronous RFC or SRFC. for direct communication between different systems and between SAP NetWeaver ES and SAP GUI. There is the asynchronous RFC, or ARFC. This is for direct communication between different systems and for parallel processing of selected tasks. Transactional RFC, or TRFC, is for general asynchronous communication. Transactional RFC ensures transaction-like processing of processing steps that were originally autonomous. QD RFC, or QRFC. So queued RFC is an extension of TRFC. It also ensures that individual steps are processed in sequence. And finally, background RFC, or BG RFC. BG RFC is the successor to TRFC and QRFC. So I'm going to set up an RFC connection. This transaction in the command field is SM59, and you press the Enter key. Through the menu you can go Tools, Administration, Administration, Network, SM59 RFC Destinations. On the Configuration of RFC Connections screen, select the RBAP Connections folder under RFC Connections. Now we're going to see the existing RFC connections. Double-click on the destination we want to display. And to set up a new connection, choose Create. Enter a name under RFC Destination. Select a connection type, and in this demo we're going to type 3 for a new RBAP connection. Enter texts in the description fields and press Enter. We're going to enter the name or IP address of the SAP server that's to be called in the target host field, the system number in the Technical Settings tab. Now switch to the Logon and Security tab. Enter a logon language in the language field. In the client field, enter the client you want to use the RFC logon function. In the user field, enter the user ID the function is to be executed in the target system. And enter the password of the user in the target system. Now press the Enter key. Now choose Continue to confirm. We're going to see the RFC Destination IDES 800 view. Here you can see that your entries have been copied into the Logon field group. Choose Save to save the RFC connection. Alright, now we're going to test the connection, so we'll click the Connection Test button. The system now attempts to reach the remote server in the network using the ping command, and if this test is successful, a connection can be set up at TCP/IP level. Okay, choose Back. On the RFC Destination IDES 800 screen, click on Remote Logon to verify that the logon data. After logon, we can see that the Start SAP Easy Access screen. And you're now in the target system. So the RFC connection has now been set up. Exit the view, and the new connection will display in the list.
In this lecture, we'll be talking about embedded analysis in S4 HANA. Here we have the architecture, where they're technically with the software, but if you want to be in the latest and greatest, you'll have your SA, your S4 HANA for your transactions, and you have your BW for HANA for your strategic analytics. And all of this is obviously sitting on your HANA platform, and then you can pick and choose between the two systems depending on what your reporting needs. You now have the option of your embedded analytics with your S4 system. For more strategic analysis or even some predictive analytics, you can now use your BW for HANA, which has been rewritten from the ground up. SAP has removed 1 million lines of code from their previous BW version, so it's supposed to be a very streamlined BW environment. So this is the landscape right now, where SAP wants your customers, or where customers go to. So let's go talk about embedded analytics. Let me give you a primer on how all this works. So S4 Embedded Analytics, the main premise here is that we have virtual data models, and as we progress here, for most of you who haven't got the BW environment, you'll see that translates fairly nicely to what you have in the BW environment in terms of just the general architecture. The difference being is that when a virtual data model, we're no longer persisting with data, we're reading data real time directly out of the S4 environment with those virtual data models. You're looking directly at the tables and you can build a ton of different applications on top of it, maybe using the business suite of the Business Objects tools or Analytics Cloud or Fury or different front-end tools. At the same time, we can also connect the CDS views to a BW system and use that as a data source. If we move along to the next slide, this is the high-level architecture. So how does this work? So at the very bottom, you've got the persistent layer. Now, what does that mean? These are your tables in your S4, may have been simplified, a general ledger table. They're the tables physically existing in your S4 system. So then we go up to modeling. Now we build the CDS views and we build that virtual data modeling in order to consume the raw data and for us to add semantics to it and add properties and make sure we're satisfying user requirements. What's the access method? We can have an OData service, which will then expose this to Fury or other third-party tools. Or we have what we call this trend and analytical queries. Again, for you, those of you who have BW systems, this will translate to a pretty much BEX query. That's how that CDS you'll behave. That'll be the front-end tools that will see that as a backstory. So finally, your visualization. This is where we consume the data, your end user will consume that data, and again will be your business objects or a front-end tool like SAP Analytics Cloud or Fury or a third-party system. So, now let's talk about briefly the virtual data model. What is the virtual data model? Plain and simple, it's a bunch of views, what we call our CDS views, and we build them layered on top of each other. So first a view that's been consumed by a second view, which has been consumed by a third view. Again, the architecture of your virtual data model will depend on your requirements. It's not a straightforward linear view on top of the view on top of another view. It just depends on what it is you need to build. Finally, you have your UI at the top, which again is your front-end tool, which will consume those views. So, what does a virtual data model look like? Again, for those of you who have a BW system, this will look very similar to the architecture in BW, where we initially loaded data into an ODS. Typically, you'd have a cube for a second layer, and then a multi-provider or a composite provider, and then finally your BEX query. So those elements translate on the right-hand side here of my screen. You have a very basic CDS view, which is pretty much your initial selection of data out of your tables in S4. Once you do that, you build a composite view, which selects data from that basic view, and this is where we add all of the semantics. So this is where we define properties, such as adding texts or attributes to a particular field, such as material. And then on top of the composite view, we have the consumption, which is where we're pretty much building that query that will be exposed to the front-end tools. And it will behave like a BEX query. You can even run this in RSRT, and you can do data previews and test if the query is working. Apart from that, on the left-hand side, we have our master data. So this is again similar to BW, where we build your dimension and you build your views. And then we put them together and we associate them with a composite view. So this is a virtual data model. All this is happening in real time when the user executes that report. So the cubes and the data is persistent. It exists physically in BW, and you have that overhead of your extraction, your ETL into BW, as well as data and memory that's been consumed by that persistent data. So Moving along, this view we're talking about here is CDS views, so they stand for Core Data Services, and the definition is that they are semantically enriched, non-persistent entities that can be built on top of each other, and they're executed during runtime. So for those of you, again, who have SAP, have ECC in your environment, where you can build a view on top of tables, it's pretty much the same principle with CDS views, but they're way more advanced and sophisticated, and you have a lot of additional functionality in there. So, in brief, let's talk about the front-end tools. Most of you here do have business objects, so this is an SAP diagram in terms of where they see the front-end tools going. So they have at the bottom part, with the Innovate at the core, your on-premises tools. Again, they have their BI Suite, Lumira, Design Studio, Analysis Edition, or Office Web, Crystal Reports. You have your planning as well as predictive analytics. And now when you go to the cloud solution, SAP Analytics Cloud is the new SaaS solution for analytics. We also have the option for the digital boardroom, which is a tool that allows for a touchscreen, multiple TVs in the room, with reports in there where you can have meetings and literally drill down into the data as the meeting is happening. So in terms of the on-premises tools, we have Web Intelligence here in the right analysis for Office, which is your ad hoc reporting. It looks like Excel. You've got a pivot table with your data coming out of your data warehouse or S4. Many financial users really like to use analysis for Office. It becomes an Excel and they can manipulate the data. And then you have Lumira, discovering where you can have lots of visualization, graphs and charts. It's more of a storytelling tool as opposed to an ad hoc tool. It's a visualization tool. And then finally on the cloud you have Analytics Cloud, and this is just a standard SAP delivered template to demonstrate the tool. But it looks pretty slick, and it's actually really easy to create visualization using the tool. In this section, I'm going to give you a short overview of SAP HANA. As previously mentioned, SAP HANA is an in-memory database solution. In-memory database is very fast compared with traditional databases. It's about 10 times faster because it keeps all the data in the memory. When we talk about SAP HANA, we actually talk about the components of HANA on screen. The main component is the database itself, the HANA database. Then we have SAP HANA Studio for data modeling. Then, I'll say SAP HANA is more like an appliance instead of a bunch of single bits of software. So what is a computer appliance? It's used for the combination of hardware and software, especially tuned for that hardware. So there are certified vendors who could offer hardware to install HANA applications. The HANA software is also available on a cloud infrastructure known as SAP HANA Cloud. So SAP HANA is also available as a service on cloud. Now we understand that in-memory database like SAP HANA is very fast when compared with the traditional databases. But where does all this performance come from? SAP HANA leverages low-cost main memory that we call RAM. And it leverages RAM, and also it leverages multi-core processors and finally solid-state drivers to achieve this kind of high performance. Solid-state drives have become very popular these days. They don't have a spinning mechanism as such in them, so data is accessible more efficiently, but they're obviously more expensive than the traditional ones. Now, keep in mind that SAP HANA Database, which is an in-memory database, could be used for both Online Transaction Processing System, or OLTP, and Online Analytical Processing System, or OLAP. So online transaction processing systems are more geared towards operations and users, using the system to enter day-to-day data. Like you purchase something from Walmart, it goes in the OLTP system to create the record. Day-to-day activity is handled by the OLTP system, so they require database updates or inserts that could happen very fast, and they're not really tuned where we can do deep queries to find out the trends and what's going on and so on. So OLAP applications are more useful for managers where they want to query the trends and do the analysis, and they won't be doing lots of inserts, they'll be doing the query. Two different kinds of systems, two different kinds of audience, two different kinds of tuning required for both kinds of systems. That's the difference between OLTP and OALP. Also, keep in mind that the SAP HANA database offers query processing environment for structured databases like two-dimension tables, where data is residing in two-dimension tables, very structured, and less structured data is also handled by the HANA database, like texts and graphs and so on. Asset compliance is another important attribute of a database. So the SAP HANA database is 100% asset compliant. It guarantees the reliability of database transactions. S4 attributes are covered under this broad term asset compliance: animosity, consistency, isolation, and durability. These are the qualities of an asset compliant database, and the SAP HANA database offers all of them. Now, we understand that in-memory database keeps all the data in the random access memory, so it's available immediately. So what kind of size is supported by SAP HANA? In its early stages, HANA would use up to 1 terabyte of RAM, and it keeps data in a compressed format. So up to 5 terabytes of uncompressed data could go in 1 terabyte of RAM in a compressed format. So it's about 5 times. Then in 2011, SAP HANA could be used with up to 8 terabytes of RAM and would support 40 terabytes of uncompressed data. In 2012, HANA would support up to 200 terabytes of RAM, so that means a lot of data. From the technical perspective, the HANA database consists of 2 database engines. The column-based store, storing relational data in columns, optimized for holding data mart tables with large amounts of data, which are aggregated and used in analytical operations. And the row-based store, storing relational data in rows. This row store is optimized for write operations and has a lower compression rate, and its query performance is much lower compared with the column-based store. The engine that's used to store data can be selected on a per table basis at the time of creation of a table. Tables in the row store are loaded into memory at startup time, whereas tables in the column store can either be loaded at startup or on demand during normal operation of the SAP HANA database. Both engines share a common persistency layer, which provides data persistency across both engines. Changes to in-memory database pages are made persistent through save points written to the data volumes on persistent storage. This is done automatically, at least every 5 minutes, and it's customizable. Besides, every transaction committed in the SAP HANA database is persisted by the logger of the persistency layer in a log entry written synchronously to the log volumes on persistent storage. For the coding perspective, HANA's database supports SQL, MDX, and BICS. BICS is an SAP HANA specific SQL script language that's an extension to SQL that can be used to push down data-intensive application logic into the SAP HANA database. Did you know that between 70 and 80% of data in an organization is unstructured, and most of this unstructured data is text-based? So data can be classified in 2 categories, unstructured and structured data. Now, what is unstructured data? This phrase usually refers to information that doesn't reside in a traditional row-column database, for example Facebook, Twitter, or emails. The benefits of structured data are that it can be identified and processed by a machine. After the storage, data is so much easier to search, combine, and filter for one's own purpose. And what is structured data? Well, this is data that resides in a fixed field within a record or file, for example a database. So with text analysis, we take unstructured data, transform it to structured data, and analyze it. Okay, what is text analysis? Now, the term text analysis describes a set of linguistic, statistical, and machine learning techniques that model and structure the information content of textual sources for exploratory data analysis, research, or investigation. Text analysis powered by HANA applies full linguistic and statistical techniques to extract and classify unstructured text into entities and domains. With the HANA platform, you can gain real insights from your unstructured textual data. The platform provides search, text analysis, and text mining functionality for unstructured text sources. There are several techniques used in text analysis in order to find a specific string or to perform linguistic searches. When we talk about text analysis features, we mean 3 main features: full text index, full text search, and fuzzy search. A full text index is a special type of token-based functional index that's built and maintained by the full text engine for SQL Server. Full text search is designed to perform linguistic or language-based searches against text and documents stored in your database. Fuzzy search is the technique of finding strings that match a pattern approximately. It's a type of search that will find matches even when users misspell words or enter only partial words for the search. Furthermore, the HANA database also supports data mining, which is used to discover interesting patterns as a part of pattern finding, extract useful knowledge as part of knowledge discovery, and support decision making in businesses. Text mining supports functions to determine the top-ranked related and relevant document and terms relative to a given reference document set, and perform statistical analysis. It also supports methods for categorizing documents given a set of reference documents with predefined categorizations. In this lecture, what I'd like to do is introduce you to HANA Spatial Services application and how to consume the different API and services we offer as services running on SAP Cloud Platform. These services focus on the collection, the storage, the processing and consumption of geo-reference data from public sources, like the ERP Space Agency or the German Weather Agency, as well from private sources like customer-drawn images. It's exactly this combination of out-of-public information and customer images and business data that allows individual domain-specific spatial analysis and that drives high-value business processes now. SAP HANA is fully integrated with industry-leading partners who specialize in spatial processing. These include Google, ESRI, Pitney Bowes and Tom. There are many use cases for spatial data. These include live traffic information, communicating with emergency services drivers, sport, in-game football analysis, add geographical sensors to the balls and players and track movements, distances, contacts and so on. And energy companies map their pipes, cables, identify closest engineers, or identify nearby assets that could also be cleaned or maintained to save on separate callouts. Data has been universally recognised as one of the most important pillars of the modern knowledge world. It's the new oil, big data technologies that have changed the way data is stored and processed. The modern world is all about connectivity. Relationships add contextual meaning to data. How a particular shopper is connected to the things he or she buys is an example of connected data. Further information can be added to the subject to derive more insights into shopping behaviour. Graph data models are best suited to analyse this kind of highly connected data. Graph databases are best suited for storage and processing of data that is connected by multiple relationships. Traditional relational databases store data in structured formats across well-defined columns and tables. Relationships are created across these tables by joining columns across primary and foreign keys. For a query to generate insights, it has to pass through a search operation for data matching across the keys. Primary entities for a relational database are tables and columns. However, consider a situation in which numerous entities are connected, creating multiple joins across entities and resulting in complex queries. As data increases, there's a drastic slowdown in queries, similar to what occurs when inserting, updating, or deleting entities. When you receive data from numerous connected sources, the process of searching and updating is time-consuming and tedious. The solution to this complexity is a graph database. A graph database engine models data as entities and relationships. These data entities are called nodes, and the relationships between them are called edges. Entities hold data, while the edges define how these data points are related. Properties add information that's more relevant to the entities, and the resulting data model is simpler and query searches are faster. Since each node holds data with relationships to other nodes, completing updates is also faster than using relational databases for the same process. So, let's move on to the HANA graph processing. SAP HANA enables relational data to be stored as tables, but to be processed as a graph on the basis of relationships. Since HANA supports both row and column-based storage, building relationships across tables is more convenient than typical relational databases. HANA also supports multiple processing engines, in addition to graphs such as text, search, and spatial engines, which enables a combination of data processing capabilities across engines. SAP HANA has a graph engine that supports graph processing of data stored in columnar tables. A graph is basically a network of vertices or nodes interconnected by edges. Vertices represent entities of interest in a specific domain, and edges represent their relationships. A simple graph consisting of two vertices and one edge is shown here. In HANA, an edge is always directed. For example, to record the fact that Mary lives in New York, V2 will represent Mary and V1 will represent New York. The edge E1 will be lives in, and will be directed from Mary to New York. Two vertices can have a reciprocal relationship and thus two directed arrows pointing to each other. For instance, if V2 is Mary and V1 is her Instagram pal Pete, and they follow each other on the social network, there can be an edge E1 follows pointing from V2 to V1 and an edge E2 follows pointing from V1 to V2. Both vertices and edges can have properties, facts that are of importance in a specific domain. For example, for people such as Mary and Pete, we may need to know their ages and income levels. Similarly, for places such as New York, we may need to track properties such as population, latitude and longitude, etc. We can also record properties of the edge lives in or follows, such as the starting date of the relationship. SAP HANA is fully designed for high availability. It supports recovery measures ranging from faults and software errors to disasters that decommission an entire data center. SAP HANA offers 3 levels of disaster recovery support: backup, storage, replication and system replication. Let's come to backup storage. SAP HANA uses in-memory technology and it provides full persistence for any transaction that changes the data, like row insertions, deletions and updates. You can resume from a power outage without any loss of data. SAP HANA persists 2 types of data to storage, transaction redo logs, and data changes in the form of save points or transactions. Redo log is used to record a change, whereas a save point is a periodic point in time when all the team data is written to storage in the form of pages. Save points are also used to speed up restart, that is, when starting up the system, logs need to be processed from the beginning, but only from the last save point position. In a normal scenario, default save points are performed every 5 minutes, but this can be configured. C points normally overwrite older save points, but you can also freeze a save point for future use, and this is called a snapshot. Let's move on to storage replication. One of the disadvantages of backups is the potential loss of data between the time of the last backup and the time of failure. A preferred solution, therefore, is to provide continuous replication of all persisted data. Storage replication is provided by various SAP HANA hardware partners that offer a storage revenue replication solution. This backup of the volumes or file system is delivered to a remote network storage system. Now, in a system replication approach, you set up a system replication so that a secondary standby system is configured as an exact copy of the active primary system with the same number of active hosts in each system. The number of standby hosts need not be the same. With multi-tier system of replication, you have only one primary system and can have multiple secondary systems, as you can see here. When the secondary system is started in recovery mode, each service component establishes a connection with its counterpart and requests a snapshot of the data in the primary system. After that, all log changes in the primary system are replicated. Whenever logs are persisted in the primary system, they're also sent to the secondary system. A transaction in the primary system is not committed until the logs are replicated. So these are the methods used for disaster recovery. As previously mentioned, the hardware for SAP HANA is more expensive than a traditional disk, so we must correctly calculate the sizing requirements for HANA to support the in-memory technique that drives its powerful performance and to minimize future maintenance costs. In this lecture, we'll talk about how to properly size for SAP HANA. It starts with an explanation of the key performance indicators for SAP HANA sizing and how sizing for SAP HANA is different from sizing for traditional databases. We'll then go through the 2 different sizing approaches: initial sizing, which is for new solution implementations, and delta sizing, which is for changes to existing solution implementations. Let's get started with the KPIs of HANA sizing. Sizing calculations for determining a system's, solutions or database's requirements are based on certain KPIs. The 3 main KPIs used to size for SAP HANA are memory space, CPU processing performance and disk size. So memory. While traditional sizing approaches focus on CPU performance, the main driver for SAP HANA sizing is memory, because SAP HANA is a main memory database, which leads to a higher memory footprint compared with traditional databases. In addition to the main memory required for storing the business data, temporary memory space is needed to operate the database management system to support complex queries or data that's needed for buffers and caches. CPU. Sizing for HANA database includes unique requirements for CPU processing performance. The CPU behaves differently with HANA compared with traditional databases. The processing engine for HANA is optimized to operate very complex queries at maximum speed, which means that many of these queries are processed internally and in parallel, and most of the data is stored in a column-based format. This architecture not only might lead to a higher CPU demand compared with traditional databases, it also requires planning for a lower average utilization to ensure there's enough headroom for the database to process queries sufficiently fast. And disk size, as an in-memory database still requires disk storage space to preserve database information if the system shuts down, either intentionally or due to a power loss, for instance. Data changes in the database must be periodically copied to disk to ensure a full image of the business data on disk and to preserve the current state of the database and all of the data entered in the persistence layer. Moreover, a logging mechanism is required to log changes and enable system recovery. To accommodate these requirements, there must always be enough space on disk to save data and logs. Implementing SAP at an organization is a huge undertaking. Let's take a look at the steps needed for successful implementation. Depending on who you ask, there are multiple successful strategies to implement SAP. However, they all follow a similar flow. In this lecture, I'll introduce the implementation method called Accelerated SAP to deploy SAP Business Suite or ECC 6.0. In the coming lecture, I'll move to the latest implementation and customization roadmap for SAP S4 HANA. Project preparation is first. Project cost, scope and resources are all decided during this step. The implementation team studies the current systems being used. Then they determine which system interfaces are required. This step also includes business blueprinting. This is where requirements for the new system are mapped. The second step is called realization. System configuration takes place during realization. Configuration is where SAP is matched with the company's existing business processes. All configuration is done utilizing the existing SAP structure and functionalities. In other words, configuration ties together the way a company works with the out-of-the-box functionality of SAP. Realization is also where customization occurs. Basically, customization is making a change that is not supported by SAP's default functionalities. Customizations are expensive and can really extend the length of an implementation. They can also complement future upgrades of SAP. The third step in typical implementations is testing. There are different types of testing. One type is called unit testing, which tests individual parts of the program. Next, integration testing tests how the systems are working together and how the program affects downstream business processes. Business day-in-the-life testing is used to test the system by running entire processes from start to finish. And finally, performance testing ensures the system can handle all the data and transactions. It makes sure the system is fast enough for the end users. The fourth step in an implementation is final preparation. This is where all master data, like customers, vendors and materials, is uploaded into the new system. Final preparation is also where security rules are set up and training is conducted for all end users. The fifth step is go live. This is when all cutover activities, basically switching from old system to SAP, happen. At this point, end users start using the SAP production environment daily for their work. Finally, the last step is post-go live support. This is where any production problems can be solved, and any non-business critical or your nice-to-have customizations are developed, tested, and implemented into the system. These processes end-to-end can take as little as 6 months, up to 4 or 5 years for really complex implementations. Companies often choose multi-wave implementations. This means they'll implement at one location and ensure the system works well before implementing at other sites. The SAP Activate Innovation Adoption Framework is a unique combination of best practices methodology and guided configuration to help customers and partners implement the SAP S4 HANA. It's designed for IT and business professionals who are involved in the migration to or configuration, integration or extension of SAP S4 HANA. With ready-to-run business processes optimized for S4 HANA, customers and partners can start fast, build smart, and run simple, while continuously innovating across implementation nodes. Depending on your business needs, you can choose the approach that meets today's requirements, while gaining the flexibility you need to meet future goals. SAP Activate aims at supporting faster, less service-intensive deployments and that rapid adoption of innovations throughout the entire product lifecycle. This leads to reduced time to value and total cost of ownership. Let me guide you through the detail steps. What are the innovations that we ship with SAP Activate? First, in the very early project phase, in the discovery phase of a project, there's the experience trial. In the experience trial phase, we deliver role-based, self-led evaluation of the product based on a reference solution, and it utilizes SAP Fiori as the easy-to-use front-end integrated with new help functionality. Pre-configured trials, role-based self-led evaluation of S4 HANA based on model enterprise structure and sample business processes utilize the Fiori user experience. Shared trial environment in the cloud-free click-through license with free trial period. Focus on selected business roles and processes in finance, project management, procurement, sales and marketing. Moreover, most of you have seen our cloud trial that you can access easily through a click-through license that's also available for customers and prospects. Next, there's a prepare phase, where you conduct initial planning and preparation and define project governance to start the project off on the right foot. This includes prepare your project and install software SAP HANA database for HANA application and SAP Fiori. Alternatively, accelerate your on-premises project with a ready-to-activate software appliance with software components already installed. Explore ready-to-run business and integration processes optimized for SAP S4 HANA embedded in core components of SAP HANA application. Start your fit gap analysis based on the model company. Moreover, we deliver not only pre-configured business processes, but also organizational and master data. This way you can immediately start testing your business processes. In the explore phase, you review the solution functionality in scope in a series of show and tell sessions to confirm that business requirements can be met with standard SAP best practices, conduct solution design workshops, and create process-oriented documents to illustrate how you intend to run your business using S4 HANA capture, prioritize, and document requirements and gaps in a solution backlog document. This is here where we want to change the way on how we address the customer business need by doing an initial scoping and solution activation of our delivered reference content. We want to get away from costly and time-consuming blueprinting exercises and instead sit together with our prospect and provide information on what pre-configured content or business processes are already in the system and take that as a starting point. Some of you might have heard the term guided configuration or S4 HANA implementation cockpit. What this refers to is a set of tools that primarily supports content lifecycle management. It helps you to easily configure to make simple adjustments. Self-service configuration allows a key user, for example an IT expert or business user, to apply very simple adaptations, almost a kind of personalization activity for those changes that are uncritical. One very typical example would be to adjust the threshold value of a purchase approval process. That's not enough. At a certain point in the project, customers will ask for more and would like to expand the business processes that we initially delivered with our pre-configuration. In those cases, classically, you'd go to IMG and start customization. But what are the downsides of this old approach? Well, customizing needs to be well documented, and over time, most likely, the knowledge of that customizing is getting lost. What we provide is the expert configuration. This is a new tool to be really used for the non-disruptive processes. If you want to extend processes, add additional processes, but just standard pre-configuration, the expert configuration is the right tool to do so. What it actually does, it records all those changes in the background, and so we can keep a history of everything that a customer or implementation consultant is doing in the S4 HANA system. Realize through a time-limited iterative process, incrementally built and tested, a complete solution environment that's based on the business processes and requirements identified in the Explorer phase and captured in your backlog document. This is where you have to migrate, integrate into other solutions, or extend your solution. There's a lot of information on migration and integration best practices. When it comes to integration into other SAP Cloud business solutions, such as SuccessFactors or HR Cloud, we provide pre-configured integrate components whenever possible, specifically when it comes to cloud-to-cloud connectivity. We're building this integration component directly into the product. In this way, if a SuccessFactor, the customer is already using Employee Central best practices and in the future wants to integrate with HANA Cloud Edition, the integration is already there. It only needs to be activated and customized, but the main integration at the process level is already part of the product. In deploy phase, you prepare your S4 HANA solution for release, move to a production environment and conduct sustainment activities. At this point, you have everything you need to run your business. Moreover, we also changed the way with S4 HANA of how users get onboarded. We have embedded learning and documentation for very simple onboarding for end users. There's a particular learning application embedded in the product that lets you as a user choose the content by your role in the company. This way, very quick access to training for project teams is provided. Also, a new feature is the context-sensitive screen help. For every application that you get with the product, we provide context-sensitive screen help as an overlay on each application screen. In this way, at any point in time, when you get lost and don't know what to do next in the process, you can call up this functionality, which will guide you what to do next. This was a brief rundown of the key activities the project team performs in each phase of the methodology. During each phase, the project team produces a prescribed set of deliverables that serve as input for the subsequent steps. The methodology provides examples of key project deliverables, including a procedure description of how to prepare and complete the deliverable. There are accelerators for each phase and work stream, including templates, questionnaires, checklists, guidebooks, and other tools that facilitate the efficient, consistent, and repeatable delivery of implementations and upgrades of your SAP solution landscape. S4 HANA is going to be updated on a quarterly basis, which means that every quarter we'll ship SAP best practices. As a result, we need to make sure that what a customer has activated or extended in the system is being protected. And we do that with content lifecycle management, with the toolset that we deliver as part of the product. In addition, there's also the integration into SAP Solution Manager for operations, monitoring, and support. Let's make a quick summary about the building blocks of SAP Activate. Best practices ready to run business processes optimized for SAP S4 HANA, and a reference solution in the cloud tools, a set of tools for an assisted implementation, covering everything from the initial implementation of a project to running in a production environment, consistent guided approach for any deployment mode based on best practices, whether on-premises cloud or hybrid. SAP Activate enables you to support your line of business needs and end-to-end business processes by using predefined standardized and tested configurations made available through SAP best practices to integrate those cloud applications with SAP S4 HANA. For a selection of standard integration scenarios, you can use the best practices built into the guided configuration of SAP Activate. Let's summarize what SAP best practices for my migration to SAP S4 HANA provide for the different migration scenarios. New implementations are possible in the cloud and on-premises. Depends on the deployment type SAP is offering, different technologies and tools for the data migration. Standard for migrating data from legacy systems into SAP S4 HANA is SAP Data Services, where we provide predefined mapping and business transformation rules based on pre-configured business processes. Migration to the cloud is supported using the SAP Landscape Transformation tool with predefined about coding for extraction and transformation. Example, newer existing SAP customer implementing a new SAP S4 HANA system with initial data load. System conversions for SAP ERP customers are supported through the standard tool database migration option for Software Update Manager. With this tool, we envision a one-step migration procedure for installed base customers running SAP ERP on HANA or AnyDB. An example, complete conversion of an existing SAP Business Suite system to S4 customers who want to consolidate their landscape or vote selected entities like a company code or processes into an S4 HANA system, falling in the case of transformation scenarios. Those customers have the choice of re-implementation in the cloud or on-premises with different tool options, fully depending on the scenario requirements, such as per central finance example, consolidation of current regional SAP Business Suite landscape into one global SAP S4 HANA system. Now, let's take a look at each of these scenarios in somewhat more detail. Let's start out with new implementation. The new implementation targets customers that want to get off their legacy system. Whether it's an SAP ERP system or a non-SAP system, and you want to implement SAP S4 HANA from scratch. This scenario is also known as a greenfield approach. The benefits for you as a customer are that you can re-engineer your business processes on SAP S4 HANA and simplify, taking advantage of the latest and greatest in ready-to-run business processes on SAP S4 HANA. You can use predefined data migration and best practices to start you off in a guided implementation. You can introduce SAP S4 HANA fast and cost-effective, as well as doing rapid adoption of additional new innovations down the line. In a new implementation, you can also take full advantage of SAP Activate, the innovation adoption framework for SAP S4 HANA, which we will introduce in more detail in Unit 3 and 4 of this first week. What impacts the duration of the new implementation? Of course, it's the volume and complexity of your data migration, as well as the number of data migration objects. And of course, not only the data migration aspect determines the duration of the new implementation, but also the volume and the scope of the business processes you want to implement on SAP S4 HANA. How do you approach a new implementation? You first install SAP S4 HANA with the Software Provisioning Manager. And then, of course, you need to do an initial data load from a source system, either via file upload from a legacy system, or if the source is SAP via direct system connection. The tools used are SAP Data Services for on-premises or the SAP Landscape Transformation for the cloud. Now, we have a basic understanding of new implementation, so let's look at the system conversion transition scenario. System conversion is for customers who want to convert their current system into an S4 HANA system, basically bringing an ERP core system, whether it's already using SAP HANA as a database, or whether it's on any database, to SAP S4 HANA. The benefit is you can basically go to SAP S4 HANA without a re-implementation. There's no disruption for your existing business processes. And once you've done the conversion, you can re-evaluate your existing process flows and adapt them as you see fit. The parameters that influence the duration of a system conversion are technical as well as functional. You need to consider the number of systems that you have in your current ERP landscape and want to bring to SAP S4 HANA, and of course, the actual size of your productive source database. In terms of the functional influences, you need to consider, for example, how many company codes you have, how many ledgers, and so forth. Now, let's look at what the steps are that you need to do when you do a system conversion. First of all, you need to check your add-ons, business functions, and potential industry solutions using the maintenance planner. That is to ensure the SAP S4 HANA combat compatibility of those ID installation tools is available for enabled SAP and partner add-ons, should the compatibility not be given. Once you've done those checks for add-ons and for industries, the next step is a pre-check to identify further preparation steps. Like, for example, the activation of the customer vendor integration, an optional check you can conduct at any time as a custom code check to ensure code compatibility with SAP S4 HANA. Your custom code continues to run, provided that this simplification coming with SAP S4 HANA and its new data model will allow it. The custom code check tool identifies conflicts where, for example, custom programs access data structures that changed with SAP S4 HANA. The custom code checks are based on the simplification database content, which contains all incompatible changes of the data model, including business functions in SAP S4 HANA. Once you've completed all checks and adjusted your custom code, the third step is to run the actual conversion. You can run the actual conversion in one step using the database migration option for Software Update Manager. With that, you've performed a system conversion. Let's now look at the final of the 3 transition scenarios to SAP S/4HANA. This third scenario is the landscape transformation. And landscape transformation targets customers that want to consolidate their landscape or selectively bring data into an SAP S/4HANA system. Examples of a selective transformation are central finance, where the final finance function is centralized, and you can take advantage of the universal journal and have statutory reporting using central finance. Another example is a selective carve-out of a company code, which you want to bring to SAP S/4HANA as a frontrunner in your enterprise for S/4HANA. The benefits are such that with the landscape transformation, you can do a selective transformation to S/4HANA and basically allow a phased approach of focusing on areas with a high return on investment, a low total cost of implementation, and adapt SAP S/4HANA in stages with the system console validation with harmonized and simplified processes. You will reduce the number of systems in your current landscape, lower your total cost of ownership, and improve the quality of your master data. Project parameters that influence the duration are, for example, the number of selected units you wish to consolidate, or the number of company codes you want to carve out. What are the steps to consider? Of course, the consolidation of clients from different source systems into one new or existing SAP S/4HANA system using the system landscape transformation. And then the selective data transformation, where you carve out single entities and migrate selective applications such as central finance using the system landscape transformation. Landscape transformation is a scenario that we won't cover in detail in this course. This course focuses on system conversion, as well as new implementation and cloud and new implementation on premises. Later in the tools section, I'll provide some links to where you can find more information on the landscape transformation, as well as the other 2 transition scenarios. In this section, I'm going to give you a brief introduction to SAP S/4HANA Cloud. S/4HANA Cloud is the business information technology you need to run your entire business. Everything from procuring resources to order to cash and financials, manufacturing, all integrated and all available over the internet without having to buy anything. No hardware, no databases, no headaches. It's like moving into an apartment. You're going to have a monthly payment or rent, and you're going to move in your data, and then you're going to customize it to meet your business requirements. It's a pre-configured, slimmed-down version of SAP Enterprise Class on-premises solution. It's built on and takes full advantage of the in-memory HANA database. S/4HANA Cloud is a great solution because of the Enterprise Class functionalities, but also the innovations you get with these technology innovations with things like machine learning, which takes place productivity to a whole new level. In addition, with the best practices that are pre-configured, you have a built-in process or built-in model to standardize your company's processes, and that drives quality and that drives productivity. Furthermore, the standard processes greatly reduce the time to implement this new ERP and the cost and the risk. HANA Cloud integrates it, has built-in integrations with other SAP solutions like Concur for travel and expense management and SuccessFactors for human capital management. And it will also integrate with other applications, legacy applications from other software vendors. We've had a lot of fun understanding different applications in SAP S/4HANA. Now, to help you become better, there are a few things I'm going to recommend you look at. The first thing I'm going to recommend you have a look at is the SAP Press books. You can simply hit sappress.com, where you can go ahead and see a lot of things. SAP Press is constantly being updated, and feel free to browse through it to find a lot of good stuff. The second place I want you to have a look at is the SAP community. As SAP builds more and more features, they normally communicate these via their blogs. These blog posts range from announcements by the SAP team to help starter guides that help you get started fast and stay tuned. Be sure to breeze through the blog every now and then, so there's so much information here to be obtained. And the next place is the SAP Academy. This is a great place where you can learn, come and ask experts, and discuss with them the issues you're having with SAP. It's also a really nice place if you found a new way to use a specific tool or implement a specific feature, but it'll also have some additional costs. Now, there's one last place I'd advise you keep an eye on if you want to find out what the latest and greatest things happening with SAP are, and that place is the SAP Twitter page. They share a lot on Twitter about SAP technologies, so feel free to give them a follow. And my direct messages are also open, so you've got the ability to contact me and I'll respond as soon as I see it. Now, I think we've had a load of fun learning a lot of great applications over the period of this course, and I hope you've learned some new tips and tricks that you can use to create even more advanced SAP applications in future.